Hello, friends. Hello, fellow traders, and of course, everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV, the biggest and most watched futures trading stream that you will find. An all-star cast each and every day, and real traders. We've got real educators that give you 100% transparency into their trading. You're not going to find another show here like ours that offers everything in one: education, support, and tradertainment. This is Opening Call. He's back, and I'm glad. And together we're back and glad. Yeah. We have an exciting, informative, and educational programming for you today and every day of the week. We'll be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your fellow trader newscaster, and yes, even that voice in your head that keeps telling you challenges are what makes life interesting. And overcoming them is what makes life meaningful. So get yourself ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Johnny, so nice to see that lovely, happy, handsome face. Great to have you back here, partner. Is your game plan ready?
Yes, it is.
All right, checklist checked?
Check.
And, of course, that journal prepped for the day?
Check.
All right, Johnny, welcome back here. Very nice to have you, my friend. And how are you today?
I'm doing well, Eddie. Thank you, and thanks everybody. It's been I've missed everybody, and I'm grateful and thankful to be back with everybody here today and back looking at these markets and looking forward to seeing what kind of opportunities we can see today. It's an exciting day here with everybody that's stopping by to hang out with us today.
Ooh, you got that right. Thank you, Johnny. All right, let's hit the news here. U.S. stock futures hovered around the flat line today as investors parse through the raft of fresh corporate earnings. The S&P 500 dipped 4 points. NASDAQ mostly unchanged. Dow futures here had fallen around to Michael Jordan, 23, and for you others, LeBron James. The main average on the Wall Street climbed the prior session. That was with traders cheering the better than expected anticipated quarterly income from companies like Ford, Chipotle, and what's the other one? Fortinet on the NASDAQ. Benchmark 500 rose by 0.8, closing at a new all-time high. We saw that yesterday. A nice big trade by our CEO, having fun there. Tech-heavy NASDAQ advanced 1%, and the Dow edged 0.4. However, the mood was partially offset by comments from Federal Reserve officials furthering upending hopes that the imminent U.S. interest rates cuts, U.S. government bond yields, which typically move inversely to prices, increased. There's also jitters around the world, the Chinese stock market, threatening to dent the upbeat sentiment. The Chinese benchmark, CSI, no, not the show, it's the benchmark 300 index that has dropped more than 2%. Walt Disney did have reported higher than expected quarterly earnings, surging demand for the artificial intelligence arm to lift its annual guidance, and Alibaba, minus the 40 thieves, fourth quarter income missed estimates as fresh data suggested that China's economic woes have yet to abate. So that's what I have right now. I'm going to pass it over to John. John, what do you got for us today?
Well, just speaking of the economic numbers and everything else coming out today, a lot of ECB speakers this morning already. The ECB did release their economic bulletin this morning at 3 a.m. Central Time. But as far as U.S. numbers are concerned, 7:30, we've got the jobless claims, ladies and gentlemen. They did come out a little bit lower than expected, really just kind of just slightly lower than expected. We've seen some pretty high numbers lately, kind of indicating that layoffs are slower than they've really been kind of expecting. The initial jobless claims was expected to be at 221,000, lost a little bit here at 218,000. Continuing jobless claims 1,878,000 came out lower than that at 1,871,000. We also have Barkin. Barkin right now, we're actually at 7:30. He started Barkin. We've got wholesale inventories at 9 a.m. Central. 9:30, of course, the natural gas storage number due out. 10:30, we've got a 4-week bill auction. Barkin is due to start barking again at 11:05. That's, of course, Central Chicago time. And at noon Central Chicago time, there is a 30-year bond auction that many traders and investors will be hawking for any information on how that bond auction does. As far as stock earnings releases today, AstraZeneca misses the street on both. Philip Morris beats on revenues, but misses on earnings per share, and ConocoPhillips beats on earnings per share, but pretty much just steady as far as revenues are concerned. After the close today, Motorola, there is a very long list of earnings due out today. Who knows how impactful each and every one of them is going to be. Maybe it's a view of the overall picture as they do come out. Most of the morning ones already out, and then the afternoon ones, of course, will be largely after the close. As far as the VIX is concerned, it's up about 1.5%, 1302 last I checked. The dollar index up a little bit, 104.36 last I checked, and the yield on the 10-year holding it still above that 4% level at 4.14%. Again, last I checked. So that is pretty much on the what we have on the docket for earnings and economic releases today. Let's see what we've got heading for us today.
Hey, Johnny, thank you very much. Oil prices. Yes, dude, where's my crude? Oil prices very quiet here today, with traders gauging the weak economic indicators from top importer China and the faltering ceasefire deal negotiations. Brent rose 0.3%, while the WTI climbed 0.2%. Now, prices were given some support after Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu rejected a ceasefire deal proposed by Hamas leaders, dashing hopes for a halt in hostilities. And we thought we were onto something yesterday when we saw that come across the wire. Once again, Disney. Did you hear about this one, Johnny? Disney.
I heard a little bit about it. A little bit.
A little bit before we had opening call. Disney. Yes. Did I say Disney? I'm going to say it again. Disney, digging deep in their back pocket, $1.5 billion for a stake in Fortnite. Yes, I said Fortnite. Maker Epic Games working with the game developer. Going to feature game shows, characters from Disney, Pixar, Marvel, Star Wars, Avatar. This marks Disney's biggest entry into the world of games. So, my goodness, they're digging in here deep, 1.5. It's mysterious. And talking about a mystery, I've been following this story here, and this is sort of a mystery. A U.S. military helicopter vanished while flying from an Air Force base in Nevada to a Marine Corps air station in California. This was Tuesday night. They found the helicopter. Helicopter went down in the snow-covered mountain area, but they did not find the crew. This is a big mystery. I'm going to follow this, but let's hope they do find the crew. Sort of weird. Usually, military, they're taught to, stick around, or at least give some signs of where you are. But anyway, I'm watching that. Let's get to our tip of the week. James, our good friend, has it for us. Post it, would you please? Yes. There it is. Tip of the day here. Network and learning from others. Remember that learning is a lifelong process. Okay. And the ability to learn from others can be a powerful tool for personal and professional development. So stay curious. All right. Be open-minded. And proactive in seeking anything and opportunities that you can absorb from insights from traders around you. So learn from others, basically. Johnny, anything to add?
Yeah, I think you're probably in the best place anywhere to do so here at TopstepTV. And we also have the the Discord channel. There are a lot of really good traders here at TopStep, part of TopStep, in TopStep. Great place. Glad you're here. Great spot to network and learn from others.
Thank you, Johnny. And I just been updated on that helicopter. They did not find any survivors, so it puts a frown on my face.
Yes.
All right. Yes. Let's get busy here. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants?
Okay. As always, we just seek to kind of put some sort of accurate context on over these markets. Always think about risk management and patience in your trading. This is the daily in the S&P. Is obviously the upside structure is intact. We've been seeing every break being bought, and it just seems to be continuing to happen that way. Big day yesterday, first close over 5,000. It was a very exciting trade that Michael took yesterday. I don't suggest doing that, but I'm glad that it worked out and for the best. And that was very exciting. Okay, so yesterday we kind of broke out above a 3-day balance here, right? Open interest increased by 37,000 contracts. We've been saying last week and probably early Monday that there's still a lot of money out there and a lot of money yet to come into this market. So volume was also pretty high. Maybe not so much in futures, which doesn't scare me. What I do like about it is that there were 4.7 billion shares traded yesterday on the New York Stock Exchange, which I think is kind of one of the highs for the year. So not only did we see open interest and money come into the long side yesterday, we saw some pretty substantial volume. So the volume is the thing that is going to is the driver of price. When there's a lot of buyers are going to keep going higher. When those buyers are new buyers, that means that there's still money to come into this market. So I don't see any reason why this market can't continue to push higher and higher. I'm always a doubter on that. I think everybody is. I think a lot of traders like to think about the short side because the money comes faster. But I've been watching the S&Ps and the equities do what they do for 40 years. They get the short time frame short and then they run it up on them. Get the short time frame short and run it up on them. So be careful picking tops, ladies and gentlemen. That's the whole point of that. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. So what are we looking at here this morning? Let's get this scaled so everybody can see. So here's that 3-day area of balance that we broke out of yesterday, broke out above last week's high, held up above that 5,000 level very nicely, just kind of spending time showing signs of acceptance of those new levels through time. Overnight inventory was looking a little bit short. I think we've probably pretty much reconciled all those overnight shorts, but which leaves us kind of ready to open without any gaps in the middle of the value area from yesterday, which of course usually says to me, let's try and stay patient. We'll find better trade locations as the day goes on. Maybe we'll put in a low that the traders will come in and buy. One of the things that I'll be focusing on for opportunities today is really going to be based off of the profile or off of this 30-minute chart or the volume profile. So the market opened, it looked lower, rejected. It left a gap from Thursday to Friday. The market looked lower, couldn't close the gap. Well, what are gap rules? If we can't close the gap relatively early, we look to trade in the direction of the gap, which would have had us looking for longs yesterday. If we did look for longs, we probably had a pretty good day. One of the levels that I'll be kind of focusing on today is the afternoon pullback low, which is right here, 5,250, 5,000.2.50. That's that afternoon pullback low. That is the lowest price got after we broke out above that 5,000 level. It never even looked back up at that 5,000 level after Michael took that 50 lot long. Worked out great, wonderful, and that's what we all want to see here, right? So overnight low is relatively close to that as well, 5,375, 5,00375 is that overnight low. Very close to that afternoon pullback low. I might be looking for opportunities if the market pulls back down to that level for an execution, if only for the reason that it limits my risk. Anything that limits risk, I'm going to be really focusing on only taking cheap trades these days. So that is a level that I will look at if given the opportunity. Again, because the market is opening in range and in value, I will probably be patient. The P-shaped profile that was provided yesterday, we had the market opened, drove higher, and then consolidated. That P-shape is indication of short covering, but that is not supported by the increase in open interest. Short covering would usually make open interest decrease. We had an open interest increase in indicating buyers are still willing to buy into this market at these high prices. Are they the laggards? Only time will tell. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. Okay, NASDAQ, similar sort of situation. Upside structure, obviously intact. Open interest matches the highest jump in open interest so far this year. The open interest in the S&Ps, I think, was one of the bigger increases. As a matter of fact, I think it was the largest increase in open interest in the S&Ps yesterday, and it matches the highest number of new contracts created yesterday in the NASDAQ. Anyways, just kind of looking, volume was pretty good in futures. I'm assuming it was probably pretty good on the New York stock, on the stock exchange as well. The Nasdaq. Take a look at the 30 here. Let's get this thing set. All right. I just feel like I'm flying over, and I got to make a kind of an airplane sound when I do that. So,
Sure.
Breakout again from the 3-day balance. 1, 2, 3-day balance. We broke out above it, above last week's high. And overnight inventory actually looks a little bit short here still in the NASDAQ. I mean, we have reconciled some of those. We're right up against VWAP. Everybody's been under a lot of focus on VWAP. VWAP is heading lower. This could give us an opportunity here. But one of the more important levels that I'll be looking at today, if I'm looking for opportunities to buy this market at weakness, would be the afternoon pullback low in the NASDAQ, which that afternoon pullback low is, where was it? Here it is, 17,779. Last week's high is right in the neighborhood, 17,775.50. This looks like a kind of an important area for me to kind of focus on possibly if we do get the opportunity to see price there. Our overnight low would also be relatively close to the neighborhood. This NASDAQ is so whippy. It seems like a 20-point move is just normal in anything we do in the NASDAQ. But again, these levels will be areas that I'll be focusing on if I'm looking for opportunities to buy this market on weakness. I really want both of these markets, the NASDAQ and the S&Ps, to hold the afternoon pullback low from yesterday, as well as last week's high. If we can't hold those, then I may have to look towards hypothesis 2, if that's the case. Take a quick look at crude oil here. All right, so it's coiling. We've been saying that the market has been increasing in open interest. I mean, almost every day this year there has been an increase in open interest. We had rejection earlier in the week of weekly kickoff low. We had a rejection of almost a 3-point trend line that we put in another test to on Monday. There's a lot of confluence in this area. Last week's low, weekly kickoff low, and this trend line all became supportive on this day on Monday. Well, we've got a triangle formation, and it was, as long as we stay inside this triangle formation and we don't break outside of it, the general rule is fade the extremes. You had to be a buyer down here. If we don't accept and see continuation down below that, that's the play. The market has a tendency to rotate from high to low, and it seems to be well on its way. Some of the information that came out last night put a nice juice to the upside in this market. Let's take a look at this on the 30-minute chart. So ranges, value, continuing to roll higher off of that low that we put in here on Monday. Now we've got some potential acceleration to the upside to rotate to the higher end of the coiling situation. Now, remember, I talked about this, I think, on Monday. Every day except 5 trading days, the crude oil has increased open interest. and again, I used a bad pun. There is a lot of energy in this market, and that energy continues to come in. However, we did lose 12,000 in open interest yesterday on a higher day, range bound. I'm looking at that as probably some laggard shorts from Monday, maybe even Tuesday, just liquidating those positions at a loss and getting kind of squeezed out of this. It's a good thing they did, because look at where it's going now. We've opened with a gap. Gap rules apply. Overnight inventory is long, but if we can't close the gap relatively early, we're looking for opportunities for continuation to the upside. I'm looking very much forward to having Anne Marie and Deanna here on the fast markets this morning, so we can see what they're thinking about these things, and we'll have to see how this plays out. But again, opening with a gap, unable to close the gap, up we go. And real quick here, we'll take a quick look at gold, which is in a similar situation, sort of. I mean, we've got a triangle formation. We've got 1, 2, 3, now 4 points of contact. This point of contact is right at weekly kickoff low. We rejected weekly kickoff low here on Monday. We're back testing that level. We got, rotation. Well, here's the high, here's the low, here's the high, here's the low. If we break out and show some meaningful participation down here, this market could turn from a range bound trade to a potential downside move. I don't know how much I believe in that, but with this trend line and weekly kickoff low converging here on the daily chart at that same level, that looks like an important level to me. So here's the 30-minute chart. Overnight inventory is short. The market has made a little attempt to try and close that gap from yesterday to today's regular trading hour session. But again, we are up against an important inflection level. This trend line and the weekly kickoff low and a naked point of control, there's power here somewhere where the market could reject and continue to rotate back higher. If we do accept down below, I mean, this is a pretty long time frame coiling situation, and that could be a powerful technical indicator for a continuation to the downside. I don't know what's going to happen. ACH, anything can happen. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't forget to pray for peace. Take your deep breath. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And let's have a great trading day. I'm very excited today to be back with everybody. I have missed you, and we're going to see what we can do today.
All right. Glad to have you back, Johnny. Yes, fast markets coming up here very shortly. We, like as John said, Anne Marie and Deanna. We got shoulder tap at 10:30. Mick and Hoag. We're going to have power players. Coach Paul from our Discord channel is going to join Robert and myself. TopQuiz with Vanessa today, and group coaching. Hoag and JD. We've got the recapping. Rips will be with us from 1 o'clock till the close. And we'll also have Andre Hoag and Dobie joining those sessions. But, hey, stick around. We got an all-star cast here, and I mean all-star cast. And we're going to take a break. Johnny, meet you at the coffee machine, and we'll be right back. Welcome to Fast Markets. A top step first. Ladies, good morning. Good morning, Deanna. Good morning, Anne Marie. Ready for some action here? I'm looking forward to this, and I hope everybody else is. But let's get our horses in the gates. All right. And we got about a little over a minute, and I'll let you get started here with the trading banter. All yours.
Thanks, Eddie. Well, I'll start off in the place of Michael. What are the good levels today?
Just tell me where I need to buy.
Yeah, where's the levels? Where's the levels? Yeah.
It's great to be with you guys today. I'm so excited about this. I'm so happy to be back for this, and I've missed you. I've missed everybody. And Deanna, you said you're already in a trade in crude oil.
Yeah.
How's that going?
Yeah, it's good. Okay, I went in at 74.56. Just trying to run a bit of a hypothesis that we're going to have some shakeout after yesterday's failure of ceasefire news. And it seems to be doing okay so far. Like you said, Hoag, gap rules apply. So if we cannot close this gap, this thing is going to scream higher. And that was kind of my hypothesis. So for now, it's going okay. Let's just sit on it and see what happens.
All right. Okay. Equities opening. You typically, when the market opens inside range and inside value, that's usually a time for me to sit back, relax, and look for better trade locations as the day goes on. Anne Marie, are you seeing anything that you're interested in here already?
Well, I wanted to actually ask Dee about since oil opens up earlier and you see the gap rules, do you measure the gap rules from 8:30 or do you look at them from 9:30?
I look at them from 8 a.m. So when it opens 8 a.m. CST, so that's the former open outcry open, and that's what I consider the gap rules. So basically, it's regular trading hours start at 8 a.m. Typically, some people want to be like purists, and they will use the former open outcry close as well, which was it used to be 1:30 p.m. CST. I'm just trying to
Central time.
all of
yes,
my time zones.
correct.
Yeah, Central time. Yeah. So that is officially the close. And on a lot of the days, volume will just drop off. So I use those hours, so 8 a.m. until 1:30 p.m., as a reference point. However, sometimes you can have these like extended moves. So I do use the entire electronic session to see what's happened with that additional hour. So I do look at that. And we've opened almost 1% higher, actually over 1% higher than where we ended up yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just screaming higher. So my hypothesis here seems to be working. But yeah, you are right. It does open earlier. So therefore, when you guys say, yeah, let's go, equities are opening, we're already at like half hour to the initial balance on
Right.
crude oil. Hmm.
Okay.
Right.
And so
Yep.
the other follow-up question is, when you are in a run like this, do you have an estimated target that you go after, or are you just moving with trend and trailing your stop or
Usually,
taking profit along the way?
yeah. Yeah, usually I will have a target of average daily range high, which is actually being reached now. But today, because I have this idea of macro playing out from yesterday's failure of ceasefire, technicals are not going to come in that much. In fact, technical levels don't really tend to work on days like these. But I do look at higher time frames. So if I go to my daily chart, I like to see where the previous areas of supply is located, and it's quite far. I mean, we have about 152 ticks before we even reach that. And since this is just screaming higher, my hypothesis is that this is going to turn into what I call a unidirectional day, which
Mm-hmm.
means it ignores the average session and daily ranges and just keeps going. So now we're literally at the average daily high, and I want to see whether that gets ignored. If it doesn't get ignored, I'm going to take this off. Having said that, my usual target is usually just 2R, which is about 70 ticks. So I use a 35 tick stop, and then I aim for 2R. But on a single direction day, I will follow price action and trend. And that's what enables me to sometimes get higher risk reward, if that makes sense.
Yes. Yes.
So D, let me ask you just one question here.
Mhm.
The on my daily chart, which is strictly the March contract, we're getting pretty
Yeah.
close to the 200 session moving average, which is around
Yeah.
75.42. Would that be a level
Yeah.
that you'll kind of
Yeah.
look to break out
I'm
below
looking
and
at that.
hold above that?
Only if it's lining up with one of the extremes that I have in price action wise. So if it's somewhere around the supply area, I would consider it. But today, because it's kind of middle of nowhere, I'm not sure it's going to be that relevant. Because remember, this is not necessarily similar to a stock index. You know, we have some other factors that drive crude oil. This is why it gets so difficult to trade for some people, because the macro news, once they're in, it's just relentless. So you have to have a look at what's going on with the Middle East. You know, we still
Mm-hmm.
have that threat of Panama Canal having problems potentially with crude oil supply, and that's a big problem. You know, so if that's the concern, that's the focus that we have currently, 200 moving average is not going to stop this.
Not
But
going to
yeah,
stop
let's
it.
watch again. Yeah, so let's just watch and see what happens. I have the average daily range high here. You have the 200 daily moving average. So if the price starts to stutter and if we get some reversal, good reversal from it, you know, I will take this off. But for now, I'm just, you know, just holding on and swimming,
There you go. There you
surfing.
go.
Yeah.
Well, as long as you're swimming with the flow, you're in good shape then.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So looking at the equities right now, we're not
Yeah.
seeing any really big moves here off the opening range. As a matter of fact, we are 5 minutes into the session. We're still inside the opening range in the S&Ps. The Nasdaq took a look below the opening range, but you know, with the fact that we're opening in range and in value, that does tend to keep me on my hands, if you will, and look for opportunities. You know, I don't know if we're going to get to the levels of those afternoon pullback lows at some point today. That would be something very interesting. I know we are kind of again, you know, in value, in range, not really seeing anything that I want to get my teeth sinked into. But I'm a longer time frame trader. I'm not looking for, you know, 10, 15, or 5 5 or 6 points. That might be 20 points in the NASDAQ. So I got to try and stay patient and let this market kind of maybe even after the initial balance, and then see if we can't find one of those extremes to take a trade against. But we're still in the opening range in the S&Ps.
So I want to ask Anne-Marie, how do you match? Do you look at larger time frames at all?
Oh, I do. I absolutely do.
Yeah?
I start every day looking at my daily and weekly charts to see if we're who's at the door?
So we got somebody at the door here. Mr. McFeely is here.
Hello.
Did
What's
you
up, Michael?
Mr. McFeely?
Mr. McFeely.
Feely. Gotcha.
That doesn't sound good when you show up to a party and Mr. McFeely's there. That just shows up. I don't know. Yeah. Hey, buddy, come grab a drink. Glad you're here.
Swerve. Right.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Yeah.
Good to have you.
Yeah, Anne-Marie and I just talking about higher time frames, and then I'm interested to hear how she matches the higher time frames with the lower time frame strategies.
Okay, cool.
My higher time frames, I'm always looking at price action. Where did things stop? Where did they open? Where was the high? Where was the close? And the low. And so those edges remain very important to me. For that reason, when crude went to 75.29, I have 75.34 as a key resistance zone if I take a look across a big daily time frame. So I'm going to use this chart because this is something that if you are in the strategy lab, you probably saw it because I put this in the mornings. But here is this line in the sand right here. And one of my other...
Can we change to Anne-Marie's screen?
Anne-Marie, we're actually not getting your charts.
Oh. Whoa. Okay. It says sharing screen. Weird. Okay, let me...
Michael, while Anne-Marie's doing that, let's talk a little bit about the NASDAQ, all right?
Yep.
I need to come in here and go, what's your levels? Because Anne-Marie, I heard that.
Oh, I'm busted.
It made me laugh. But yeah, no, go ahead, John. What were you saying?
So if you'll go change to my charts here, we're just going to look at where value was yesterday, and the fact that we're inside value. Michael usually tells me I have to be patient and wait for opportunities as the day goes on. It took over 5 minutes for the S&Ps to break outside of their opening range. The NASDAQ has traded both sides of the opening range already, but it's right in the middle of value, right in the middle of consolidation from yesterday. So my levels I'm looking for, more importantly, would be our overnight low or the afternoon pullback low from yesterday. That afternoon pullback low, 17,779 quarter. That's the lowest the market came down to in the NASDAQ after it broke out, basically when you took your 50-lot trade. And by the way, I was very impressed with that. I was hoping you were going to marry that a little bit longer. I thought that was a really good-looking trade. It was awesome. It was awesome.
I know. I had a lot of issues with my it was stuck at a 50 lot and it put it in an auto OCO. So I didn't want to get out of a 50 lot, but I went to work a 50 lot, but I already had an auto OCO working. But my max clip size was 50. Therefore, you couldn't put 100. You couldn't put 100 on because if you already have 50 working, excuse me, if you already have 50 working, and then you try to put another 50 in there and your max position is 50, then it'll reject. So it was rejecting my order while I was long, while I was buying the all-time highs in the futures contract. It was very exciting, Hoag. It was very exciting.
I was like,
it was exciting. It was a good, good session.
It was awesome.
I heard about it later and watched it. Later on in the session, I was like, oh my goodness. Yeah. Here we go.
We're gonna be doing some exciting stuff with that, and it won't be. Oh, hear me out.
With a 50 lot,
Oh,
yeah.
Wow. Oh, yeah.
Huh?
50-50. We're going to be doing some exciting things in our house account, and we're going to be talking about that more probably tomorrow. That was in my account, but we're going to do a house account. TopStep backs thousands of traders, and we have, I don't know, a couple hundred, something like that, live traders, maybe a little less than that. And then the top 10 ones are the best ones. We're going to start talking to them about their levels and their levels.
I was just joshing.
I know. I love it. If we can't do that to each other, then we are, this is not good chemistry. So, yeah, I got to have good chemistry. So we're going to be asking them about their levels, and then we're going to be finding out which level we'll take of these folks that call it Isaac Rivera. Hey, Isaac, you're probably in here. Or call it Rips, or call it Dakota. Coach Dakota's on the top 10 now. Asking for their levels because TopStep's house account wants to jump on their trades. So that's going to be our way of not only backing our traders, showing that we support their ideas and their thoughts on levels or direction of the market. And then we'll be putting $10,000 bets, so to speak. If you want to call them bets, they're not bets. They're putting our money behind the trades of our traders. You could call it picking ponies, but then that goes back to bets. Our best traders are the ones we want to believe in and show that we believe in on our house account. So it's going to be a house account play that we're going to start looking into doing, because it shouldn't just be my account. My account should be my account. And then if we do size, it should be in the house account. So it's like a true prop firm.
Nice.
That is coming.
Awesome.
Yes.
Showing some real some real belief in our good traders. That's a great idea, Michael.
Yep. That was kind of came out of yesterday. We had a powwow after that all happened, and then said, how do we make this about really getting behind our traders more than about a Michael Patak trade or a Dolby trade or a Hoag trade? So that's really what the show's always been about is the traders. So that is more to come, but it might be coming tomorrow morning in the form of talking to some of the top 10 live folks and getting their levels, and then kind of going from there. Even polling the chat room and saying what levels. You got Coach Dakota that's like the 17.880s. We got Isaac that likes the 17.810s. Which ones do you guys like the best? And then kind of get their thoughts. So we are all trading together here at TopStep, but we're really putting our eggs behind the bets, ideas. I should not say bets, but the beliefs of the direction of the market of the products that our live traders are trading. So that is
Michael,
our way of getting behind more.
You have like 10 good ideas to every one of mine. That's one of the things I love about you. You're always thinking about things to do. And, we started this thing. I was there basically from the beginning, and we talked at length constantly about, okay, we're going to find the Michael Jordan. We are going to find
Michael Jordan.
We're going to find great traders, and they're going to kick ass, and it's going to be wonderful. And it's, I think we certainly have found some. Now it's time to put the money up behind them. I just love this idea.
Yep. I thought it was cool. And it leans into the TopStep Trading League. So we're going to really be talking about the players in the league and all that kind of stuff. So then if it's a modern day prop firm and we lean into that even harder, how cool of a modern day prop firm would that be to go there for $49? I could be a kid off the street that wants to learn how to trade, find out my trading abilities, tune into here, follow one of the fine people here, Anne-Marie, Deanna, any of the trader influencer folks that we partner up with, and then find my sweet spot, get funded, make it to the top of the live list, and then next thing you know, I get the spotlight like a Tom Brady, and I get the ownership behind me on my trades. How cool is that from like start to finish? Yeah, so I think that's kind of our big.
So no pressure then, right?
No pressure. You can stay, Deanna. You can stay anonymous as anonymous. There was a name, but then they go, "Hey, keep me anonymous." And you guys can change. They can change your names if you don't want to be. Isaac Rips already has a change name. If you don't want to be Isaac Rivera,
I don't really care about that. I think when I first started, I was like, I'm gonna have like some kind of a cool moniker. But now I really just like, I am who I am. So it is what it is.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, go by Deanna. You're like Madonna.
Yeah, exactly.
Why does that keep coming up? Like every time I try to do something, whether it's music or trading, they're like, "Yeah, you should just kind of be like Diana, like Madonna."
Yeah. I mean, it's
Believe it or not,
horrific.
somebody actually said that to me many years ago when I was like doing like videos and stuff. And I was like, "No, I want to be me, Diana Angelo. Me. I don't want to be Madonna."
So
if
that's the high level vision that we're talking about. It's not only me. It's like you take some ideas, you stick them together, and say, how does this all connect the dots? And we already have a funding opportunity. We already have a prop firm. We have a big community.
It's great.
How do we create?
I'm always
Yeah,
joking a little bit. I think it's a great idea. I think it's a really good way to shine the spotlight to people who really deserve it. So yeah, cool.
yeah, yeah,
Let's see.
yeah, yeah.
And to make ways for people to get themselves funded, make some money, and then, if their passion is really, hey, I want to own a restaurant, or hey, I want to buy this business, or hey, I want to do XYZ with my brothers or my family or whatever, this is just a launching platform for them
Mm.
to create a whole new lifestyle. So I think it's fantastic.
100%. Yeah, it allows them to go that avenue. It allows them, if people like who they are is how they talk about trading. Now you can build your own brand. Now we're having trader influencers that aren't marketers, that aren't going out there and doing whatever. They actually have a verified track record at Topstep that got them to a certain level. And then you also know if they bust out and they're not a live trader anymore, and they should be able to be transparent with that. And then I'm like, hey, now I'm back in the funded level. And so instead of just these unknown unknowns that are representing.
And also that should be
Right.
normalized. I mean, especially if you're still at that kind of learning part. It's people over dramatize the whole, losing the account. Oh my God. And then they go and do stupid things. So it's fine. I mean, if your skills are not there, or you run into a rough patch and you maybe are not fully on with the risk management, that's all a learning opportunity. It doesn't have to be this horrible, like, oh my God, I'm a muppet, I'm stupid, I'm this, this whole negative negative beliefs that kind of just immediately come out. It could just be a learning opportunity. Just go, okay, that didn't work, what can I change? And then just keep pushing. That's the only way to make it, really, in anything, not just in trading.
You don't have that luxury in your own personal brokerage account. I know that. So
No,
I mean,
yeah,
you
because
do,
there's
but it
only a
gets chewed
finite amount
away.
of funds.
There's
Yeah, it gets very expensive to make all those mistakes in your personal account. I mean, ouch.
Yep. All right, good stuff. Back to the markets that have gone nowhere since we have started this conversation.
Yeah,
it's the vision, Michael, to be the path to a better lifestyle. Be the path to a better lifestyle.
Yeah, and like Hoag says, when you have a bad day, let go of the venom. That's like such a good saying.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, let go of the venom. Yeah.
It only hurts you.
That's
yes,
right.
Exactly. Yeah. So before this, I was literally just asking Anne-Marie her approach to how she looks at larger time frames and how she applies that, because I'm really interested, because I'm not really a scalper, so I'm always looking to pick up little bits and pieces from other traders. So yeah, I really want to know. So how does that larger time frame play into your decision? Because I know you said you're a mean reversion trader. Do you like that ping back to VWAP, for example?
Yeah.
So if you see a big uptrend, would you stay away from shorts? Would you just look at the standard deviation? Yeah.
Yes. If I see, and I'm going to put this one up here, if you can see it now. Can you see my screen now?
Do we have your chart? There we go.
Yes. There we go. Awesome. So I put these up because they're easy to write on. And unfortunately, Topstep X does not have a VWAP volatility band indicator. And so I can't use that in the actual motion.
We can get whatever you need, Ann. So let us know. Yeah, we have a team of stuff. So I got more on Topstep X after you all are done.
Yeah. So what I will do is I literally will look at the entire range for daily and weekly charts. And so sometimes I go monthly. When the month starts, I say, hey, what are we looking at? So if we go to the weekly charts, that's where I always start. I go, all right, am I making higher lows? Because the buying pressure always comes from underneath. It's people who say, I refuse to let price fall below this because it's too cheap for me to ignore. And so we've been looking at that since round at about 68 to 69. So my supposition has been that we are sitting around in a chop zone between 70 and 80, but more primarily 75. And very definitively, the region around 75, 38. And I have it marked right here. It's this high, it's this wick, it's that wick, it's that open, and it runs through all these lines. So it tells me that there's going to be a high volume node sitting there for sure, because I can see, I don't even have to look at a volume profile.
So much, the price keeps bouncing around there. Yeah,
exactly. And so when you said, hey, I've got this long and I'm going to hold it, because I'm a mean reversion trader, what I noticed was, hey, this is squeezing at the top of the volatility band. So I took a short right when you were talking at 75.29. And then I said, all right, because I'm in a very big expansion space, the only place I can come into is literally maybe 75.06, the close of the prior 30-minute candle. And so there's my scalp trade off of the volatility bands. I love the scalp off of the volatility bands. If I come in late and I go, holy cow, I knew this thing was going to bounce. I had this number here, 73.45. Hey, listen, if we stay over this, we're going to run in to that 75 zone. And I literally have picked these numbers up from the daily and weekly charts. Where is the confluence? Where is a lot of decision-making going on? And so really the numbers that I initiate off of are always coming from daily, weekly, or monthly charts. Always. And so if I get up in the morning and I go, wait, I'm above yesterday's close and I'm above last week's close, my dips are probably buy zones. And if I can get into the VWAP or a lower volatility band, I'm just going to buy and hold, because the bigger time frames tell me I'm in recovery motion. So that's basically that's how I use it. Yeah.
Wow. Cool. Awesome.
Thanks, Henry.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Just checking the tilt here. I mean, we're 50-50 in the S&Ps, the NASDAQ, 66% long in crude oil, 68% short in gold. Nothing really tremendous here as far as the equities are concerned. And I think my decision to remain patient and wait for opportunities as the day goes on in the equities is going to prove to be a good idea. Michael, you had something you wanted to say about TopstepX?
Yeah, we have some exciting news coming out on TopstepX. It'll be an email to a lot of those people that were already tried it. They're going to get the first push on it. So we're going to talk more about that probably tomorrow. But it's going to be really, really like kind of mind blowing. And I say mind blowing as far as like what we're going to be able to do with the price. The price, basically, it's just kind of going to be a special offer that we're going to be doing. That's just like passing through the data fee that we charge. That's really it. That'd be your monthly cost, which comes out to be like $4.50. So we're going to be doing some cool stuff with this that we couldn't do with any other platform due to a lot of the cost of other things. But the relationship we have with the group that built this platform allows us to do a lot more things at a much, much lower savings for everybody here, which is going to be industry shaking. So that's going to be exciting. Besides getting the most badass platform that I would think is new and coming out there. But again, don't change platforms if you're already comfortable with your own platform. So by no means. But
Michael,
Monday,
5
we'll know
minutes
more.
remaining.
Yes.
Michael, you mean we're going to shake up the industry again?
Yes. Yes. I would think TopstepTV shook it up. I think, but one step really helped lowering the price for lower barrier to entry for anybody. Now college kids are maybe I give trading a shot when they couldn't really do it before. I know I would have done it because there's enough FanDuel and DraftKings in here in the States. It's a betting app that they use. So $49 to go see if you can actually be in a legitimate business and tell mom and dad you're actually a trader over a sports better.
Yeah, tell them you're providing liquidity. You're providing liquidity to the marketplace, mom and dad.
That is true. And a lot of people are like, what? No, that is true. Enough of us enter and exit the markets. It tightens up liquidity. So and if you don't have liquidity, you're like 80 bid at, or like 10 bid at 90 offer, like wide markets, thin markets, all that kind of stuff. Participants make these markets thicker and easier to transact.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
We do have wholesale inventories coming up here shortly.
Yes. Eyes on the prize. I'll be watching for it, and I'll let you know when it hits the wire.
Thanks, Eddie. Got about 2.5 minutes before that comes out. Not exciting here in the equities here so far, but
No.
Deanna, you're just sitting here at the highs and just keep on putting up a little bit higher highs, higher highs.
So far, there was a very limited reaction from the ADR high, which means that opens up the possibility to reach average session high, which is all the way at 76.36. And then we have
100 points.
Yeah, and then we also have some 4-hour supply there at 76.27. So if we do go screaming up there, that's probably where I will think about getting out. But this trade is more like a semi-swing trade. It's like intraday, but because of what we had yesterday, I just decided to like I said, run a hypothesis, and it just it went. So we're still holding. So that's my next level. Daily chart. What do we have? Let me just remind myself.
It's still hypothesizing for you.
Yeah, exactly.
I find myself sitting here thinking of nicknames for Trader D.
Yeah, it used to be so one of the nicknames was Mystic D, but then another prop firm that I was in, they called me the Wicked Witch, which I didn't think was very nice, because I was like, why Wicked Witch? And they're like, well, because you always get like the levels right. Like, what's up with that? And I didn't always get the levels right. It's just because I was calling the ADR, I was calling the supply and demand areas, and it would kind of reverse within a few ticks, and that kind of made me look like some kind of a, I don't know, fortune teller or something. And I was like, guys,
how about Deanna? How about Deanna the Good Witch?
The Good Witch. I would like to avoid the witch altogether.
I know. I was about to say, let's pick not witch. Let's pick not witch.
All right, we got 30 seconds here. And also, Janet has been speaking. She did say here just a few minutes ago, the Fed preferred inflation gauge running at exactly 2%. So nothing.
Yeah,
is she off mushrooms now?
Eddie, Eddie, she was talking yesterday. She was talking some shit about you yesterday.
She was talking shit about me.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, I got a couple dozen eggs, so she's got breakfast on her front door. All right, numbers coming out here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. As expected, wholesale inventories 0.4% coming out. That is the actual. The prior 0.4%, the idea was 4%. Wholesale sales month over month coming in at 0.7%, so much better than the anticipated 0.3%. So there you have it. Okay. Also, just want to let you know that we do have natural gas coming up here. One of the bigger numbers that I want everybody to make sure they're watching, 12 o'clock, 30-year bond auction. So keep an eye on that. Barkin's going to be speaking at 11:05. Back to you.
I got to, I got a little real quick, guys. The S&P has not hit 5,000 cash, and they're watching it today on CNBC, and it's 4-5 handles or 6 handles away.
Ooh.
Now so cash hasn't hit it. And guys, remember, cash is the one you talk about at the Thanksgiving table or with your friends and family when you meet up with them. You see it because you don't talk about futures. So that could be really interesting today. what happens if we hit 5,000 in the cash market. The cash is the one you see on TV. You sit down the end of the day and like, the Dow was up 100 points today. They talk about cash. They don't talk about future. So we hit the 5,000 future yesterday. So right now it hit 99982, huh? Okay.
What's your clip size set at, Michael?
Well, I'm long one right now. Just one down here at 44 in the NASDAQ, 17,844. Yeah. They'll take it. They'll hit it today. They're just going to, like, this is where they get so close that it just naturally starts to gravitate towards that number. I'm not saying it will, so I should take that away. I've seen it multiple times when it gets so damn close, and then everybody's eyeing it, and it's, a few points away. When
everybody's looking at it, they have a tendency to make price go there.
Yep.
One other thing that we do have coming out today is the WASDE report, the crop report. Anybody trading grains had better be careful when that comes out, and that's at 11 a.m. today. The WASDE report due out. Grains, ag traders, watch out.
There goes a
I was going to say there's natural gas as well. The Widowmaker.
We do have
the Widowmaker,
Yeah, natural gas here in about 27 minutes.
Okay.
Johnny, that WASDE, that is a very important number, and what it represents is the World Agriculture Supply and Demand Estimates. For those that are wondering.
Yes, Clarence Beeks dropped off the papers last night. So, yes,
the orange juice report, huh?
Yes, the orange juice crop has not been affected by the cold weather in Florida.
Just keep buying.
Wait till you get to about 64. Then
movie references, everybody.
It's the best. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Disclaimer: movie reference.
Right.
So, do you think that because the SPX is lagging, and you think it's going to hit that 5,000, that the futures naturally have a bid under them? Is that why you're long, Michael? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, right now it's just this natural bid that's going to be there, and we've been hovering. We pulled back, and then it firmed up. It did the typical pullback, firm up that's happening lately, and make new highs. So one lot, I haven't taken any risk on it. I still have it on, and I'm going to put a stop probably right below settlement, and it was above settlement too. That was another thing. And in the morning, a lot of buyers were at this level. It was long bias is pretty heavy right when you were talking shit about me, Ann.
Oh, I just got busted so bad. That's just.
I love being on with you, Ann. It's a blast.
I kind of set you up for that.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
It was a slow pitch. Come on. It was a beach ball right in front of me. I just had to
right
swing
there.
at it.
Yeah, I had to take it. Yeah.
All right.
Well, you started talking about 5,000 in the S&Ps, Michael. That's why I had to ask you what your clip size was. We know what happened yesterday at 5,000.
Nah, that was
Fun.
if you've been trading long enough and it hit. Wow, here we go. Here we go. CNBC's talking about S&P hovering near 5,000.
Yeah.
They've dropped confetti. Do you guys remember when they dropped confetti back in like 2000, I think? NASDAQ hit 3,000 or 5,000. You guys remember that at all?
Yeah, there were lots of those on the trading floor. Like every time the S&Ps put in a new all-time high, yay! Everybody throw stuff.
Yeah.
Fun fact: it took
did it
15 years for the NASDAQ to return to that price after the .com bubble.
Yes.
Wow.
I was just gonna say that it took 15. Yeah, it's so you got this melt up that happened in the roaring 90s, and then you had the last of the last was what Pets.com when the Super Bowl, and then that was every .com because there's like they're getting crazy valuations, and I remember the thing saying they haven't even unpacked all their stuff to in their office, and they're already getting crazy valuations. So,
Huh.
well, that was a
Man,
little.
I
I just
Yeah.
remember the Crazy Eddie guy. Was it Crazy Eddie or Fast Eddie, or the guy who had the shop somewhere in New York? They had a shop.
It was Crazy Eddie. Yes.
Yes.
My uncle. Yes.
He's also joking, folks. That guy was a criminal.
Yeah. Well, actually, Ann, Eddie started here so long ago, we never did background checks. So, we really have to.
My aunt works for the FBI. She erased everything that would do me bad. Yeah, Crazy Eddie's husband and wife.
Oh my goodness!
Well,
I think they have a
don't
bunch
start-
of Crazy Eddie videos on YouTube, so you have to check them out sometime.
Don't start doing background checks now.
No, we will not. You guys are part of the founding team, so I'd have to lawyer up and make sure I keep you guys somehow.
Wow, it looks like it's really in a grind up to the north, right?
Yeah.
So maybe you check out your prior 30-minute candlesticks in relation to that VWAP and see if you can position in there with a little bit of risk. Or maybe, you try some micros to get a feel for the motion and then add once you understand where things are going. What I have used is a Keltner channel. It's kind of an approximation on the VWAP. And I'm using the 3-chart formation here, which I really like. It allows me to see the NQ. It allows me to see the S&P. It allows me to see gold. And these are my, oil. And these are my 3 favorites to stare down in the charts. And so I can see if they're moving relative to each other. So today I've put on sort of a 5,000 tick, which is a little slower than normal that I use. And I have crude on a 30-minute because I want to make sure that I don't get caught up in the action of, oh, there it goes, and take a trigger without really being centered in my approach.
So how do you avoid that? What would be the first sign that you would look out for to not take the momentum trade, for example?
Well, I am concerned because of all the topping wicks that I'm seeing in the NAS and the S&P right now on this 5,000 tick. Here's a group, and then we headed lower, and here's a group that was lower set of highs, but we had a higher low. So again, because the overall trend is by the dip, I'm looking underneath for the areas of real strength that tell me, hey, listen, this is that buy zone, and I'm going to sit on my hands otherwise. For crude, notice that 75 test where I took the position off was another ideal buy because it's actually walking the band. And it's, if you use a Keltner
crude
band,
loves round numbers. They adore like 75, 50, 76. They love doing positions there. So that's one of the things that I look out for when I'm positioning myself. I try to never have my stop around those round numbers because it makes for a weaker position. And every time I try and do that, regardless of the type of a trade, it always ends up getting taken out. And I'm like, why did I do that? Like, I know this. Why did I do that? So I teach others as well to try and be a little bit more mindful where their stops are going to be, knowing that that's what crude oil loves to do. And it saved some of my, positions where I want to keep them for a couple of hours or 3 hours. It can really make all the difference. So rather than just looking at price action, look at price action, that's all very well, but also be very mindful where your stop placement goes in relation to the round numbers. For some reason, I don't really read NASDAQ that well, which obviously I'm not a NASDAQ trader. But do you find something similar there, or is it a lot more whippy and random?
I think they gravitate towards those round numbers, wouldn't you say, Michael, John? They do, but they tend to squeeze over them and then fall below them.
Yeah,
and they're about
BFRNs. BFRNs, big fat round numbers.
Yes, and
it's not round
but
numbers.
in the
Yeah,
NAS, they'll sort of squeeze out higher. They can go
yeah.
10 to 20 points
That's what
higher,
I can
and
see.
then 10
See,
to 20
see, this is
points
what
lower.
bothers me. That's what bothers me about Nasdaq. That there's no, like, if you look at crude oil, it just went to 75 and bounced right off of that. It's like clinical almost. Whereas
it's
Nasdaq is
clean.
a little bit messy. It's like whip through. Oh yeah, we have like 17,500. Oh, we're just gonna go through that and then back over it again. It's like, why? It just makes me all.
D, would you consider at one of those levels, one of those big fat round numbers, if you were thinking about an execution for an entry at one of those levels, do you consciously think to yourself, okay, I know this is going to be one of those levels. There's going to be stops above. I'm going to see if I can't take this where all those stops are going to get taken out, and would that give you a better opportunity for success in that trade?
Yeah. So let's say I want to take the opposite side of the trade. Let's say I want to sell, and we're knocking up against 75.50 now. Well, if I did have a level to sell, I would actually wait for some, like, it definitely needs to touch the round number. Before it touches the round number, there's no trade there. But usually, if you look at the dome, there will be like a stack of numbers, and this is where the ladder might help people to go and see whether there is any interest at that particular level. Like today, I'm not actually seeing anything here, but let's go a little bit higher. But I can see a lot of orders at 76, for example. So there's a 171 lot order sitting there at 76, and there's 112 right below it at 75.99. And sometimes, especially for sells, they will take it out by like a couple of ticks and then reverse. So this is another reason why you don't want to have your stop at 76. You want to have your stop at 76.10. Like, depends on obviously the size of the stop, but as you know, I use like 30 and 35 tick stops. So I have usually about 15, 20 ticks away from those the round numbers. And it really makes all the difference. It's the difference between, oh, you got the reversal right on direction, but you got taken out because you were skimping on stops and your stop was right at the round number. And then, you see me making the same trade. It's like, oh, but how did you manage to survive? Well, because I didn't just look at price action. I actually combined it with the round number. So I tried to either go at the round number or slightly above it. Like, depends on what the price is doing.
Speaking of what the price is doing, NASDAQ is it's still going sideways, but everything just touched VWAP. You got S&Ps. We were talking about VWAP. S&Ps, NASDAQ, both touched VWAP on this little pullback from trying to take a run at it.
Yeah,
Market's trying to take a run at it.
We're seeing Apple come off the. I mean, it's coming off pretty hard here. Basically settled at 189.41. It just a nice drive to the downside here in Apple as we're speaking, down to 187.94. So it's kind of broken yesterday's range. It's getting into the range back from Tuesday here. See, there's Apple. I got a whole new setup here, guys.
Nice.
I'm watching.
Pop it open, John.
Watching.
Can you make it bigger? Or is it,
what
do you got? 1, 2, 3. You got 4 of them. So go.
Yeah, I've got Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia, and Meta on here right now, and I'm probably going to set up a couple of more templates so I can throw more of them up here. But here's that Apple move that's, I think, probably got a lot to do with pulling NASDAQ off those highs. But I don't think it's necessarily trading that weak. But I'm still trying to be patient, looking for an opportunity in these
what's the time frame there, Hoag? I can't.
This is a 30. This is a 30 minute.
Okay, 30. Yeah. Okay.
So I'm still in the Apple pulled back, and right now the NASDAQ's firming up, and that correlate. I mean, yeah, it's doing that. That's a big player. It's one of what's not significant. Right. The Magnificent Seven. I love how Fang had 5. Facebook, Apple, Netflix, blah blah. Now we have the Magnificent Seven, the new buzzword out of there.
Mags, MAGS.
Mags, yeah.
All right, I took off my longs. I had too long. I had a 17.836 and a 17.8. So it's just dancing around here. So I am going to take that up 400.
Do we think there's an element of digestion here because we ran like the wind yesterday?
Most certainly. We haven't left value from yesterday in either of these.
Yeah.
I mean, we are sitting inside value from yesterday. There's, one of the things that says, yeah, you could probably get biffed up pretty good here if you're too aggressive. Let's be patient, let the market establish an early range, and then focus on those ranges.
John, is right now value point of control in the NASDAQ 17,848.
Volume point of control in the NASDAQ 14.8.
On our daily levels, which I believe you
right
and
there,
JD work with.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday's, yes, was 848. Today's, which is always going to be changing, is 839.
Yeah, so they're very close together.
Yes.
They are.
Yeah. T4 volume point of control is 843 from today, and it's right next to yesterday's volume point of control. Different platforms kind of present differently. Here's the NASDAQ in T4, and this is the one that I really kind of focus on. So here's volume point of control today, 843. Yesterday's 845. 2 points away from each other. 2 points away from each other. And here's where we're at. I mean, here's value high. Here's value low. Here's today's low. Here's today's high. We haven't moved. And I think Anne Maria's point is right. I mean, she's thinking this may be just kind of a hangover day, just an acceptance day above an important inflection level, 5,000, big fat round number. Market yesterday, once it got up there, it didn't do anything. It just sat. It just spent time up there, which marks acceptance. So,
here's your run at it. Trying NASDAQ, trying to make overnight highs.
Grinding. Yeah, it's just grinding.
We're not seeing anything as far as Delta's concerned. The Delta in the S&Ps is negative 1,500, but we haven't really moved all that much, which could be the beginning of a potential divergence. NASDAQ up, it's up 200. There's no divergence there. NASDAQ continues to try and push up against the highs here. What happened to Apple? Oops.
Yeah, right when we were talking about Apple tanking. I always wonder because Apple's tanking, but was that the pullback that we just saw 10 minutes ago?
Probably.
Yeah.
And I don't really look at individual stocks for decisions in stock indices, although it just makes you feel like if I miss something that I could have seen in Apple or Microsoft or whatever that would have saved me money or got me into a good position, I feel like it's worth it, but I'm not smart enough yet to try and figure out how to do that.
So, Dee, would you ever use a sell stop or a buy stop to get into an oil trade?
Yeah.
Or do you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Good.
Yeah. So usually if we have not too big of a gap on the day, and then they try and run outside of the initial balance. So the only good way to catch that would be to run let's say we open above value. So you would run a sell stop below the initial balance low, and then watch for a close below it. And that way you get a better entry. And of course, there's always a risk because you don't know whether they're going to hold below it. But that's why we have price action. So that's one of the techniques that I would use for a gap fill. And it works pretty well because, again, it's a strong move, especially for sell on oil. Once the oil starts to drop, it drops. Takes no prisoners. So that's one of the techniques. But if we have maybe a slower auction or it's not a gap day, I will wait and see what the breakout of the initial balance does first before I use a stop order. And then maybe I'll go in off a limit order, or I will wait for a retracement back to the initial balance edge as my entry point. So it depends on what kind of an auction we're staring at.
Okay, so if we stare down that 75.50, sorry, yes?
Oh, no, please go ahead.
Mm-hmm. If we stare down this 75.50 where we know they have a little noise, I look at that and go, all right, well, I can see that if I know my number was 75.38, so if it rejects that 75.50, I can scalp the trade down for a little bit. My desire would be, to get in near 75, but if it keeps running, I what makes, would you take profit here, or would you just go,
Not yet. So what's
the...
happening right now? What's happening right now is that we've just broken outside of the initial balance range. So the next thing that I'm looking for in 8 minutes time is for this where this C period TPO, which is like a 30-minute period, where it's going to end. Are we going to end above the initial balance? Are we going to end back inside it? And if we are ending above it, do we have some single prints? And that's just one part of it. After that, I want to see the single print stay on the profile for a further up move. If I don't see a very quick higher high, this is where price action comes back into it, then I would probably consider taking it off. But if we do see a higher high and it just continues to go printing more, let's say we get a D period and we make a higher high, it keeps going, that would be my sign to stay in. If none of that happens, and when the next TPO period begins, we take out the single prints and go back to the initial balance high, I really want to see what happens around the initial balance high. And if the initial balance high fails, that's a failed auction and I'm out. That's my condition for an early exit, just, gone, done. Because at that point, we're at risk of going all the way back through to, at least 75, but maybe even back where we came from.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Have you moved your stop up to protect some profit in case something like that happens?
I've got it on break even for now. I'm just waiting to identify a decent demand zone, and I think I can see one just below 75. So let's say 74.90 is where I can see the first sort of demand area, and there's nothing apart from that. Like, that tells me that this is still a very strong move. Otherwise, we would have little demands on the way up, just constantly creating demands, and then kind of like speed bump, then goes back up, speed bump. So that tells me that it's not maybe the strongest move, but we have none of that. It's just like very far away, 45 ticks away.
Right.
It's, for now, it's not really, there's nothing for me to freak out over. And if I do freak out, I will let you know, and then promptly close it and take profits. So yeah, I'm not a huge fan of moving stops, but if I see an obvious area to protect some of it, at this point, since we are knocking on 2.3 our profit here, I will consider doing that, and especially because I'm in a drawdown for the week, so obviously I don't want it going all the way against me, right?
Right.
So I'm going to wait for 5 minutes, see where we are with the C period, and then decide whether I am staying in, because if it starts going back on me, I'm just going to take all of it off. There's not going to be any moving of stops.
Okay.
Yeah, the only time I will do that is if I'm in a trade, if I'm in a longer term trade, I want to hold it for several hours and I'm already sitting in good profit, I will consider moving it to protect it somewhat. But it will depend on how well I'm doing. Like, if I have a good profit buffer, I don't trail my stops. I take all of it off, or I continue to stay in.
I'm with you. Every time I try and trail a stop, they come find it.
Yeah, it doesn't work for me. Yeah.
Speaking of trailing stops, you would not have had a very good. Even right now, we just try to make new highs. Took a run at it, pulled back. CNBC had the cash up there. It went all the way to like 96 or something. Like, it's just like right here hovering. So I don't even know why. Like, unless you're looking for the breakout and continuation, which to me is hard to find, because you get continuation, then you get consolidation, and then you get this retest. You get all these things that are variables, and then you're moving your stop. It's very hard.
Yeah, that's why the days after. True. And the days after big moves, I always anticipate range, And sometimes
Mm-hmm.
it bites me in the butt. But today's why I have the 5,000 ticks up, is because I'm looking for, okay, am I selling the top? Am I buying the bottom? And you can really see that there. Like, you can see it coming right into this zone at 5,009 for a hold, but you could see it for the short, saying, all right, if I took the short at 50.14, I could maybe get 4 points off of it coming into 50.10, and my stop, maybe 2-3 points wide. So it's almost 1-to-1, but that's all the range is giving you. For the NAS.
Yeah, range. Yeah, that's what I do with range-bound trading as well. I very rarely shoot for like 2 hours, 1.5 hours, because there's nothing. Like, you can't grab it. So I just take a 1 hour, 0.8, 1 hour, 1.1. It's actually really annoying for me. I hate trading like that, but sometimes that's all you can do.
Yeah, it's all the market's given us. And for here, 17,860 was the short edge, right? You give 7-8 points as your stop, and then you come right down into the heavy congestion, right? So it really is, there's no trending apparatus around us right now, in my mind. None at all.
We had some comments in chat.
Except for oil.
Yes, is horrible price action right now. I would probably agree. This isn't a fun trade yet. That's why we're talking about. We're not getting too. Go ahead, John.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I mean, this is the smallest initial balance I think I've seen in the S&Ps in years. 7.5 points. 7.5 points. That's it. That's not going to last. I'm sorry.
Reminds me of 2013 when I became a prop trader. That's what he asked me.
Yeah, 10 handles were a big range.
Oh, yeah. It's like, wow, we have a good day today. We did 16 handles.
Right.
I totally remember those days.
Was that 13? When was that? Deanna, what year?
2013.
Yeah, we used to play Uno in the pit. Like, the markets would open, be like, blah, 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 blah. And then it would just be quiet. I'm like, God bless it.
Yeah.
And then next thing you know, the next day, we're like, oh my God. Volatility went down to, like, VIX went to 9 or something like that. And we would just sit down on the floor, pull out a deck of cards, and just start playing the dumbest game on the planet. And yeah.
D, you said 16 handles. All I could think of was that song, 16 Candles. 16 candles.
That would be hilarious if you did that for the S&P.
Oh my gosh.
Got 1 minute here before natural gas. Looking at 75 billion cubic feet is the estimate. Got about a little outside of 30 seconds.
Oh, yeah, John can sing, guys, just so you know.
Yeah, musician.
Yeah. Or Lucy. Lucy says there, John has some pipes. Yeah, John's a musician.
As if we didn't know that. John has pipes.
I'm going to get my chops on guitar up for the summer outing this year, and we're going to have some fun. I'm also going to do some. I was thinking about doing a parody song of another song, but make it about trading, and so. I got a few things on my docket that I have to try and get done before I start fooling around with that, but I'm going to be working on those.
All right, gas unchanged, 75 billion cubic feet. Next up, 4 week at 10:30 bill auction.
Thanks, Eddie.
Right, so crude oil ending with some single prints and already making a little higher high. So
we see that.
Yes. I mean, there's always a chance that it goes all the way back, closes inside the initial balance, and then this is done. But now I literally have like half an hour to wait. There's nothing for me to do until the next TPO closes. And that's how I stay in on these trades. It's not, sometimes I get the question, D, how can you stay in on these trades like for so long? It's because I just follow orientation points. And whenever my next orientation point fails, that's it. So it's not a matter of some kind of weird self-discipline. or me being like having a superpower. It's literally just going, if this happens, then I do that. If this fails, then I close. Conditional logic. That's all it is.
How would you consider? I mean, if this thing continues to push higher, is adding to this position at any point something you would think about?
No, I'm terrible at adding to trades, especially with crude oil. Like, it just doesn't work because it's such a two-sided instrument. Anything can happen in crude oil at any one point. And whenever I was trying to add into the position, it would mess up my average entry. So I would no longer have my entry around a nice round number that I have. Like even this one,
Right.
74.56. It would mess it
looks
up.
great.
And then I'll be like, oh, should I keep my stop where it is or should I now move it to reflect my 35 ticks risk that I want to have now that I added in? And it never works for me. Whenever I try to add, it's just not a product that trends every single day where that sort of strategy will work. Maybe it works today, maybe, but I've had very, very bad days where it just went back on me. And I'm like, well, should I take it? And then it just screws up my thought process completely. And before you know it, I don't know what I'm doing with myself. And I'm thinking about positioning, or should I take it off now? Should I add more? Like, what am I doing? So I'm terrible at adding to positions.
God, it's like you're inside my head.
I know. It's like, this is why I connected to you so much when you started the Market Profile Lab. You were talking about stuff that I've already experienced, and I was like, oh my God, this guy just speaks to me. And this is why I was badgering you with so many questions back then. I just felt you had so much more experience to give that I didn't have. And I was like, I better ask him all of this. And what about this? And what about this? And I'm sure you probably had nightmares. It's like, oh, that Deanna is asking questions again. Jesus.
Never. Never. Dee and Marie, I feel so blessed to have had both of you come into my life. And it seems like God gives us people that we need at the right time.
Yeah.
And at the right place and everything. And,
you suddenly came in when I really needed somebody to expand my knowledge of profile.
And I needed you because I'm reviewing all of those things while we're doing all that. It's been such a fun ride. And I can't say enough how much I thank the good Lord for bringing both of you into my lives.
Yeah, indeed. Hoag has nothing but the sweetest dreams, no nightmares for him. It's just past 9:30. It's time to hit the news real quick. I promise. Then we'll get back to group therapy. Wage growth tracker from the Fed. We're all looking ahead to the CPI number next week. January Atlanta Fed wage tracker fell to 5%, which is in line with where it was in the 90s, early 2000s area, but we still have a ways to go. Direction looks good, though. Well, not for my wages. Wages in general. I want mine to go up. Also, Eddie mentioned earlier, yeah, exactly, that Disney is investing a cool $1.5 billion in Fortnite. I don't understand this deal too much, but you could play as Disney characters in Fortnite. If you're younger than me, let us know what that means in the chat.
I know why it's big, Jack. I got pitched on a gaming company that some guys are just starting. And then I know a guy at my kid's school that invests in gaming companies. He's like, they're huge. And then I'm at a dinner thing with another guy, and he tells me, now mind you, this guy has some bucks. He's like, yeah, my kid just went to boarding school. I gave him a credit card, and he put $30,000 in video game stuff on it. I'm like, what? Because I was telling them that there's big money in video games because I've just got pitched this. I'm like, man, they're smaller bets that can turn out to be big bets, but like Epic Games, what Disney's doing, Fortnite. I mean, Fortnite just reinvented itself with this new buzz. I don't know. Besides trading,
I'm
I bet you a lot of
impressed.
people game here.
MP,
Yeah.
you're going back to the gaming company. Well, that is.
Oh yeah, I failed. Just so everybody knows, I failed at a first gaming company called Gorilla Gamer in 2002.
Mm-hmm.
It would allow you to find another gamer. Go find them. Well, pretty much challenge them to head to head. I'm going to play you in Madden. And you go find them. Now it looked beautiful. We had 5,000 or more users that were on it. No revenue model. So I burned through the 300 grand. That 200 of it was mine from trading, and the other was like friends and family. So sorry about that, friends and family. But the same exact concept got bought out by, I think Cuban was a part of something. It was called Unicorn, something like that, back in the 8 years later. So timing is everything. But the whole thing about it is gaming it keeps getting bigger. Yeah.
But Michael, you know what they're doing now? They're offering the initial game for free, and then they have different seasons where you have to pay to move forward. And a lot of these games are doing that, and I think that's the wave of the future. Give the game to the player for free, and a lot of DNC download content.
Yeah. So back to you, Jack. Sorry.
Micro payments, I think that's called. When you buy, like, you get a game for free, and there's a whole bunch of in-game purchases.
In-game
micro purchases. I don't know whether my wife knows about those.
And speaking of content plays, MP, we did have one more thing we wanted to show here that Dolby made this observation, but I'd be interested what the chat thinks. We have a who wore it best.
Oh my!
Oh my goodness!
Michael or
Michael wins.
Or Steve?
Oh God!
Michael definitely wins best hair. In this lineup.
For sure.
I have a head right now. I always come in. That's why I always wear a hat, because I come in, I get out of the shower, and I come into work, and it's cold out, so I put a hat on. So it is what it is.
Hat hair. Is that what he's trying to say?
Pretty much.
That is all.
I
got head hair today. Yeah, he was a character, wasn't he?
Well, you guys know I dressed up for. I know you guys dress up, and they always say that when you guys aren't on, we all look like we're like in a locker room, just hanging out, lounging.
Yeah, I did see that. Somebody was like, "Oh, Anne-Marie and Dee always like, makeup and everything. They really make an effort." Whereas the guys, it's like, oh God, they look like they just woke out of bed.
Hey, this doesn't just happen. This does not just happen. This takes effort.
Oh man! All right, that was very
Sunday's best for you guys. Sunday's best.
Man, oil is just
So you know how I was saying the initial balance high can act as a bounce? It's exactly what happened now.
Yep.
It went down to initial balance high, it went bing. So that's why I use it as an orientation point. It's so reactive on trending days.
Fantastic.
That's what I was thinking for. Maybe you would add one there, maybe, but we already talked about
because
that.
if it fails,
never works out.
Yeah, if it fails, then what? Then what? And then I have a terrible trade location, and then I'm losing more money than I made on the upside than I did.
Right.
I'm losing more money on the downside than I made on the upside, and that negative risk reward is like, I can't do negative risk reward. That just irks me.
So you're back in my head again.
Yeah. Again, same people.
Great
same
trade, though.
trader.
Great trade. Great
Yeah.
trade. You're the best.
This is all just macro. This is not technical anything. This was just me going, well, I tried shorting, got myself in a hole. What can happen? And then again, I tried a couple of trades before this, and then this one just got in, and it would not go below 74.50. It wouldn't. So I was like, you know what? If this is going to scream upside, it's going to do it. So I actually put a trade on, had a stop in, and I went to walk my dogs for an hour. And I came back, and it was already in profit. So I was like, okay, let's see where it goes.
Right. I'm going to help it scream. Ah! It's still screaming.
It's still screaming.
Do we have news coming out? The ES seems to be really slipping off of its edges coming
Yeah.
into that.
Yeah, I was just looking at that.
Yes,
I
just
mean,
Nothing
extended
scheduled
the
here.
initial balance. But it's such a small initial balance that it doesn't take a lot of
doesn't take a
energy
lot.
to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
It's coming into
So I
yesterday's
think if
congestion.
it goes below the value area low, which is that's the yesterday's congestion. So only if it goes below 5004, actually 5003, and that's where we might have some movement. But until then, this is all just range bound.
That is the afternoon pullback low from yesterday, 5002.5.
Yeah.
Area that I've been kind of hawking, looking for. Overnight low is near there. The afternoon pullback low is there. There's a little convergence there. So I don't know. We'll see what happens there.
Yeah.
NASDAQ's holding up better.
Range.
Well, no, definitely better.
Yeah.
What a boring
Michael,
trade
what
on
did
NASDAQ.
you what did you take? What number did you take off when you were finally out of your trade yesterday? The really
that's a
good
very
one.
good question. That was a very good question. In my I actually when I went to hit the when I went to lift the offer, actually I got a tick before 5,000.
I know,
so
yeah, because I said because you had a buy stop, and I said, well, with a 50 lot, I'm not sure that's going to fill you where you want it to.
Yeah, I know.
And then you just did a quick flash market order, a tick below it.
Very decisive.
Yeah, so I canceled it, and I'm like, yeah, you're right. This thing could have slippage.
Yeah.
So then I just brought it there. I'm like, I want to hit it. I'm going to try to hit it. And then when I went to hit I don't know.
Yeah.
Unless somebody came in there and had it. Yeah, it just went. And then it was a handle and a half, I think, in the money. Because I was instantly up $3,600. It was a handle half in the money. And then I'm like, well, I don't want to peel them all off right now. Andre's telling me to take them all off. I'm like, no. I mean, there's a lot. And we're already a handle. Yeah, already a handle half in the money. I'm like, well, let's kind of let this thing sell. I fumbled around to try to change my clip size, and I already explained all that. Yeah, but it actually worked out for me, so that was cool. And it was just a 5,000 play.
Profit, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was actually. Yeah. Like I think I took my last one off at Actually, I took my last one off in the 13s, like a one lot or two lot. I kept like 5. I brought from 50 down to 20. Are you guys big on this? This is one thing I always like to do. If you're going to put size on and it moves your way, I tend to, like, after it moves, like something reasonable, whatever your reasonable is, taking half that position on. I used to always do this in the pit. I'd put a position on or get hit or lifted an offer or whatever. And then it was like a little bit uncomfortable sometimes on the first entry. And then I would take half that off and then kind of trade around that the last remaining stuff. So I don't know. Taking half off.
I remember having problems going into large positions. So by the time that I was in, then I would expect a major part of the move. So almost kind of like taking it off before it said 2R. To me, was like, I've just wasted all of that energy getting back in. So I wouldn't actually take it off. Like, obviously, it depends what I was doing. But if it was at 2R, I would actually clip it by half, and then you would have a risk-free trade. But
risk-free
trade.
That's
But I only do it again with the numbers. Yeah.
That's how I'd frame it, Deanna. And then I would say, okay, I've already, I took this off, and let's just say I made 10 handles on that one. I would then in my head be like, okay, my average price of a break even, just to think about break even though I took money off the table, I'm still into the trade. But if it came back, my break even is actually, I don't know, 5 handles down if you want to do like whatever. So
yeah,
it just helped me
Yeah,
always think about
risk. Always think about risk. Yeah. What I used to do with big orders is to almost like, because a lot of the times in thin markets, you can't just get 180 lots off the table all at once. It does work.
Yeah,
so I used to put like lots of like five lot, all in like different prices as the trade is nearing my target. So I would have literally like increments of maybe 3 to 4 ticks space, and all in small orders. And then all the way from 1.5 to about 2.3 R, so that I would get maybe average of 1.7 R all in. And it's
Mhm.
actually worked pretty well for me when I was trading that kind of size. It was stressful because sometimes, you get some orders that don't go through. So you're like, now I have to do it manually. No. So you do freak out a little bit. But again, this is another reason why I don't scalp, is because if you want to truly scale up, I've been there before. And if you're just scalping, you just cannot exit those kind of
Yeah.
sizes very efficiently.
100%.
Mm.
I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Be right back.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, NASDAQ is trying another push while the S&P is not showing any interest in doing that. NASDAQ pushed to the upside. S&P still around. Now, this is kind of different because they're kind of hanging out hand in hand.
But they're going the opposite way in the last 30 minutes.
Yes, in the last 30 minutes they have.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But momentum in the NAS is not it's not fantastic.
No.
Nope.
So what does that tell you, Anne-Marie? Like if you see, 30 minutes on one chart going up and 30 minutes in ES going down, well, does that play into your decision making?
Usually not, because sometimes these guys have their own minds and they'll run with little wiggles. And I always say to myself, focus on the chart that you're trading. And that gives me a little bit of, of strength in terms of saying, all right, this is just pay attention to what's happening. And what's happening in the NAS, it looks like to me, is that although price is moving up, momentum is moving down. And so that tells me they're moving up with less pressure and less conviction. And so that would be about the time I would start staring down. Hey, wait a second. What's my tilt saying? Am I going to get into a region that says immediately, hey, my price action is going to reduce or come back or whatever. So I'm watching for the tilt to rise here. And it's just breaking right up over the top there. That's
it's going into an extension of initial balance now. Yeah. C period is pushed outside of value area and initial balance. So if that holds, we could have another run.
Yeah, for sure.
Still the high from yesterday. We still have to tag that.
Yeah, it feels newsy.
Is there anything out on the wires?
Yeah, it feels newsy. It really does. It feels newsy.
There's some ECB news, but why would that affect NASDAQ?
Not seeing anything over the wire here, but eyes are on the prize.
All right, here we go. NASDAQ making a push.
Pushing, yeah.
Made new highs, overnight highs. Is it highs? No, what was yesterday's high? 67. No, never mind. It was 75. By a tick. No, sorry, by a point. By a point. Made new all-time highs. Futures contract.
Speaking of high, has anybody seen the Mr. and Mrs. Smith series on Amazon?
Well, why is it high? Because
high is the name of the guy they have in contact with them that sends them on their missions. And
high, okay.
Yeah, high is it's super interesting. It's very, very weird. Some folks are saying that they have seen it. It's just, my husband said it was boring. He felt it's kind of slow, but I just think it's hilarious. It's very, very dystopian, incredibly dystopian, but you'll have to check it out. It's two people that got paired together. They have to get married to each other, and they go out on missions to either assassinate or acquire or distribute.
This is the movie, yeah?
No,
or
not
did they
the
make
movie.
a series?
It's a series. Yeah, they made a series.
Because I watched the movie with Brad Pitt and what's her name?
Angelina Jolie.
So now they have a series as well. Right?
Yes. It's It's worth the Googling dystopian. All right, Gary. I'm sorry about that. Oh, is it Netflix? I thought it was Amazon, but whichever one it's on one of those two. So, wow,
got
look
all
at
of
that
them.
breakout.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Yeah.
It's trying. It's trying.
It just broke completely out of that range.
Yeah, it's running.
Bummer.
I showed up late to that party. I thought it was going to keep running.
Where'd you get in?
Right at the highs, 82s.
Yeah, it would have been.
I'm thinking because it's not the greatest. It's the 80 level, but we're yesterday's high. We're above that. We're staying above
it's still
it.
going to run. Yeah, I think it's still going to
It
run.
feels like it.
Run. Yeah.
It's in the money now, but the S&P having a running start at the cash 5,000. Which where's it at? Where's the cash price of S&P?
Let me go check here.
That's I think the only thing I use CNBC for.
Yeah.
93, 4993.
Yeah, that's what I have. 499281 or 96, something like that.
We had a failed auction and the S&P's on the low as well. Didn't get to my level.
To buy, you mean?
It's such
You're looking for buy some?
yeah, it's a small initial balance. It's like it just ran kind of straight through all of it almost.
No energy.
Yeah, I should have used a buy stop getting up over the high of that range. Dang it.
We're looking at as far as the tilt is concerned. I mean, S&P is basically 50-50, 62 long percentage in the NASDAQ. Crude even 49 to 51. Crude, nothing in the crude.
Look at that coming right back down to 70. I wonder if it'll hit 75.
Well, first it has to go below the initial balance high, which is 75.35.
Mm-hmm. So it should
Again,
bounce
6
there
minutes?
first, right?
Yeah, so if in 6 minutes, if we're below that, I'm out.
Take a look at
I'm
gold.
going to be booking.
I just saw that. It's still running.
Right down to weekly kickoff low and that trend line and the point of
And then
control. We
bounce.
talked about this.
Yeah.
We talked about the convergence
Beautiful
here,
bounce.
and then boom, man, oh man, do I miss some good trades.
Yeah. Now, Eddie was in this trade early. He may have gotten out already.
Yeah.
So
it looks like
I
he's
am
going to run
flat.
again.
Yes, I am flat.
You're flat. Okay.
With a nice day. I'm sitting on my hands.
Very nice.
Nice job, Eddie.
Yeah. 2047 looks like it might give this one a little bit of trouble because there's so much heavy congestion.
Right in there.
Mm-hmm. And it spiked at the 930, but did not get inside the volatility bands. So it's still just sort of sloshing around in there. 47
Sloshing.
might be the edge. Sloshing.
Another new industry term.
Yeah. Hey, Michael, you're holding that long, right? Or did you get out?
I still have it. It's just like one of these melt ups. Maybe people start picking tops and then feed it.
Good. Yeah, it looks really, really good. This reminds me a little bit of how Danny trades. I was staring him down in terms of technique, how he looks at the price action and says, hey, we could have a runner. So I sort of pick apart a couple of these guys that really, it feels like they have sort of an intuitive approach to the market. But I know they're looking at something. When it starts feeling like intuition, that's just that's unconscious competence, where you know what you know, and you aren't digging around for exactly what you know. You just know what you know. And so I was thinking to myself, he's running this off of pure price action bids, off of motion, where he feels it's going to clip higher, and that is exactly, I was thinking to myself, you know what? Instead of a short up there, you really need to have a buy stop that takes you long up over 67, because it started looking like the same sort of thing that Danny looked for at the end of the day before he took the trade. And by golly, there it was. There it absolutely was. So if you're saying, hey, what are you talking about? When Danny was trading with Mike on some crazy Friday, they were trading, and he said, hey, I think this is going to rip higher. And it was actually coming down into support. And I was thinking to myself, all right, let's see what he's after. So I opened up all my screens and I started looking at, okay, what was the tilt? What was the dome? What did the TPO look like? And I just saw the bids getting picked up as it fell into that support, the bids just getting picked up really fast and then moving just incrementally up. And I went, oh, you know what? I think that's actually going to happen. And that very same thing happened. So if you're looking for that and you're saying to yourself, wait a second, is something fading? One, look overall and say, am I at a clean support, clean resistance? And does it look like buyers might be coming in on some kind of wick action, pushing the candle bodies higher? And then use a momentum indicator. And the moment it starts to clip higher, when it gets up over that resistance zone, if it's tested once or twice or even thrice, then you go, it's long. And that's exactly, well, that's what I suspect he was doing as I was carving it up, watching him real time and then trying to replicate those great big breakout moves. So yeah, that was exactly one of them right there. So if you keep in your mind, okay, have I tested a new high? Am I making higher lows? Do I see wicks on the bottom that end up in the candlestick bodies? You're going to have a breakout. Uh-oh, are you out? Are you flat in your
No, I'm still in. It's really right here right now. And it's still above yesterday's high. Nasdaq still is close to settlement, or sorry, Nasdaq's close to settlement and it's high. I mean, like,
there's another song. Right here, right now.
There you go.
Well, right here, right now, before the top of the hour, we were talking high highs. Here's yesterday's best. And stop me if something crazy happens in the markets. Johnson.
I love this drummer.
W banged out like the banging of the drums, 24K across 2 XFAs. Jalen C is now number 4 on our top 10 list. You'll see later after his 16K day yesterday. Rounding out the list, we have Elijah, Sadiq, and Matthew. And our top funded trader yesterday was John R., who did 9.7K, which would have been the 7th biggest day yesterday. We also have hot streaks.
Damn, I didn't make that yesterday. Damn it.
Well, if you would have just held it, you would have made
100
it.
next time.
I know.
Carlos, James, and Michael all added another day. Christina B unfortunately had a loser, so 15 days in a row is where her streak came to an end. We'll keep an eye on these. Somebody's got to get into the 20s. It could be anyone if they get 20 in a row. There's your hot streaks.
Awesome. Even as hard as I tried to work, I still could not make that list. That's what's
you
awesome
are running
about
a company, though.
I know, multitasking. I mean, I'm like, you ever seen Mary Poppins? Of course, you probably has, where the guy's out there playing the drums, the harmonica, the cymbals, and all at the same time. Sometimes I feel like that's my day.
You're a one-man band.
Yeah.
Right, I'm out of the trade, so
so was it at the
initial bounce low, and it closed the 30-minute period back inside.
Okay, gotcha.
Bounce.
All right.
Okay. Still a great trade.
Yeah.
Yep.
Amazing. Fantastic.
Nice. All right, I'm
But
going
yeah,
to ask
even
you a
trade
question
walls.
here, D. In the
Is
S&Ps,
that?
I want to ask you a question.
Yes. Okay.
In the S&Ps, if we can see my charts for just a moment, we had a failed auction. Let's see if we
Yep.
get the chart up here. Hang on 1 second. Okay, so we're good. So we had the failed auction. We did not take out the high of the initial balance here just yet. The NASDAQ convincingly took out the high of the initial balance. But what are your thoughts? I mean, we've got a failed auction at the downside. If we do trade above the initial balance, that tends to make it a range type day, right?
Yeah, neutral. Yeah, neutral day. Yeah, but in equities, again, it depends on what happens. If you get single prints left on the upside, that could be more of a running trend day, don't you think? Rather than just a neutral day. Because that means it's
Yeah,
broken out of the range and it's running. So, yeah, I
right.
mean, it could happen given what NASDAQ is doing.
I mean, unless I don't
And it's such a
feel
small
don't
initial
want to sell
balance
it.
as well.
I know
No,
it
no.
is. It's so tiny. It's still a
Yeah.
10.5 handle range
Right.
here.
Yeah.
But now we've
Yeah, it's
got,
tough.
we've got
It's
the
tough.
NASDAQ. We've got single prints. NASDAQ looks like this
Yep.
thing could continue this move to the upside. I have to see
Yep.
what happens. I'm bummed it didn't get to my level that I was looking at. Close, but no cigar. I was looking for that
Mm.
5,003 level, that afternoon pullback from yesterday.
Yeah.
But hey, what doesn't happen is equally as important as what does, right?
Yeah, when it
I mean,
broke
ES is still
5,000,
inside it. Yeah.
it never touched it. It never, after it broke 5,000 yesterday, it never came back and touched
Yeah.
it, right?
Never came back to it. Never came back to it. That is a good trade.
Hindsight now, yes.
Yeah, it's much easier to do this in hindsight.
You can make a whole streamer out of yourself just by talking about everything from the past and what you should have done. People that will get caught up, there'll be people that get caught, newbies will get caught up and be like, oh yeah, that's right. That's a good, that would have been a good buy. Like, yeah, of course.
Well, we always say, one of the best ways to learn something in trading is to look left. Take a look at what's happened in the past, look for those patterns, and try and see if they repeat in the future. And we never know. It's all probabilities, risk management, probabilities, and
allowing
ask
the probabilities to show themselves through time.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Or you can just ask Dee and Anne Marie, and they'll tell you.
And it could be wrong.
Yes.
It
could be wrong. Yes, exactly. I know I've been wrong a lot. Yeah.
Just the nature of the game. You have to really get used to being, you have to be comfortable with being wrong and then saying, you know what, I've changed my mind. I'm going in the other direction. And, in the real world, people make fun of us for that. They jeer at us.
Yes, they do.
If you change your mind, you go, well, I thought you said. Well, I'm allowed to change my mind. New information tells me that I have to change my mind.
Exactly.
I think if you do that more, like politicians are like, he said this way, like you should still, I'm not going to get into the political word, but you should still be able to say, look, new information came in. I'm now starting to be aware of this, that, and this. So my stance on this has now shifted towards that. And people should be able to respect that better than me, this line in the sand. You said this. I said it like 30 years ago. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
And like a lot of things have changed, like look at how we've advanced on different things from how we used to look at things in the past and how we used to live our lives. And then we're like, well, this is actually not how we should be treating people. Let's do this now. So
exactly.
I don't know. Flexible bias, strong opinions, weakly held, to be open to be challenged, an open mind. An open mind.
Flexible bias. I mean, that's what hypotheses are all about. Having the flexible bias, not getting married to either direction, because we're intraday. You don't have to get married to any direction. Yeah,
Stay
exactly.
creative.
That's where the creativity part comes in.
Exactly. That's how you got to stay creative. Because we've done that. I've done that in meetings in the past where, like, Michael, you said this. I'm like, yeah, I said that 6 months ago, but now the competitive landscape has changed. The traders are now
Yeah.
talking about this and that. This is
Yeah.
new information. So it's to stay in the creative or innovative space. You have to keep challenging your past thought
Yep.
process.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't like that, or it makes them look
Yeah.
weak. I don't know. It makes them look something that they don't want to do it.
You know, I think a lot of people start thinking that, this defines me, this opinion or this expression defines me. And then other people will look at you and say, oh, she's a gal that changes her mind all the time. And you have to have people around you that you can either train up to learn to think more fluidly or think fluidly as you. Because if you have people that are not capable of being mentally fluid, they're going to be big giant rocks in your path. Because you have to spend half the time going, listen, people can change their minds. And, the response usually is, no, they can't.
Yeah.
No, they can't.
I think I actually value people. I actually value people's opinion if it is taking in all new information. If it is, like, love my dad to death, but we get in arguments sometimes. I'm like, Dad, like, I get it, but, like, things have changed, blah blah blah. And I'm sure everybody has that conversation with their parents or their grandparents or something like that. You kind of like, this is how it should be. I'm like, man, if that's how it should be, let's go back in history and this is how it should be conversations, and you think it still should be. So
my favorite comment is, you're gonna should all over yourself if you stay in the should be.
I love that.
You are.
That's pretty good.
I mean, you just can't.
And then let's just roll back to this business. You can't in this business at all. Even if you're like, this is support level. This is support level. That's why I just call them levels. But, like, you get this strong bias that it's gonna be support. So when it comes down to it, it's gonna hold up and it's gonna be a great place to take along. But then as you talk about and you're talking about, like, get the feel for it. When I like to get the feel for it when it comes down or comes to a level. And then you start to understand how, or start to learn new information on how it's responding to that level, or acting, or whatever you want to call the word. But
not trying.
Traders are flexible.
Not trying to save face or anything, but I did say to John a while back, we were on a strategy lab together, and I said, that's the thing I admire about Michael the most. The way he looks. The way he gets a feel for the market is just by dipping his toes in. He gets a feel for the market, and being engaged allows him to see directional flow at a much deeper level than if he was just staring at the chart. And some of us just have to be physically engaged with something before we get a good solid feel for it. And my take on you when I watch you is that, yeah, I mean, you're looking to build more patience or whatever, but that's just your game. Your game is, hey, I'm going to get in and see how this feels. And then I'm going to look around and I'm going to go, no, that's not right. And it's going to be okay. And I think maybe you run business like that too. It allows you to be open to new things that are happening, that are outside of what you might have thought before you stepped into that space. And I see it as a personality trait inside of your trading mechanics.
Yeah, as an entrepreneur, I've always been thank you. I've always been an entrepreneur since I was started a vending company at the age of 16. That's where I got all the $90,000 over 3 years that I lost over 3 years of $30,000 accounts that I blew out. And so there's that. So long story short, I just talked about that Guerrilla Gamer company. I was so this is what's so. That company failed. Reason why, I didn't adapt, I didn't learn, I didn't blah, blah, blah. So I called that my bad divorce, because I believed in myself and I believed in one direction only on how I wanted to create that business. And then when I started TopStep, I wanted to be as flexible as possible, and it was in an industry also that I knew much better than the gaming industry. And that's what we've done ever since. I mean, we have constant conversations about the landscape, the trader, what's good for the trader, given all that's out there for the trader, and always be molding and doing all that kind of stuff. So when you make mistakes, you can roll them back and all that kind of stuff. Who always said that? Bezos always, he said something like, hey, mistakes are fine. Just roll them back. Like that's,
Yeah.
and then it goes also back to NASA versus SpaceX. NASA has a waterfall approach. And if you watch Outer Space with Elon Musk, they talk about, look, we're just going to build the rocket. And then when it blows up, we're going to learn all the things that we need to do to keep it from blowing up the next time.
I saw that.
And then that narrows the probability that the next time it's going to blow up. But he had like 4 chances to do it before he got the NASA or government contract. But NASA is like a waterfall approach. And waterfall approach is like the old approach from what I've always heard in the past, where you plan. You think about all the scenarios, and then you put one thing together, and then you go, that's it. So, yeah.
Yeah, the new paradigm is fail quickly, fail often.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Mm-hmm. So it gets you into the space of, all right, what do I need to do to move next?
We call it iterations, which is the same thing. We use like Topstep. We launched something. I'm like, well, what about this, and this? I don't like right now. We're launching Topstep X. We're going to test the lower, like this kind of certain things that we're going to test and see how people like it and all that kind of stuff. And if they don't, then we roll it back or we do something different. And we're going to have meetings each week to get both the information from the trader, the qualitative, and then the quantitative. And you kind of put those together. And now you're learning while you're also being intuitive on what should be the next move you make. You bring all that together. That's a really powerful, in my opinion, a powerful way to keep innovating and stay ahead, is to have that while also taking risk, which is kind of the same thing, and not ever saying you're done. And whatever you're building or in trading, you never say you're done until you're probably done.
Right. Dead.
Michael. Yeah, Michael, we at the very beginning, you took the step. You said, this Topstep idea is you believed in it. You took that first step. And a lot of people, they may have a great idea for a business or an art piece or a song or something, but if they never take that first step, they never get to find out what's going to happen in the end. And a lot of what, especially at the beginning, I mean, it was like trying to put an airplane together in the air. It was ready, fire, aim, right? Yep. So, and it was the intestinal fortitude. You can call it whatever you want, guts, whatever you want to call it, that we kept taking those steps forward and thinking and iterating and learning from mistakes and continuing to adapt. And it's something, we're still doing today. There's just there's smarter people than me. They're doing it now.
Yep. Yeah. And that's, we did exactly call building the plane in the air. We get there are some folks that are no longer at Topstep. They'll be like, why do you think that? How do you know? Like, I believe, so we got to put it in the market. We got to get a feel for it rather than, well, no, we got to run the numbers, and then you overcook the numbers and you overthink the numbers. And in general, you got to you got to put it in the marketplace and learn whatever it is that you're doing. You have a lawn mowing service, put it out there. Well, they wanted this and that and this. Well, we don't offer that. Well, now we should, because we heard it from 10 people, and blah, blah, blah. So we did that. And we also always said there's no instruction manual and there's no path, because we were the first company to do the funding opportunity. Mm-hmm. Now, we weren't the first company in the world to fund traders, because prop firms have always existed, but you had to go to the prop firm like I did. You had to sit down and you had to get hired. That could be, who what nepotism, or pedigree or whatever, all these things. I'm like, hey, why do we have to do that? Why don't we just, trading's a level playing field when we're all actually in electronic markets, not really the pits, because it wasn't totally level playing field there, but electronic markets totally, and it's worldwide level playing field. So let's just see so we had to do that. I had to work with John and Eddie. I did, because they knew the stuff, and they were like, hey, like, they were part of the founding team, the first few guys, like, how do we help? How do we do? And how do we build this into finding the Michael Jordan, but also helping people develop themselves and then in a safe environment that nobody else was offering, that had actual real carrot or end of the rainbow type of opportunity. And that's just the evolution of that was the genesis of it. And then of course other people have launched since then and taken certain routes. Man, this long is just not. Yeah,
it's just grinding.
Said, I've got a quote here that I really like when it comes to trading, building a business, life in general. Have the ambition of an artist and the mind of an engineer.
Yeah,
kind of two different worlds there, right? I mean, an artist is always fluid and flexible, and the engineer is always calculating and exact. Somewhere in the middle there is who you want to be.
It's who you want. 100%. That's what I think. Because if you're all one way or the other, I think life in the earth is all about science and art. It's art and science. You know, like just the combination of them flowing together. And you can take that into business. You could take that into anywhere.
Yep, Look at us being so philosophical today. Philosophical all day.
My wife majored in philosophy, so you could. We get in these. She's like, yeah. She's like, why is killing bad? I'm like, really? She's like, yeah. I go, we're gonna go there. We're gonna go there, huh? I go, I don't know, because it's killing some. She's like, yeah, but we have put people on death row. Animals kill other animals, so we make it bad. We say it's bad or not based upon our judgment. And I'm like, okay, fine. Why is a rose red? We call it red. It's not red. We started calling it red. We were the ones where human beings were like, that's red. We're going to call that red, a red rose. So I don't know. We get in these little things. It's actually pretty fun.
Yeah. My sister is a philosophy major too. So I feel you. You can go sit around for hours and hours on some of those questions.
Yeah. But you never end on anything. It's kind of my thing. I'm like,
no,
can we just
can't.
No. Nope. And then that's what I go to her. I'm like, now we're in circles. So I'm done. And then I'll walk around and just pull my hand up. Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah. Do we need the poll? Is killing wrong? I don't want to know what the answer is. But here are the top 10 funded. This is empirical. These are real. There is no illusion to what you are seeing. I got taken aback by that conversation. I have to pull up my notes real quick.
Look at these puppies.
Yeah, we have a couple of newcomers today. Farouz moved in 7th place after putting up $5,400 in his live account yesterday.
Beautiful.
Ion is also new. He made $6,200 yesterday to move into the 8th position. Rips is currently at number 25. Now, for the top dogs, minus Dakota, who's still getting transferred, he'd be up here. Here we go.
Check it out.
As JD noted here, he who shall not be named is still in the top spot. Isaac in number 2. Ronald moved from 4th to 3rd. And Jalen, who we featured earlier in yesterday's best, moved into the 4th spot. So good trading all around.
Is it
good job?
Jack is anonymous in the chat room, because it's kind of. I heard anonymous is in the chat room. I don't know if he's. I
saw an anonymous this morning in the chat room when I was looking at the names.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's the same guy, because there is an anonymous futures trader. That's his username. So I don't know. Maybe it's the same guy.
We know this person's name. They have chosen not to show it.
Oh, right. I see. Okay. Right. Yeah, fair enough.
Really quickly, whatever happened? Is Hugh still on as a live trader? I know when we first started TopstepTV, I was able to stay really in tune with kind of the live or the funded traders in general. More so because every day I was like, okay, I want to know who in the league of funded is kicking ass.
Mick did a story on him a while back. Unfortunately, I believe Hughes lost his live account, but I don't. Mick would know what the details of that are.
Cool. And just so everybody knows, welcome to the world of trading. Losses are ordinary and necessary, going back to this. And so is losing your account or getting yourself in a position where you have to redeposit in your personal brokerage account. Now, we don't want to get to that redeposit in your personal brokerage account or lose your funded account. It happens, but losses are ordinary and necessary part of being a trader. That's kind of a day-to-day thing.
Yeah, if you've been a trader,
he didn't lose everything.
You've taken losses.
Yes, you have. All right, my longs are now in the money.
Still got single ticks in the NASDAQ.
No.
Yeah.
Still above our yesterday's highs.
It never made it to initial balance high.
No. And the S&Ps are just dragging right here in the middle of the range.
Yeah.
Yawning, resting. I hope it's having a good day, sitting back, having an iced tea under the umbrella and keep it away from the sun. Just kind of
John, you mentioned having a good day. Well, our schedule is saying that to me in capital letters. We're going to have Shoulder Tap with Hoagland Mick coming up soon. Power Players with Coach Paul, Robert, myself. We've got TopQuiz with Vanessa. And Grip Coaching, Hoag and JD. We've got Rip's going to join us here from 1 o'clock to the closing bell with Andre, Hoag, and Dolby. And don't forget, I did mention we do have group coaching. I'm going to post the link one more time here in chat. And let's get some questions to Hoag today. Let's keep them busy coming back here. There is the link.
Always love doing those sessions.
Power hour's turning into quite the hour. Yeah, it's kind of, and I told the team we got to put a disclaimer together just so everybody here is like, why are you guys putting on size? Now you're not able to do. Here's what we're going to do at TopStep. We're going to show you guys so you don't have to do it at times. And I think Dolby puts on a 15 lot and he talks. And the goal here is to also show the goods, the bads, and the ugly of trading with size. Now, if you can't trade small, you can't trade big. If you can't trade in one account, don't ever add more accounts to copy. If you can't be consistent in one, that's my recommendation. But do with what you want with that. But the point of the story is we want to be able to show that. The tradertainment is also about, hey, how do we also show these things that you want to like experience? I want to put on a 15 lot. That was my first time putting on a S&P 50 lot, and that was cool. I did it for the 5,000 mark. I didn't do it because it was a part of my trading plan, so that wasn't a quote-unquote good trade. It was me just showing a high print and having that like, hey, here's what we're going to do. I knew the risk that I was going to do, and it was 10 grand, and I knew that off the bat. I'm like, okay, we're going to do this. This would be kind of interesting and fun. It's the highest I've ever seen the S&P, and I've been trading since I was 18 years old. Yeah, 1997. So
I think you bought the. I think you bought the high. I think you really did. I think part of that fill that you got a tick below. Some of it was on that 5,000 level. I think you bought that. You were the first person to pay 5,000 for the S&Ps, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Sorry.
Yes, yeah, I think I've been trading forever. So, like John, if you did it, I'd be like, hey, I know a guy who bought the highs of 5. I don't know, now it's higher, but still, it's just it was just an entertaining thing that we want to do. But at the same time, we're going to always 1,000% be about risk management, capital preservation is the first thing. Not extrapolating a one account. I made $100 today, but now I actually made $2,000 today because I have this tied to 20 accounts, and then you feel like you're a hot shot, but technically you just paid 20 different activation fees, 20 different, and like by the time you got funded at this other company, you're already 20 times, I don't know, 150. You know, it's $2,500.
Right.
And then you're funded at that company that you could blow out the very first week. I don't know. I think that's if you can't trade small, you can't trade big in the history that I've seen. So if we can trade big on sharing this with you guys, and we give the why and why we're getting into trades. Mine yesterday was just for the tradertainment part of it. Other people come on here, trade bigger, and say the why. Then I think it should give you the opportunity to like at least see that and understand it, see that how that person felt about it, their emotions on it, or how they talked about the trade. Hopefully that helps. Instead of just trading always small in here too, you also get to see the big trading. So maybe that works for you or not. But
Michael, you were cool as a cucumber on that trade.
No, I wasn't.
Yeah.
I was looking for
as a cucumber.
I was looking. I already told you my clip size was like rejecting my order.
So you were like a duck, calm on the top, but paddling like hell under the water.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
I mean, that's yes.
All right, my friends, it is 10:26, and we are just about done with this segment. If you liked what was going on, which I loved what was going on here, don't forget to hit that like button, and don't forget to subscribe. And also, if you like what we're doing here and getting value out of Topstep TV, you truly believe that Topstep is helping you become a better trader, please take a moment to leave a review on Trustpilot. We appreciate all kind words and feedback we received there. We'll drop the link in the chat. So if you feel inclined, please do so. No pressure. And yes, we love you. So, okay.
And how about some likes?
Yeah, likes. We need some of those.
For sure.
Yes, Michael.
And I just got stopped out. So with all that sitting there, I'm now down $300, $375. So what a grind. That's a long trade of just sitting there waiting. Now my entry wasn't totally the greatest, but the continuation. Did we come down to the yesterday's high? What was it? Yesterday's 75. Yeah, we just
Crude oil made another high as well. It's super annoying.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm probably done. So good trading with you guys today. It was fun, even though the markets didn't really make it fun.
It's great to be back and a blast.
Great to have you back, John.
We're glad to have you back. We missed you.
Oh, yeah.
Anne-Marie, Deanna, thank you very much for being with us. I am
Thanks,
sure this is going to happen again. And for you traders out there, thank you for the participation. Remember, smash that like button. And we're going to take a break here. We're going to come back here with Shoulder Tap and Mick. So once again, thank you very much. Be right back. Don't go away.
welcome back, everyone. It's time for everybody's favorite segment, the shoulder tap. We have our risk manager, Mick, with us. Mick, how are we doing today? What's going on?
Hey, I'm happy to have you back today. It feels good to be on. We got some good people to talk about. Markets have been a little bit interesting. I wouldn't say the water's been too warm this week. As far as people were calling up and people that are getting offboarded, we're right about even. Just like trading's a zero-sum game. For every dollar made, there's a dollar lost. It seems like we're a zero-sum game on the call-ups and the offboarding today. For everybody we've called up, we've lost a live account.
So we're even.
We are even on the week. Yeah, even on the week. But let's get into it, John. I got a couple shout outs for some people. Shout outs for people for their trading yesterday. Shout out to Rips. He made $4,800 yesterday. Also, shout out to our fearless leader, Michael, who made about $8,000 yesterday. He had, I was in a morning meeting with Brett, our other risk manager, who you guys have seen on Shoulder Tap before. And Michael had asked us to up his position sizing to 50 contracts while we were in this meeting. Brett, Michael can do that. I know he's had bigger size on than that in the past, but Brett's face kind of got a little white yesterday when he saw that request. I was like, hey, it's all right. He's a big boy. He can do it, whatever. And then only later on did I see he was trying to, mark the new highs in the S&Ps. I was like, oh gosh.
Yeah.
I'm glad I saw that.
First one to trade 5,000.
I'm happy that I saw that all after the fact, but that's tradertainment for you. Michael will do some things to keep you guys all at the edge of your seats, rightfully so. I want to give a shout out. I hopped into the chat a little bit while I was watching the tail end of the previous segment, and give a shout out to Andy. I already gave him a shout out in the chat, but he said I caught a piece of the trend for the day. So Andy is someone who follows regularly because he knows I talk about catching a piece of the trend for the day. So keep it up, Andy. Always be seeking to catch a piece of the trend for the day. Also, shout out to Isaac Rivera. I know he made mention in the chat regarding Hughes, our trader who had built up a very large account balance and really just bled the account out quite a bit. He did take something like a $65,000 payout when he eclipsed the six-figure mark. So good on him for that. But I do think that, going back to that scenario, it was kind of a waste that he just, day after day after day lost money to the tune of, 3,000 or more and never pumped the brakes to stop himself. But Isaac's been trading well lately, so going back to Isaac, up $1,000. I've seen him kind of fluttering around on the P&L, but last I looked, he was up a G-ball. So shout out to you, Isaac. And then a shout out to one of our other live traders, Shin Soon, up $2,300. And then one of my favorite traders to watch, Piranavan, is up $3,700 in their live account today.
Beautiful.
So
nice.
We've got some good stuff to share there. We've got good trading to share in the cards. Some of it's really good trading. Before we get into the cards, though, I'm going to pick on John R. again. He's someone I talk about a lot. We've done trading cards for him. He's a big swinger. He's someone who puts up big winning days. But overall, he doesn't have a good win percentage on his days. Yesterday, he made $10,000, though. I know I overheard him getting mentioned earlier in the segment, earlier on TV today. Happy for him to put up that $10,000 winning day. He certainly needed it because between payouts and losing days, he had eroded that account down to a little $1,500 account balance. So he literally made 10x on his account yesterday, just about. He is down $3,000 today. So he's back right around the $7,700 mark. But that $10,000 winner was probably a good ego boost for him because he was coming off a 6-day, $21,000 losing streak. John, that's a lot. I'm going to keep mentioning you on TV if you aren't changing your ways because you can take good money out of the markets, but if you give it all back just with repeated losing days and losing days and losing days, you're not going to have anything at the end of the day or the end of the week or the end of the month. And you really had your back against the wall with that $1,500 balance. Good on you for putting up 10,000. But, I can only think of one outcome for John's account if he continues on this path that he's continuing on. Obviously, he's taken payouts all along the way, which is good. So he's got something to show for it. But let's keep this account. Let's make some changes. And let me get you back on some trading cards, and let's actually grow the account without, diminishing the account via payouts and, winning day here and there, and then those losses. So I had to, throw my elbow in John's ribs there, rightfully so. But let's talk about someone who's trading pretty lights out here.
Well, Mick, you always mention, and it is true, the only thing that we can control is our risk. Start thinking about that risk, John.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what this business is. It's money management. It's risk management. Number one goal is to, protect your capital. And he's not doing a good job about protecting the capital. He's relying on those big winning days. And someone else I'm going to be talking about today, too, makes me think of John a little bit. So this ties in nicely to our second trading card. But cool. For those of you out there that are relying on the home runs in the winning days to save you, your luck's going to run out. And you're not going to have those home run opportunities week in, week out to put up big winning days, which we'll talk about again in a little bit here. But, it's the consistent profitability that's going to take you far in this industry, not the home runs and the grand slam. So with that, speaking of someone who is consistently profitable, let's pull up a card for Melanie. Melanie is trading out of Vittoria, Italy. There's a nice, pretty picture here. One of my favorite places. Never been to Vittoria, but Italy in general. She's trading the NASDAQ, and she is on a 8-day win streak in this live account. She actually snapped the win streak today. She's in 100K. She hit her $2,000 daily loss limit. But the first 8 days in this account with an average P&L of 13,700, that's good profits. She's been trading well in the live account. Coincidentally, she got called up from an XFA that she had open to another live account. So basically, she's been trading in live. She had an XFA. We're taking that XFA balance and we're adding it to her live account balance. So she's going to be sitting pretty with a nice cushion very shortly after we add that. But even that aside, she's also looking pretty good, just standing on her own 2 feet, trading really, really well. John, if you have her trade report up, you'll probably see a lot of things that you like. Risk reward ratio is 2-to-1, and the hold times are really nice as well. So she's got 8 minutes on the win. She's trading the NASDAQ on a shorter time frame. 8 minutes on her winning trade. She's holding only 4 minutes on the losing trades. She's impatient with her losers and more patient with her winners. It's a beautiful thing. It's all working out.
3 and 4 lots. Just kind of going through. You know what I'm going to say, Meg.
The high water mark of the day.
8 straight days, ending her day at the high water mark of the day, and there's a variance, but it doesn't matter to me. She made 2,500 on one day. 2 days later, she made 300 and was good with it and walked away. You just keep stacking up those winning days like this. Melanie, you're gonna have a huge villa somewhere in Italy if you continue on this path. The reward over risk is fantastic. The time durations are fantastic. She's the trader I think we all want to be. Today maybe not so much, but it happens, right?
Well, this is certainly one of those trading cards that people should aspire to reach. She's taken on average only 6.5 trades per day, anywhere from 1 trade a day up to 14 trades a day. So she's trading what the market gives her. She's selective enough. She actually doesn't even have the highest winning trade percentage. She's only right about 60% of the time, 59 on the card. Mm-hmm. But that risk reward of 2-to-1 is, translating to these high winning day percentages. John, you mentioned the villa out there that she could purchase. Another thing I like about Melanie is she's taking payouts regularly. I've got 5,300 here from her live account. She took another 9,000 over the series of a couple payouts in the Express funded account. So she's doing what she needs to be doing. She's profitable. She's paying herself.
She's getting that down payment for that villa in Italy.
Yeah. And I don't really have any areas for improvement to talk about here with Melanie. I will say that she does hit on the losing days. She is hitting the daily loss limit. It's okay that she's doing that. I don't have the metrics to share on a trading card for her Express funded account, but I wrote them down for you, my little note card. She's pretty consistent in the Express funded account. Only 55% winning trades in that XFA. This is over a larger sample size, though. She spent 19 days in the XFA, and then she's hitting 83% winning days. So it's like really consistent. She's just a good trader. So I do like, I mentioned the payouts. I like those. She's going to have a nice big cushion after we move this money over, but she is going to need to be conscious of maintaining that cushion. And we don't want to be taking, half of your account balance out. And she's not always taking half the account balance out. Good to be paying yourself, but make sure you are keeping a nice cushion in there, because if we're, hitting $2,000 losing days, 5 of those, that's $10,000. So we don't want to put ourselves in a position where, this account gets lost because we're drawing too much out from it. Your account is your number one tool to take money out of the market. So make sure we, nurture it and keep a healthy balance in there. But everything else out of Melanie, it's really good. And I'm happy she's a newer member to TopStep. So we're lucky to have you, Melanie, if you're watching, and lucky to have anybody else that's trading, anywhere close to as good as she is.
Yeah. If you're trading this well, Melanie, as far as taking money out, a lot of people on the trading floor, myself included, we would basically take half of what we made every 2 weeks, provided we made money that 2 weeks. We would take half of that out and leave the other half in to try and keep bolstering the size of the account. At some point, you might get a little bit risky if you have too much in that account, Melanie. Just be cautious about that. But great trading, Melanie, and I want to invite to the villa in Italy when that happens.
Yeah, John, kind of deviating from like the normal stuff we're doing with the trading cards. I guess it's not really deviating too far, but though we were just talking about account balance maintenance levels. You had mentioned you take half of everything you made in 2 weeks. That's one way to do it. Everybody should have, whether you're trading in your own personal account, you're at a prop account with us, you're in an XFA with us. You should have an account balance maintenance level where you are taking payouts only on extra, the fat that's above that. Like John had mentioned in his example, you're taking half of everything you made in 2 weeks. If you're a profitable trader and you're only taking half of what you made in 2 weeks, that maintenance level is going to grow. It means your account's going to grow. And that's a good thing to always be planning on growing that account balance maintenance level, because, that gives you a little bit more flexibility to trade larger size and put up the margins required to trade that larger size. So if you're trying to scale your trading and your business, you're going to also need to scale that account balance and what you need to keep in it. So I just wanted to mention that it's not a one size fits all thing for everybody. Someone who is taking less risk and not taking, big swings or huge profits, they're not going to need to maintain such a large account balance. Going back to Hughes needed to maintain a large account balance, and he should have probably stopped way before he ended up blowing out, and said, "Hey, I'm at a certain maintenance level. I need to do a little soul searching, and if I, because I'm where I'm at, time to take some time off and rethink things, and I need to scale down." We always talk about scaling up. That's what we want to do. But, there's always a time and place to scale down. That time and place is when it's not working. And we don't want to go.
I like the way you just put that. I mean, it's almost like margin, right? There's initial margin, that's what you would have to have in the account to put on the position. And then there's maintenance margin, which if your account balance gets to a certain level, you're going to have to pay up to stay in that position. You're going to have to bring it back up to the initial margin. And you said keeping a kind of a maintenance level in your account is it's just a really good way to put it. If you're 80 grand in your account and you lose 40 of it, you got to stop and say, okay, what's going on? I've lost half my account. This is my maintenance account level. I've got to slow down. I've got to size down. I've got to dig my way out of this, start building that account back up before I lose it all. And it's a heartbreak to see that happen to people, and they got big account balances and they lose everything. I think that's a really good way to put it, Mick, is maintain a maintenance level of the account. And once you get to that level, you've got to size down. You've got to take a look at what you're doing and try and dig your way back up from that level. It's a great way to put it, Mick.
Appreciate that, John. Any good compliment from you is an excellent compliment. So I'll take it. I'll take it.
You're very kind. You're very kind.
Well, let's move along to Jalen's trade report. Jalen C. I wanted to bring him up because this is a big swinger, and this is someone like John R., who I talked about at the beginning of the segment, is truly relying on their large winning days to save them. This is a profitable trader, but I'm going to be upfront, and sorry, Jalen, like what I'm seeing in your trading is not very good. This is an example of someone who can be profitable but not very good, and maybe I'm only looking at a small bit of trading here. This is 9 days in an express funded account that are generating these. But while they're profitable, I don't like it. They are heavily leaning on some of the largest days that they've had. They had a $29,000 day in their account. They had a $7,300 winning day in their account. Mm-hmm. $29,000 is a ton of dough to take out of the markets in a single day. But they're right less than half of the time, and they're only putting up a winning day 1/3 of the time. These other days are, they're in 100K, so they're losing 2,000 or more with the slippage. And
right.
I think that there's a lot of people out there, maybe even watching. I know there's a lot of people in our program that have metrics that are somewhat similar to this. The allure of being in a position where you can take out 30 grand or 29 grand in the markets is certainly there. And I think a lot of traders battle with that. It's like, hey, I got these leveraged futures markets. There's a ton of them. There's always opportunity out there. I should be making tons of money every single day. Well, right. I talked about Hughes. I've talked about John. There's countless examples of where, yeah, you might be able to take a ton of dough out of the markets in a single day. Maybe do it once, maybe do it a few times, a handful of times. But if you're not trading well, that money goes, and it goes very, very quickly. So I wanted to bring this card up to kind of, highlight that. I tip my hat to him. He's profitable, averaging about $3,000 a day, and that's over 9 days. So we're talking a pretty big account balance right now. It's actually right around $26,000. Mm-hmm. But, the gravy train could very easily dry up on Jalen's account. So, I will compliment him in saying that, he's not taking a ton of trades per day. More so recently, he took 2 trades a day.
Always 10 lots.
Yeah, always 10 lots. I'll skip that. I'm not going to say that. I think they were selective on their last 2 days just because they hit the daily loss limit on the first 2 trades. I was hoping to say that they got a little bit more selective recently, but, I will also so 5 trades a day, not a ton. They are trading big size on those trades. I will compliment Jalen on the hold times. Going back to Andy and my shout out to him for catching a piece of the trend for the day. Jalen is looking for that. They're holding the winning trades 52 minutes. They're a little bit more impatient with the losing trades, cutting them off at 25 minutes. I don't know if that's because they're hitting the daily loss limit in 25 minutes. It's probably the case, but I will give kudos to anybody that can ride out a 10 lot for an extended period of time. It takes some guts to do that. Keep that gender neutral. It takes some guts to do that.
So if I had one thing to say, somebody who's swinging for the fences like this never seems to be happy with a $1,300 winning day, only $300 winning day. There's 2 days here, and one of them was the first day in this account. Where you're up $1,300, you end up hitting the daily loss limit. This is the third day. The fourth day, I should say, you're up $2,300 and you hit the daily loss limit. Not every day is going to be an opportunity to take $28,000 out of the market. When you find yourself up that kind of money, you really want to try and put it, at least some of it away by the end of the day. Keep some of those instead of, losing on those days alone. I mean, that's a $3,300 swing, and then the next one is a $4,400 swing. So $7,700 more is what you would have in your account if you just walked away on those high water marks. Or you could have just called it a day if you gave some of that money back. Make sure you end the day a plus player, come back the next day. Not every day is a $28,000 day. You got to survive between those, and keeping profits is a way to do that. That $28,000 day, there were really a couple of trades. They were never down on the day. They just kept going into it and continuing to keep going, which is great. But I mean, you start up 1,100. You never had the opportunity to bury the day. That was a great day for you, but those days come few and far between. Be happy accepting, a good day for a good day, and not every day is going to be a $7,000 or a $28,000 day.
Yeah, very well framed out, and I apologize for almost talking over you there.
Oh, it's okay.
I was looking at that 29,000. It was $28,882.36. They had 13 consecutive winning trades there. So, that was exciting to watch. I remember that. That was back on February 5th. And, those big numbers always catch our eye. And I'll, if I'm curious, I'll look through the order history to see what they were doing. And yeah, just like lights out. I will compliment Jalen for hammering the gas pedal down on that day. Every once in a while, we as traders get super in tune and fluid with the market, and he maximized that on that day. 13 winning trades in a row on that day. So he deserves that 29,000 for that day. But again, you don't want to have to rely on, doing that. It's few and far between. You're going to have 13 winning trades in a row in a single session. But all good stuff. They're profitable. I don't like the trading that much, but they're profitable. So we can't always, have good trading with profitability. People get lucky. People swing big. The big swings on the favorable side of stuff, are the points that go on the scoreboard. So anyways, he's doing well. High risk trader, big swinger. I'd like to talk about. I'd like to move on from Jalen and talk about Firuz. One of our other live traders. You saw him at number 6 on the leaderboard. Firuz is coming off a 5-day $15,000 win streak. They're up a little bit today too, which is nice to see.
Very nice.
Yeah. So Firuz has had a little bit of a rough go with it. This win streak really helped him out tremendously. His winning trades, he's not right even half the time. He doesn't put up winning. He puts up winning days about half the time. So you look at the average winning days and average losing days; they're identical. They're at $2,700. So that those winning days kind of turn out to be like they're making $200 on average per day. Firuz, his risk reward in framing out his trades is absolutely saving him in the account. This 5-day win streak is saving him in the account. If he didn't have that, he'd be down, pretty good in the account from where he started. But we all go through drawdowns. So this is not, talking about Firuz's character or his, his trading as a whole. He's been with us for a little over a year now, a little over a year now. And we go through cold patches, and he got off to a little bit of a cold start in this live account. Hopefully, at least over the last 5 days, I would say he's warming up. So, Firuz, keep framing out your trades. Know where you're getting out if you're wrong. Know where you're getting out, or have a good idea of where you're getting out if you're right. When you put the trade on, you're obviously doing that. So we want to leverage things that we're doing well. We also want to exploit things that we could be doing a little bit better as traders, or even things that we're doing wrong. I think that, him not limiting his losses is something that he's doing wrong. And I think he needs to be a little bit more comfortable with calling it a day before he hits that 27.59 on the day, or hits a daily loss limit.
Right.
So I don't have too much. I mean, Firuz, I'm in your corner. I'm cheering you on. You do have a nice, fat, healthy account balance right now. He's actually, after yesterday with this win streak, he is on his account balance highs, which is probably why you saw him on the leaderboard. So, things are going well for him overall. But I think if he could limit that downside, John, he'd be a little bit better off. Most of these losing days he's putting up, they start off as losing days. And on these losing days, he's stringing together a lot of losing trades consecutively, which kind of, makes me think something for him to potentially consider is limiting himself to how many trades he makes in a day. If they're losing trades, 3 losing trades in one day, consider just saying, hey, my strategy is not working in the current session, the current market environment. And I think if he could do that, this account balance, I mentioned he's sitting pretty. His account balance is on its highs, but he could also be, he could have a little bit more money in there, or a little money in his pocket. 26 days in the live account, and actually no payouts. I don't think no payouts. You got over 40 grand in there. Take a little payout. It doesn't have to be half of that. You don't need to take a $20,000 payout. Take $5,000. Take 10%, $4,000 out.
Yeah. I'm a little curious. There's some things that are kind of confusing to me here. On certain days when he's up money, he's able to walk away, after kind of taking a little bit off the high watermark. That's something that we suggest. If you're having a good day, you have a couple of losses, just keep a certain percentage of that at the end of the day to stay a plus player. I see him doing that on some days. And then there's other days where, he's up 1,000, ends up hitting the daily loss limit. That's just, I don't know. It's kind of confusing. It's like, I don't see any real kind of consistency to that. But think about it, Firuz. You're up. Tuesday he's up before you left up $1,100. That was good enough. Day before left up $2,600. That's good enough. Maybe it's just kind of a continuing maturation process that he's going through here.
Yeah. I think so, because I see a little element of flailing in the trading, and he might be someone who's looking for the home run. I don't see any home runs here. I mean, I think the biggest winning day was $4,500, if I get that correctly, $5,400.
Right. Yep.
But there's not a lot of those big winners. He's more in the 200. It shows right there, the $2,700 on average on his winning days.
Right. Yep. And one thing, Firuz, that I do love about you is your reward over risk is what's keeping you in this account.
It 100% is. So don't go changing that, Firuz. It is keeping you in the account. And if anybody else out there is struggling, I mean, look at this. This is someone who's a profitable trader that's right less than half of the times on their trades. But because they have the risk reward 2-to-1, it's saving them. So if you're struggling, try and look at your risk reward. If you're someone who's, 1-to-1, I'm risking 200 to make 200. try and find some trade opportunities where you only risk that 200, but you might be able to take 400 out. So that can be a saving grace. If you're treading water, and we know futures trading's got such a low success rate, the vast majority of people tread water or lose money. If you're someone who's treading water, it's time to buckle down and make some adjustments. Do something that you should do, not what you want to do. Make some adjustments. They're going to be difficult to make, and let's look for better results. John, I see we're a little bit long here.
I know. I was just going to say, Mick, you and I could sit here all day and talk about this stuff, and we have. But
yes,
we are out of time. It's a pleasure being with you today, my friend. It's great to be back, and great thoughts, great ideas. I love that. There's that initial account balance, and then there's the maintenance account balance. What is yours? Keep thinking about that, folks. Any last comments there, Mick?
No, I know we're talking about trading buddies and stuff like that. And John, we don't do it as often as we once did, but we used to always talk about the trades we were taking. And I miss that. The good old days, John.
Me too. Well, we'll do it again one of these days.
No doubt. Have fun.
All right. Have a great rest of the day, Mick. Thanks again. All right, everybody. Stick around for the Power Players segment. We've got Eddie. We've got Robert. We've got Coach Paul. Looking forward to see all these guys. Don't go away. It'll just take a minute, and we'll be back right with you.
time for power players.
Yes, it is time for power players. And look who we found outside and dragged in. He didn't want to come in, but we got him in. I'm just kidding. Coach Paul, it's an honor to see that you're with us here once again.
It's glad to be here. How are you guys doing? I always enjoy this. How's your trading been? Let's start there.
I had a good morning. I had a very good morning. I'm hands off right now, up about 18 on my 150K combine. So hands off.
Nice.
Hands off. But
Good for you.
hey, real quick before we jump into the pool, Barkin was barking, and some of the comments here, just want to share real quick. I gave a fair warning in chat. Upcoming inflation data is likely to be favorable, is what he says. The upside inflation risks are still around, and talking about that 2% inflation, he said the possible back to the 2% inflation will be bumpy, like my grandmother's legs. So not too much positive, but that was what was said. So inflation has a surprise to the upside before. All right. Okay, so we'll get him out of the way. I'll keep an eye open here. But very nice to have Coach Robert and Coach Paul. Boy, we're getting a super treat here, guys and girls. Coaches with coaches of coaches. And, before we start, Coach Paul, give us a little background. I know we got a lot of new people going. I've heard of this guy. I've seen pictures, but who is he? Who are you, Coach Paul?
I'm a performance coach here at Topstep. I've been in the futures trading industry for 4 decades, since I was 18 years old, 4 decades plus. I started on the trading floor. I've traded in many different contracts. I've been a member of the board of trade. I've also been an executive for an FCM. I've also run a CTA, commodity trading advisory. I trade my own account. I do some managed trading. I love trading. It's my life. But really, and I'm also a basketball coach. So what I really enjoy, a coaching coach, is, one of the things I learned when I started coaching, as you teach, you learn. And what I've really enjoyed here at Topstep in my 7 months is, opening, is being available, and also learning from our other coaches. There's some great perspectives, different ways of thinking, different ways of handling our risk, and I've learned also. So this collaborative effort that we have here at Topstep, not only I believe helps new traders, but you can teach an old dog new tricks. I also work with Coach Jay, and we do At the Buzzer, 3 p.m. Central every day.
Right.
And Coach Jay is just a great guy, and I've learned a lot from him. Really enjoy working with him, and also coaching new traders.
Right. Now, Coach Paul, I know that one of the best things I like about here is I've got to say that I am learning each and every day something new. You're learning from Coach Jay. Jay is learning from Coach Hugh. We are learning from both of you. We are learning from Coach Robert. Now, Coach Robert is here also. And, let me ask you guys here to get into this is, have you put any trades on today? Coach Paul, have you put any trades on today?
Yes, I have.
Okay, now I know that we had an issue with the charts, but Coach Rob's going to put up a chart. Maybe you can give us an idea. And what were you trading on? NASDAQ, or you trade gold? ES?
I'm a one-lot trader in 10 different places.
Okay.
So today, we'll go through it. If you can bring up the Japanese yen on a 10-minute
gosh,
chart.
I haven't. I used to work the phones with First Chicago at the Japanese yen with Tommy Latham.
Yeah.
Good old Spooty. Back on the floor.
Right.
Japanese yen.
Japanese yen, and I'll show you. I look for opportunity in different places.
What's the symbol for that?
JY6 maybe.
Okay. I'm on TradingView. No, it's not JY6. Oh, I'm on stocks. Okay, hang on a second.
Yeah, that's
silly rabbit.
Silly rabbit.
that's right.
Japanese yen. It is
Yen is
6J, I believe. Okay.
Yep.
Are we on the February or the March contract, sir?
Yeah, it's March.
March contract, and what time frame chart?
Let's go with a 10-minute chart with a 200-day moving average.
You
Our
got
lovely chat. Everybody put that answer in. I wonder if we're trading. Are you trading? Are you trading yen? All right.
Okay. So if we have a 200 bar moving average.
We'll throw that on there right there for you. We'll make it nice and big so you can talk through it. We were just having a little trouble getting his charts running, so we'll put this on a 200, calculate on the close. We'll make it, how's the yellow look? And we'll make it a couple pieces bigger. And there you go. There's your chart. Take it away.
All right. If you can begin on the opening last night at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock Eastern.
Right there.
Okay. Now, what I've learned here, one of the biggest things I've learned is using VWAP. Why I've found out how do you learn why I love VWAP is I grew up in the trading pits. Okay, and there was a hierarchy of flow, and that's the name Topstep comes from being a Topstep trader. And what does that mean? It means in the pits they were octagonal, and on the highest part they were tiered. The highest part was where the big orders came, and the big floor brokers who filled orders for customers. Now, the Topstep trader, you had to earn that right to be there. But what was really why it was so valuable is that you got first taste of big orders. You got an edge. You were close to the source of volume. When I was a filling broker on the opening, we get an imbalance of orders. You could have 200 sells at the market, right? I might have 100 buys. And I'm going to keep this simple. All right. So I have to find someone close to me to fill it. So if you're there, Eddie, you're the local. And the first minute, I have to execute these trades in the opening range. Okay. So Eddie says, well, I'm even bid. Okay. So I sell you, I have 200 to sell. I say, Eddie, I'll sell you 200 at even. Now I have 100 to buy. Okay. And let's say the opening range was even to 05.
Now I'm at 05.
Eddie, I'll buy 100 at 05.
05, done, and I am done for the day.
Well, no, you have an imbalance. I sold you 200. And, and I sold you 200 and I bought 100.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
So now,
where's my trade
now
checker?
you're long 100. Yes, you're long 100. Okay. Now I've given you 100 times 5. I've given you 500 ticks, but you have 100 left, an imbalance that you need to get out of, and that's why the first minute was so important. Because now you got a decision. I've given you a head start, right? Now you got to get out of the imbalance. And that imbalance is important because the paper is short, and you've got that opposite side. So you can turn around. I've given you a head start. You can sell that imbalance at even if you want. You can try to 02s or maybe 99s, but you have a head start. So why I bring that up is these imbalances need to be traded out of in the market. In a simple move, why I've found a VWAP actually creates that. So if you can put a VWAP on the opening of the Japanese yen, Coach
The
Robert,
blue line, I added a VWAP. It's the open. If the open is the
there you
same
go.
time, yeah, it's the blue line you're looking at here is VWAP, and the yellow line is the 200 period moving average that you asked, and there you are. If that's where if the session starts at 5 p.m. Central, that's where they both start.
Yep. Okay. Now, what do we see? We have selling right off the bat. We have an imbalance. We're under the 200 bar moving average. Now, I have my bias is coming from the market itself. I use the 200 bar moving average I want to lean against. So what I did today was sell it, and I put a stop. I use average true range. So the average true range on the 10-minute is about 7 points. So I risk about 15 points. I put my stop in. All right. Now, I let the market go. Let's see as we go through what is happening. We do trade above briefly a wick on a candle, but never hit my stop. But what's going on with the larger imbalance, the VWAP? It's staying under the moving average. All right. So I just put that on. I've done this a long time, but what I found out, I just love this VWAP. So when it's under that moving average, the market is flowing down. It's not being bought on a price basis or a volume basis. So I still have that on. On a one lot, I picked up about $800. I went to sleep and I made some other trades. As you can see, there is a trend here, isn't there? The market is tight. There's more selling coming in. The biggest candles are sell candles, aren't they? The green candles you can barely see. That's a well-defined trade with a well-defined risk. I can be very, very comfortable in this trade. That was the best trade I made, and I made some other ones based on the same type of decision-making matrix.
Using that VWAP, and that's something that I'm trying to catch on to. Never used it before, but it's talked about a lot and used for success in a lot of opportunities. Let me ask you. Let's see, Coach Robert. Have you had a trade today? Come in, Coach Robert. There he is. You there?
Yeah, it faded in and out on me twice, and I was just trying to check to see if it was me or if it was the stream. Apparently, it looks like it's
Hopefully
me,
not
so
your
I missed the last
consciousness.
question. No. So what was the last question?
Was just asking you if you had a position on today.
Excuse me. I do not have a position and did not. A lot of catch up to do this morning, a lot of preparation. It's really tough for those mornings like that. So yeah, the answer is no, and I was hoping to put one on, and I just glanced over to see if there was anything available, but since my things had frozen and come back online, nothing is even connecting at this point.
Fine.
So yeah, keep on going.
Good to go. As long as you're not putting on a drunken stupor, I think we're fine. So maybe you got some opportunity a little later on. But Coach Paul, let me ask you. We talk about this Discord education that we offer after we're done here in TopstepTV, and there's a lot to offer. Today's Thursday. We've got you and Coach Jay. Ray's going to do something at 6. Vince has got a 7 o'clock, and of course that guy we call Dakota, yes, the All-Star, trading very well lately. Gosh, he is locked on. He's going to have his segment, Slow Markets, at 8 p.m. But what's this at the buzzer?
At the buzzer, Coach Jay and I, after the close, 3 o'clock Central, we review the market movement of the day. One of the things that I bring is I will bring different opportunities We just saw yen. It could be to me, it could be in the crude oil. It could be in the euro currency, could be in Bitcoin. I trade different markets, so I bring a perspective of taking my trading plan and finding opportunity in other markets. So we review them. Coach Jay focuses more on the indices and the crude. And we review them and we help people, our audience, we ask questions about risk management and also trading psychology. Really enjoy it. We've been doing it for about 4 months now. It's great.
Am I able to, if I go to that segment in the Discord channel, can I ask questions? Are you open for any questions regarding of what you're doing and so forth?
Yes. We have a chat and people ask questions. And we can answer them as best we can when it's not too busy. We get people. One of the things here is we have new traders or novice traders, and it's we used to have the one-on-one coaching. Now it's group coaching. But one of the things that I've discovered here, and it's really where I've done a lot of work with it, is trading psychology.
Mm-hmm.
New traders being able to not only take risk, but embrace uncertainty. Because if in a flow, I coach athletes. Performance for great athletes, you can go to the superstars, or you can go down to the high school level or grammar school level. The difference, we used to call the practice all-star or the guy who executes in the game. What's the difference? You've seen, you guys have both coached for it. There's people who can do really well in the practice account, and then it cuts to live, and things fall apart.
Right. That goes such as life too, Coach. If you're in a play, you're doing the dress rehearsals, and then boom, you're on stage and there's everybody watching. It goes for a lot, even in sports, you practice. And then, once you get up to bat to face that opposing pitcher, you get the butterflies. I used to do that a lot, when I played in bands, is you practice, you got the song down, and all of a sudden, hey, 15 minutes before you guys go on stage, and you're freaking out. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And it's going to take time. It doesn't happen overnight. You're going to have to do this a few times. And if you are in a combine going to fund it and you lose the account, now I know we talked to a lot of traders that happens. Each and every time you do that, you're learning something. You're learning from your mistakes, and I really hope you're journaling so you know what not to do next time. And this is something that needs to be done. It's going to happen. Don't be so disappointed. I suck. I can't trade. Well, the thing is, you got to that point. You can trade. It's just a matter of getting calloused for having that. Now, it's not that you're going on stage, or not that you're facing the opposing pitcher, or anything like that, an audience, but it does have that same mentality.
Absolutely. And that mentality is when we're live or when it counts, we're under pressure. And this happens throughout life, and different from a CEO down to an independent trader. When the performance counts is the difference. I was blessed. I trained, this 10 years ago, a guy from the Air Force Academy. He was literally a rocket scientist. He wasn't a fighter pilot, but he launched satellites for the Department of Defense, weather satellites, and was a great athlete, water polo player, He's enshrined in their Hall of Fame. But what I learned from him, as I talked, as you teach, you learn. In the Air Force, there was a great fighter pilot, one of the greatest of all time. And he had developed, under pressure, he developed this process called an OODA loop. And under pressure, you want to make a simplified heuristics of execution, because you have to deal with emotions and anxiety. And the more you let those stew, you can make decisions in and out, and all of a sudden you're away from your plan. So this OODA loop, it came down to in battle. The heuristics that he used were simple: observe, see where you're at, orient yourself, decide, and act, and then go right back into this first part. So what that brings in trading is you have to have a plan, right? Some people call it an edge. I don't believe, and this could do this another. As traders, from where we're at, there is no edge. There is an opportunity. And so then you're facing risk, right? Risk. When you're facing risk, you're going to have anxiety. It's the way it is. So in a practice account, you don't really feel that anxiety. When it starts becoming money, it's a different time. So as you practice, and we talk about practice in the gym, so that you're ready to go in the game. So if you're not controlling these feelings and have an ability to control it, it's going to take over. If you're a fighter pilot or you're in combat and you lose your mind, you're probably not going to survive, right? As a trader, we need to survive, and that causes a lot of conflicts.
Yeah, there's no resets, no mulligans when you're a fighter pilot, unless you hit that eject button quick enough. Yes, it's a big difference, but it's what we're trying to say is it's all about pressure. It's all about putting yourself in the moment. And I can agree with you 100%, Paul. Many a times where the brow starts to sweat and you're feeling more, the blood pressure rises and so forth. And times like that, it seems, just from experience, you become reckless and you're not thinking through things. And this is where the red flags have to sort of pop up and say, okay, well, wait a minute. I'm not in the right frame of mind. My I'm not focused. Should I be trading? And, once again, you bring in that second voice. Ask yourself, and make sure you're giving yourself a good answer. But I love what you're saying here.
Yeah, that's really the key to performance, because there's going to be pressure. And with Jesus, if that pressure becomes emotional, I don't want to take this loss, so I'll get out. Or I won't get out. I'll wait till it's a winner. There's one concept that's called, you need to trade right, not be right. Big difference. So when we start losing, especially novice, and I know this because I did it. I still battle it. No one, we're all humans for now, and we all have emotions. We're not hardwired for uncertainty, right? And what is the only certainty we get in trading is uncertainty. So now we're entering an environment that isn't natural to us as humans, right? How do you handle constant uncertainty? I always, when on the other CNBC or Bloomberg News, the market abhors uncertainty. It always drove me nuts. I'm like, Well, if there was certainty, you wouldn't have a trading. You don't have a market. So you have to get, if there's certainty, then you have to be a fool to take the other side of my trade. So we have to not only deal with uncertainty, we have to embrace it. And that's what Tom Hugard's book, Best Loser Wins.
Right. I've
Because
heard that.
we
I have
have
not read that book.
It's in the pantheon of books. I have it on my shelf. I go back to it every few months. But the important thing is where do most traders get into trouble? And I love having with Mick. I love that section. Is like, because it comes down to, well, they're not taking losses. What happens especially when we're most vulnerable after we've had this big winning streak, right? And I've done this, and all of a sudden, well, I don't want to take this loss.
Well, after a big winning streak, I'm always one to say, don't be in a hurry to give it back. You're sitting on top of the hill. You've had a victorious previous trading day, and I used to go in there guns a-blazing, and before you knew it, you'd be back to flat from what you had before, and then it'd go negative, and then you'd get the blood pressure and the recklessness. That's one thing that I've tried to practice what I preach. I try to do that, and share with my traders that don't be in a hurry to give it back. You had a great day yesterday, great trading last session. Enter this session cautiously. Play the defense. Play the defense coming into this one.
What you just described is trading right, not having to be right, correct? So when we get to a loser, and I've seen this, I've been guilty of it, I've seen it consistently. Fuck, I don't want to take this loss. Then all of a sudden we start gambling. I mean, Las Vegas is predicated upon this principle, right? It's never the greed and fear. It's like fear of having that loss. Where a disciplined gambler is not a gambler, is a risk taker. So a good trader, I define, is a risk manager. A poor trader, just a risk taker. I'll take risk, but we can all take risk. Can we manage it?
Right. Yeah, that's key. That's one of my biggest. I think that might be even my number one regarding what you're talking about, management. Not only manage your account, but manage yourself. And, I'm a terrible manager when it comes to Hostess products. I mean, 1 Twinkie, 2 Twinkie, 3 Twinkie, that's out the window. I'm terrible at that. But, managing other things that, as trading, you got to manage yourself. You got to manage your account. I mean, there's two things there. And usually if you've got good management, things fall into place nicely. Discipline, patience, all right? Those fall in very nicely. And you're watching that. You're watching your size. You're watching your rules. You're watching because it's management.
Bingo. Like that yen example. I just followed the flow, put in a stop. I was comfortable with losing that much money and letting it grow. Now, there's examples where, the euro currency, it isn't working. I'm losing a little money. I still have my stop in, and I'll readjust it and at the end of the day. But, there's another great book, Trading in the Zone. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that's another one. It's on the pantheon of books. And I'm going to go through them right now. I have them on my whiteboard. The principles of a consistent winner. This is so important. Is first of all, have your trading plan. Objectively identify your edge. Right? Number one.
Right.
So in that example, okay, my edge was I want to sell it under the 200 bar moving average and have VWAP underneath the average. That's my plan. I won't say edge because I didn't get an edge. I had to sell the bid. Even if I sell the offer, I didn't have an edge. They had to go bid for me to get filled. Next one is predefine, and this is really important. Predefine your risk. How much? To me, I use average true range and I times it by 2. So whatever that 15 ticks in the yen is about $200. All right. And okay, I can afford that. I like that. Okay, so now I'm comfortable with my risk. I've defined my plan. Next one is this is important. Completely accept the risk or let the trade go. And why I believe this is the most important is if a lot of times we will take risk or too big of a trade, and every tick counts, right? And now a friend of mine from the South used to say, you're as nervous as a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. And that feeling is like, yeah, every tick counts. And what are you? You're full of anxiety and you can't really handle the risk. So being able to accept that risk and fully accept it gets you comfortable in a trade. And that's where where you can eliminate the anxiety or at least tone it down. Next one is you act on that edge or that trading plan without hesitation. So you have a trading plan, you've identified it, you identify the risk, and now you're entering it without hesitation. Yeah, I'll take that.
Right.
Not, God, I hope this works.
Well, you know what, Paul? It's like the deer in headlights. And, I've always said, if you've got levels that you're looking for, make sure you've got those ready to go. So when you do get to that point, it's not, what do I got to do? It's an action. All right. This is what I want to do. And this is going to help you, pulling the trigger. We have the fear of putting the trade on. But if you have already decided what you're going to do before the market gets to that point, it be automatic. All right. It's just something that has to be done. No questions. This is your game plan. So do it. I think that helps.
Yes. And what does that helps? It builds your confidence.
Right.
So when you're confident, your anxiety level's down. You've already determined to me, one of the greatest lessons I learned from my mentor, Peter Stottlemyre, was any day you're coming in, take one side of the market. And I'm like, well, that helps a lot. I'm either coming in to buy it or sell it. And I can be wrong. My biggest losing days were when I got caught on both sides of the market. Getting short at the lows, getting high at it's a quick way to hell.
Real quick here. Thank you, Hoop. Yeah. Crude has some new highs. Watching that right now. Robbie, you see anything else here? We got just a couple more minutes, and we are going to TopQuiz.
Yeah, we got to make it real quick. If maybe they can switch over to my chart real quick. I'll show you all something. I'm talking maybe a 30-second spiel right here. I just marked this out. Coach Paul, thank you for all that information. It was wonderful. I always enjoy listening to what you're saying and seeing your Discord stuff too. Just wanted to make sure I share this with the group. Okay, 15 seconds. This is that range chart I want to show everybody because this is why I like watching these. All of these, the yellow squares are sections. So the first one on the left here is the entire overnight section. The red section is just the first 30 minutes of the U.S. market, and every block after here is 30 minutes. And to me, you can clearly see where your levels are at, This here, see, it just dropped down right in this point of control. Point of control is down here. It's tapping it again right in this low volume area. It just dropped off. We're at a really nice support level. If I were considering anything, I can't right now. I have to jump onto another thing here, but I would be going long at this point, having my risk at this bubble right here, and taking my target right around this point of control. Just wanted to make sure we shared that while I was putting all this weird stuff on the chart while Coach Paul was going over his books.
All right.
Great section.
Well, Coach Paul, thank you very much for being with us. Coach Robert, thank you very much. And looking forward to the next time, Coach Paul. Let's see you back here. We got Top Quiz coming up here next with Vanessa. We got group coaching with Hoag. Don't forget, Rips will be with us from 1 o'clock till the closing bell Central Time. And Hoag's going to join him. Andre's going to join him. Dolby's going to join him. Talk about All-Stars. Speaking of All-Stars, Coach Paul, Coach Robert, thank you very much for being with us here on Power Players. And catch you back here again. Don't forget, at the buzzer, 3 o'clock p.m. Central Time, Discord channel. Correct, Coach?
All right. Have a good day. Great to be on here.
All right. We'll
Good
see you at the buzzer.
everybody.
All right. We'll be right back.
All right.
Don't go away. Top Quiz next.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz Financial Bro Edition. As promised, it's Thursday. I'll let you in on a little secret. These earbuds aren't connected. They're for the look. I'm going to take them out and put my headphones on, then talk to Vanessa.
Hey, everybody.
Vanessa, how you doing today? You ready to bro out?
I am so ready to bro out. I've been trying to study the bro terms, and I'm just there. I'm ready to go.
Well, let me help you out a little bit. So, real quick, I'll go over the rules. Top quiz, 4 multiple choice questions. Sign up with that link. If you get 3 or 4 right, you will be entered for one of 40 free resets. I said resets correctly today. Remember to answer the questions on your device. That's where they show up. So, with that, Vanessa, I have more than just this. I have what all financial bros have. I have a backpack.
Got mine.
Of the company. Yeah. All right. You ready for this? James, might need a one up here. I got to show you what's in the backpack. First, got the Starbucks. I got the Zyn pouches, 6 milligram. We're not effing around. Got the legally prescribed ADHD medication. I have a copy of the bond basis signed by Andrew Huberman. We're going protocol, man. It's how you live efficiently. Throw that shit down. What else do I have in here? Oh, I got a sweet green salad for lunch, and I'm going to eat that at some point in the show. That's what I got in the bag, and that's how you do it. That's how you live. So here's your time to sign in. Vanessa, are you prepared?
I didn't do enough research. I've just got my lanyard, my backpack, my shades.
I feel like Bane right now, where it's like you've merely acquired this lifestyle. I lived there for 7 years. We'll get into some of that. As you might have noticed, today's bro theme will also extend the questions. The questions are fair, as they always are, but they are finance bro centric. You'll find out what that means shortly. So it looks like we've got a bunch of people in here. Question is, are you ready to send it, Vanessa?
Yeah.
Yeah? All right.
Yeah,
Well,
I am.
I'm feeling effing great, man. I am just G'd up from the feet up. I got my Patagucci on. I'm ready to do some quizzing.
I'm junked up,
Let's do this and then get cocktails. We're starting right now. Kahoot. Bro down edition. All right. First question is, in American Psycho, the film, I didn't have room, Patrick Bateman marvels at the off-white coloring, tasteful thickness, and watermark of what object? Was it a pitch deck, a resume, a business card, or a wedding invitation? It is one of these things.
I'm going to go triangle. I'm going to go pitch deck.
Pitch deck?
I don't know.
It was, in fact, a business card. JD, not JD. James, can you send the one up right now? Of me?
Yeah, hold on.
Show and tell time. Looks a little something like this, baby.
Awesome.
Let me see if I can get this to focus. I don't think I'll be able to. Oh, there it is. So yeah, send me an email there. The company no longer exists. Okay, let's see.
Jack, you do not disappoint. I love it.
Go whole hog on these things. All right. MP's Floor Guy, Watubi, MS Trade, Drake Leaked MP. We've switched it up. And HG Star. Okay. Let's go on to the next question. Shall we, Vanessa? Still time.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
All right. I think that was empty.
Bro,
do you even excel? This is what DCF stands for in financial valuation models. Is it debit carried forward, discounted cash flow, debt cash float, or dank cash flows. It is one of these four.
I just want to pick dank cash flows just because I like the word dank. I don't even care if it's right.
If you want dank cash flows, you need to know the net present value of those EFFers. And you do that by discounted cash flows. That is the correct answer. It looks like a lot of you had iBanking internships. Where were you? I was at a better place, I bet. Okay, let's do this.
That's that BSD energy.
Gotta have it. MP's floor guy, Bob the Builder. Giggity giggity. Rhino Tick Pills, and Solistimo. Alrighty. Do maybe bonus points. We'll name all the schools in the Ivy League and which are actually good. I see ya. All right. Question number 3. When flexing bottles at the club, make sure it's this French vodka, which pairs exquisitely with sugar-free Red Bull or Celsius. Is it Belvedere, Grey Goose, Kettle One, or Ciroc? Hint, one of them is French.
I want to say Ciroc, just because I see a lot of people, like a lot of rappers and stuff that do Ciroc. Grey Goose used to be it, though.
Well, Ciroc's not made in France. So, yes. The answer is, of course...
Grey Goose.
What? Grey Goose is like Grey Goose? If you're flexing sparkler bottles, it's got to be Grey Goose.
So,
not having someone come out with that. What's up?
So here's a fun story. I went to a club in Vegas for some pro football player's birthday, and he had just Ciroc coming out, all the different flavors, and gave us literal stacks of money to throw in the air at any time. It was quite an experience. So that's why I always think Ciroc, but instead of Grey Goose.
Yeah, well, guess what? That's why he's throwing balls and I'm making sick deals. Different vodka. All right.
True.
We got one question. And by the way, I even looked it up. If Ciroc is made in France, I'll give people credit for Ciroc as well. There you go.
Yes.
All right. Let's go on to the final question to test your bro knowledge. That counts as a right one for you, the Ciroc.
Good looking out, gang.
All right. I'll look that up afterwards. Giggity giggity, Rhino Tick Pills, Bob the Builder, Bob Marley back from the grave. And this beginning of an email. All right. Let's go. Final question. What is the weight of a men's Olympic barbell? When I'm deadlifting, you best believe that effort is bending. Is it... I put both weights here. You can see them, but 35 pounds, 45 pounds, 55 pounds, or 65 pounds.
I have no idea on this. I don't even lift, bro. So
Well, if you did, you'd know that it is 45 pounds or 20 kilograms for the men's Olympic barbell. Let's see all the power lifting bros out there. All right. Let's see the final board here. In third place, Bob the Builder. In second place, Giggity Giggity. And in first, we got Rhino Tick Pills. Good stuff. I might try it. I'm going to look up Ciroc with a Q. I thought it was a USA brand, but I'll give it to you if it is from France. Vanessa, thank you for entertaining me with this today. Looks like the 30-year auction. Yeah, thanks for broing out. Let's see, 30-year auction, man. That's child's play. Give me the CPI next week. In the meantime, trade well. Stick around. We got group coaching next. Hoag is back in the house. We'll be back right after this.
Bye.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. It is Thursday, 12:07 Central Time. Goddamn, Hoag, it's great to have you back. Everybody's happy to have you back. How you feeling? How's it going?
Glad to be back. Things are okay. I appreciate everybody that missed me. Know that I missed all of you as well, and just glad to be back and looking to have a really good session today. This is one of my favorite things to do, is this group coaching session, and I hope you all get something out of it. Thank you very much, JD. I missed you as well.
Oh yeah, it hasn't been the same without you. Not that Coach Robert isn't great at this, but I don't know. There's just something about your voice, Hoag. It's so soothing, and when you start talking the coaching vibe, everybody's listening. Well, thanks everybody for throwing your... Oh, you got it, my man. And thanks everyone for throwing your questions in that question form. It was pinned to the top of the chat. If you didn't get to it, I believe it's pinned up there again right now. Hopefully we get to all your questions today. If we don't, we do apologize. Maybe we'll get to a few of them tomorrow. With that said, I am JD. You know the Hoag. Let's get that. Let's get that disclaimer out of the way.
There it is. Yeah, we all know that there's risk in trading futures, right? These are leveraged products. Therefore, we do run the risk of losing more than our initial investment. We should only be using risk capital. And to me, risk capital is money that I can afford to lose. We're not suggesting the purchase or sale of any product or security during this session. It is for educational purposes only. One nice thing about Topstep is succeeding in the trading combine. We're going to put that risk capital up for you. You won't have to worry about putting up that risk capital. So we look forward to having a great session. Let's get into the questions. I'll put the charts up so we can see what's going on with the markets. Getting a little bit whippy here after that 30-year bond market bond auction. Just really just kind of staying in range here in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ, even in the 30-year. It's pretty much still inside its day session range. So we'll see how this plays out for us for the rest of the day, I guess. What do you got, JD? God, it's good to be back.
Man, it's been super whippy today. Chop suey all day long. It's been a tough trade. Throw in the chat.
It has been.
Are you doing well playing the range today, or you keep getting faked out looking for breakouts? Let us know how you're doing.
No, my trading plan today was sit on my hands and wait for something to change. I mean, in the S&Ps, we haven't left yesterday's area of value. The NASDAQ, we've peaked up a little bit above yesterday's area of value, but and not being a NASDAQ trader, there's a little bit more of a lift in the NASDAQ. I don't know. I haven't done anything yet. And, I had something that I had to take care of for the last few days. And it was something that was upsetting JD and everybody. And when you get knocked down or knocked over or whatever you want to call, and no reason to talk about, what's happened or what's happening, but it's affected my decision-making process in trading. I've been around long enough to know that I'd better be careful for the foreseeable future, because sometimes things happen and there's not really much you can do about them. But sometimes things take time to play out, and it takes time to digest and put things past us. And I'm in one of those situations right now, to be completely fair and honest with everybody. So I was glad today when the S&Ps opened up right in the middle of yesterday's area of value, because it gave me license to put my feet on my butt and my hands on my butt, put my feet on my butt, put my hands on my butt, and just be patient, wait for something to really come out and reach out to me to look for an opportunity. I could very easily have been very aggressive this morning, and I'm pretty sure I would have gotten biffed up, because I'm looking for big things, and big things just don't seem to be happening right now. So when things happen outside of trading, they can affect your decision making in trading. I've made this mistake numerous times, and I'm going to be very patient with myself and getting myself back into the right decision making process before really getting too involved in anything. So I appreciate it, everybody. Everything is okay. Everything is okay. When things happen, I don't know about all of you and JD. I don't know about you, but when there's a perceived threat, right, either to yourself or your family, I have this bad tendency to go right to the worst possible scenario. And that's what I did. I dove right for the worst thing that could happen, which rarely ever does. And so, that just put me in a bad place for a couple of days. And I'm recovering from it. The worst possible scenario did not play out, as of course it usually doesn't. Matter of fact, one of the best possible scenarios has come out from it. So I'm going to learn from it. I'm going to get better from it, and when I'm through with this process of dealing with it, I will be a better, stronger person, and hopefully a better, stronger trader. I've been to the mountain in trading. I have seen the valley in trading. And I don't want to see the valley in trading. So I'm going to be really patient with myself and really patient in trying to really get back engaged in the market. So it's going to take something that's really going to have to speak to me. There was an opportunity today. I was mentioning the afternoon pullback from yesterday's session would have really been something I would have easily taken a small amount of risk at, but it didn't get there. So thinking about it is, sometimes what doesn't happen is equally as important as what does happen. Now the 30-year bond auction is out. We're still range bound. I'm not seeing any really good opportunities in anything inside the range from today. So again, I'm going to keep my hands on my butt and wait for the right opportunity. And I just haven't seen that yet today. And part of my inability to see the opportunities today could be because I'm not right in my head yet. I've got to digest and put things past me so that I can get back to really trying to focus on making good trading decisions. And I love you all for the comments and for the care. And I know that you're getting it back from me. And that's my goal here in work and in my work life is to help you, each of you, learn something every time we get together, every time we have an opportunity to think about things and learn something, take something away, uh, disagree with something I may be saying. Of course, I mean, this is all part of trading. There's a lot of opinions out there, and I don't want to say what my dad used to say about opinions. It's not very nice, but nobody's right all the time. Nobody's wrong all the time. I certainly don't know everything. And the opportunity that you guys give me to spend time with you and to answer your questions, it helps me learn and relearn so many of the things that I've learned in the past that I've forgot about or haven't thought about. This whole process of being a trader, is never ending. There's no goal being a trader. There's no destination. It's all about the journey, and the journey bumpy, and sometimes you're better off taking some time. Sometimes you're better, putting the pedal to the metal. And it's all about learning and understanding who you are as a trader. And I'm blessed and highly appreciative of you allowing me into your process, into your journey as traders. And it is my goal. Number one, don't hurt anybody. And number two, take something away. Take something away from every time we have the opportunity to spend time together. And, I by no means think that anybody is capable of always bringing something new or brilliant to the table for you, but we do it, and we hope that there is something once in a while that you're going to learn, that you're going to recognize in yourself, and that you're going to be able to use moving forward in your journey as a trader. I am sorry about my diatribe there, but I just feel like it's so important to for everybody to recognize, when things happen outside of trading, they will affect your trading. And so I'm going to kind of back off a little bit. I'm going to be really, really particular with any trades that I'm going to take, and let myself digest and let go of the venom and the things that have happened, and get back to being a happy, jolly kind of person. And because happy traders make better traders. All right, JD, I am sorry.
Hoag, as always, thank you for your openness, your honesty, your transparency, even during times when you're feeling vulnerable. You're getting a lot of love in the chat right now, and we all appreciate it. So thank you, Hoag.
Well, they all know I love them too.
All right. Well, what do you say we jump into it? We're almost 20 minutes in. Let's hit some questions. What do you say?
I apologize. All right, let's do this.
All right. First question comes from Bob. Bob says, "Hello, Coach. According to you, what pushed the NQ to a new all-time high today? Was it fundamental or technical? Any insight into this morning's price action?"
Yeah. So more buyers than sellers. It's the only thing I can think to say right now.
Simple supply and demand. That's it.
Right. I mean, you think about it. The other day, every trader, every investor, everybody that even thinks about trading, even the S&P futures, had their eyes on that 5,000 level. Okay. Well, when they have their eyes on that level, there is a big tendency to bring price to that level. We all got to see, what's going to happen at 5,000. Let's, even if it's subconsciously that everybody kind of works in that way to get to that level. Well, what's the level in the NASDAQ that everybody's kind of focusing on right now? It's got to be 18,000, right? Or how about just 17,900? We're not that far from 18,000. You think a lot of folks are going, man, oh man, would be cool to see the NASDAQ at 18,000. And there is that tendency to make it happen. So we don't know when, we don't know how long it's going to take. We don't know what direction price is going to take to get to 18,000. But I would, say with relative confidence, even if it takes 10 years, we're going to get to 18,000. But a lot of folks are probably focusing on that right now. We were looking at Apple coming off right after the equity open. That was a little bit of a pullback, but as soon as Apple seemed to kind of turn around, or Nvidia started moving higher, some of the other Magnificent Seven stocks started moving higher. These are stock indices based on those stocks, and those big stocks. Well, they may have a tendency to move the equities in some way or another, or not, or whatever. But I mean, the only thing I can say is, there a lot of eyeballs are looking at higher levels for these markets to achieve. We achieved 5,000 in the S&P. What's taking the NASDAQ so long?
That is the question.
Right?
Good answer. Good question for the answer, too. Maybe we'll see it just follow through. I mean, range bound all day long. I'm looking at a 5-minute chart in the NASDAQ right now, and it's just...
Mm-hmm.
How does your brother say it? Barcoding?
Barcoding, right. Yeah.
Since 10 o'clock this morning. Since 9:30 this morning.
It looked lower and then took out the high of the initial balance and left some single TPOs, which we are going to be talking about today. And then took out those TPOs and just seems to be ranging in the upper half of the day session range here. I mean, you can see it right here. It's barcoding, as they say, and this is a 30-minute chart. That's a long period of barcoding.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do you say we move on to the next question? Oh, Timothy Buckley wants to know, why not 20,000? Why stop at 18? Let's go to 20.
Right. And I've got the S&Ps. I've got one of the bulletins from the early 80s where the S&Ps were trading under 200. I remember when the S&Ps traded 200 for the first time. Nobody thought it would ever get to 1,000, then 2,000, then 3,000, then 4,000. Now we're at 5,000 in the S&Ps. The writing seems to be on the wall, unless something, completely messed up happens. I would say that 20,000 in the NASDAQ is eventually going to happen. I can't guarantee, not saying it's going to, not saying buy it now, not saying any of that, but history tells us that these markets are kind of destined just to kind of keep going higher and higher, I guess, again, unless something messed up happens and that knocks us down for a while, but we always seem to recover. I've seen 4 major crashes in my lifetime, and here we are at all times highs again. So very interesting stuff.
Yep. Well, Jefferson wants to know, in your opinion, while we're talking about hitting all-time highs, in your opinion, what is the most important rule of trading for a beginner? What advice would you give to a beginner when we're tapping on the ceiling of new all-time highs in the equities?
To a new beginning trader, first thing I would say is what some of the old guys on the trading floor told me my first day with my shiny new trading badge was, hey, congratulations, learn how to take a loss. Seems kind of counterintuitive, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's going to happen. It's a fact of life in this industry, no doubt about it.
Mm-hmm. My dad used to say, get out when you can, not when you have to. And
I was going to make a crack about...
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to crack wise about there's no such thing as a trader who's never taken a loss. But then what we see scrolling in the chat every once in a while, I'll just leave it at that. I won't. I'll spare you the joke. How about that? I'll leave it there.
Okay. I see my brother's here. Good to see you, Rick. And he's, start small, learn how to take a loss, build. As a new trader, there's so much that you need to know and so much you need to learn, but start simple. Start with a very simple strategy and, learn how to take a loss, keep the losses small, let the winners run. I know that's so cliche to say that, JD, but it's so true. If you're going to risk 100, you want to make 200 on that trade. And if you can find a way, in a very simple way, to do that and be right only half the time, eventually you can build yourself a nice villa in Italy.
That's it. The rules are very simple. It's making money and keeping it. That's the difficult part, right? All right. Next, we have a combination of a couple questions. So, first one, struggling XFA trader, and part 2 coming from Rosado. So let's start with struggling XFA trader. Says, okay. I find when I'm in a combine, I'm more confident in my entries, willing to hold them longer and exiting quickly. But as soon as I get into an XFA, I get gun shy and all the confidence seems to wither away and I am constantly nervous, gun shy and riddled with hopium. I'm not sure why that happens and was wondering if you have any words of wisdom on how to combat that.
And then Rosado's question is very similar. Passed the combine in 9 days and then failed XFA in 2. This isn't the first time this happens. I'm also, trading as a main source of income. Any advice? So I'm going to resort back to the old slide that has this on it. I don't know. I don't know. Make sure that everybody can see this. Yes. All right. Everybody can see it. So your performance in a random sim account is no different than your performance in a funded account. The difference is the risk. If this is laying right on the floor, I would say that a able-bodied person could walk from end to end relatively simply without much fear or without worrying too much about falling off. It's right on the floor. You could probably dance across this and it would be easy to do, but the process of moving from one end to the other is what we're pointing out here. Get into the trading combine. Now, that same process of walking from one end to the other holds more risk. If you were to fall off, there's the possibility of a greater possibility of some kind of pain. Granted, it's only 2 feet off the floor, but there's a bigger chance, especially for somebody like me, to roll their ankle and sprain their ankle, or something even worse. The process of going from one end to the other hasn't changed. The only thing that's changed is what's going to happen to me if I fall off. Get into an XFA account or a funded account. It raises that bar of risk. The process of going from one end to the other hasn't changed. The only thing that's changed is the amount of pain you're going to feel if you fall off. Now, there's lots of ways that is going to affect your ability to make good trading decisions. There's some folks, when they are in a trading combine, they're managing the risk really well. They're managing the risk technically. They get into a funded account or an XFA account, and now they want to change all the risk parameters. They're either going to be trading, they're either going to be moving up their stops to limit risk on those trades. Well, that's not what got you there. You gotta follow the same process that got you from the sim account through the trading combine and into the XFA account. So, if this is something that's important to you, it is going to affect your decision-making process, right? Especially for somebody who's trading to eat. That's pretty important, and it's going to affect your decision-making process. Somebody said to me a while back, I would be a much better trader if I didn't care about it. If I didn't care about it, I'm like, it's kind of genius, right? If we can trade a lot more carefree, but not careless, we would probably be able to trade a little bit better. So just the idea that the risk is greater is sometimes going to be enough to change the decision for the trades we're going to take. Maybe we're going to FOMO into trades a little bit faster because, man, I got to make that money. Maybe we're going to limit our risk because, well, this is a good level and I would normally put my stop here, but I don't want to risk that much. So I'm going to move my stop up so your stop gets taken out, but your initial idea for the stop might not get hit. And then you get to watch the trade play out without you. Some people have a tendency to move their stops to break even right as the market starts to go their direction. Well, I've had thousands of people say, I do this, and then the market comes and hits the stop, and then the trade plays without me. What do I do? And I said, well, stop moving the stop to break even. You got to give the trade time to kind of play out. Sometimes the market will come back and recheck that level. If the level is still good, this trade is still valid, you got to give the market the chance to go recheck that level. It happens a lot. So, it's never really seems to get easier to be able to do this. And I think the last thing I would want to say about this is, you've got records. You've got records of how you were able to succeed in the trading combine. Where your basic stop level is going to be, where your risk appetite is, and if you've accounted for all of those things through the combine, compare it to what you're doing in your XFA account. And market states change, volatility changes. There's a lot of variables to this, but as long as you are doing the things that get you through the trading combine, I think it's going to increase your probability of being successful in the XFA, moving on to the funded account, and hopefully having a nice long career in trading. It's what we hope for all of you. But this is one of the questions that I've heard most in coaching and personal coaching, one-on-ones. It is the bane of the trader, is adding risk changes the decision-making process. Yeah, we've got some really good traders here, and we're glad of that. We want this for all of you. And some of those traders would disagree. They'd say, you just have to take the trades, and screw it if you lose it. You can always get another account, blah, blah, blah. But for somebody who has their own account and is trying to eat off that account, that's a little bit different. So Rosato and struggling XFA trader, I hope that helps. Think about some of the things that we just talked about, and take your time. everybody wants to get rich quick. This is really typically not a get rich quick type of situation. You may get rich quick for a while, but when you see the dad wisdom at the end of the session today, you'll understand. I hope that helps. Think about what we just talked about.
Thanks, Hoag. Yeah, and you made some really great points in there. I love the part about I wish I didn't care about trading, They say you make the most money trading when you really don't need it, and you lose the most when you need it the most. So it's always good to have a second source of income, any kind of side job. What's his name? Danny's Trades was doing DoorDash and driving an Uber just to pay for his account resets before he got funded and into a live account. It's that kind of thing. If you don't have to worry about your bills, then you really don't worry about your trading so much either. Right. And then the other point you made about moving stops, I'm of the same opinion. I like to give my trades room to breathe. And in my experience, the market will always come back to retest your entry level. It seems like magical how the market knows where you got into a trade, and when it goes a certain distance, you're going to move your stop to break even. It's happened to me thousands of times, so I just don't move my stops anymore. I let the market prove me wrong. That's how I go about it these days. Break even stops never worked for me, so I don't do it anymore. And that's all I have to say. All right, moving on. Kyle, rhymes with smile. Here we go. Kyle has a question about the auction process and order flow. Kyle says, could you please talk about how, specifically and practically rather than theoretically, how price, e.g. in the NQ and ES, is moved by buyers and sellers? So, for example, every futures trade requires a buyer and a seller, and there are always buy and sell orders below and above the market price. So I don't understand how price knows there are more buyers than sellers, so goes up, or vice versa. Kyle goes on to say, in full disclosure, I am of the view that, for the most part, at any particular point of time, price is delivered based on an AI algorithm, which creates and takes liquidity, perhaps based on predetermined parameters, and is not affected by buyers and sellers. But I want to understand both or all sides of the story. Thanks very much.
Okay. Kyle, great question, and a very important question. And I've had a lot of people say, well, if futures are a zero-sum game, there's equal number of buyers and sellers. How do you say that, specific traders are too long or too short? There's exactly the same number of longs and shorts. That's open interest. One long, one short, one in open interest. The difference, Kyle, is, well, first of all, AI algorithms, yes, they do play a part in the liquidity. They do play a part sometimes in keeping price in a particular price area. But in the big picture of things, they're just the locals. They're the little onesie twosie traders that we used to have in the trading pit that, they were on the bid and on the offer. They get hit on the bid, they try and sell the offer. They can't sell the offer, they hit the bid. They're not necessarily moving price. Some of the predatory algos, they can move price, but in small ways for short periods of time. What I want you to think about, Kyle, is the time frames of the traders in the markets and the motivations of the traders that are in the markets. Okay, so as day traders, we are short time frame day traders. We are in and out of the market quickly. We usually don't hold positions overnight. When a large community of short time frame traders end up too long or too short, and we'll talk about that here in a second, we have the ability to move price sometimes in pretty significant ways, but probably not for a long period of time. What I'm saying is, it's the longer time frame traders. It's the big traders. It's the banks. It's the funds. It's the retirement funds. It's all of those traders that are moving the markets. And what we are doing as traders is trying to recognize when their presence is in the market and recognize when their presence in the marketplace has our direct competitors, if you want to call them competitors, our time frame or multiple time frames of traders of shorter time frame, one direction, that is when we may see that short time pool of traders go, you know what, we're not taking any more risk on this. We're down enough. We need to turn and get out of these positions. So, when we're talking about price moving specifically and practically, it is those longer time frame traders who are hedging their positions in S&P or the NASDAQ or anything else on actual stocks, bonds, all different kinds of instruments. They're not necessarily holding naked positions in the ES and the NASDAQ. That's for the speculators to do. They are all hedgers. They are all trading the S&P and the NASDAQ against baskets of stock. They're trading bonds against the S&Ps. They're trading all of this all at the same time. And they're just trying to take small bits of profit out, millions of times a day, a week, a month, whatever it is. So when we have a longer time frame presence in the marketplace, that's when we can start to recognize, maybe our direct competitors are the wrong way here. And when they unravel, we can take advantage of that move. So it's many layers of time frame trades, motivations. I mean, all of our motivation is pretty much the same. We're all just trying to make money. That's the role of the speculator. The bigger money, they're all hedged against all kinds of different products, and they're not as price sensitive as we are. If the S&Ps scream to the upside, well, they're probably short something else, or they're not long stocks enough, so they're covering the money that they're not going to be making in the outright stock by being long futures, or maybe they're over long stocks, so they're shorting futures in case price starts to move lower. So this whole mishmash of traders back and forth in different time frames, motivations, all of that is what makes these markets and what's making them so good. I mean, there's differences of opinion, there's differences of time frame, there's differences of motivation. And it's when the longer time frame needs to adjust inventories in the S&Ps, they're going to be buyers. And if they're going to be buyers, they're buying it from the locals. They're buying it from us. They're not buying it from other institutions who may be doing the same thing at the same time. They're buying it from the speculators. And if the speculators get too short in their time frame, eventually they're going to say, we got to get out, and they're going to turn and go the other way. So that's something that we look at as far as Delta is concerned. Delta is a order flow tool, and I know somebody else asked about Delta, and we're going to talk about that now. Michael.
Yep, just the next question right down.
Yep. Which one was it?
Line 76. There's a two-part question in there.
Okay, so they're talking about Delta. So we are going to be adding it to TopStep X. That's one thing that I know is in the queue for it. I don't know when that's going to happen, but it is something that we're looking at. So what we're talking about is something that might actually be happening in the S&Ps right now. Here we can see that it's a very small range. We have negative delta of 6,300 contracts. In this very small range, that's 6,300 more traders have used market orders to sell into bids than have used market orders to lift offers. This might be telling us something in the idea that, well, if this delta continues to decrease in value or gets deeper into the negative numbers without the market being able to move in that direction, this could be something telling us that the longer time frame buyers are adjusting inventory and they're buying S&Ps. Doesn't matter if they're getting long or getting out of shorts, they're buying S&Ps. And if they stay there all day long and they keep just placing bids and letting the short time frame traders hit those bids and get that delta more and more negative, today is one of those days where if we get too short in our time frame and this market can't break, at the end of the day, we may see all those shorts turn tail and turn buyer and run price up at the end of the day. Do I know this? No. Is it a hypothesis? Yes. Do I guarantee anything? Heck no. But that's the way the time frames pit against each other. So basically, it's almost like the longer time frame, if they are there today and they have a lot of stuff to buy, they're just going to scoop up everything they can on the bid. They're not going to be real aggressive. They don't want to scare the market and scare everybody to run it higher. They just want to pick up everything they can in this range just by placing bids, replenishing bids, replenishing bids, replenishing bids, replenishing bids. They're called iceberg orders. They may have 10,000 E-mini S&Ps, 20,000 E-mini S&Ps to buy today, but they don't want to put that in the dome because everybody's going to go, oh my God, there's 20,000 to buy there. I'm not selling it there. They're trying to adjust their inventory, and in doing so, they may be getting the shorter time frame, weaker hands, pea shooters, speculators like me, all short. And if that's the case, we may see that run up at the end of the day. But it's all about pitting those time frames against time frames. And we take a look at the auction process. The auction process is it's a never-ending two-sided auction that occurs almost in infinite time frames. There's the 1 second, there's the 2 second, the five, the 1 minute, the 15 minute, the 30 minute, the hourly, the 4 hour, the 8 hour, the daily. All of those people trade in those time frames, and whichever one is the most stuck is where price is going to exert the most pain on. And so that's how kind of price actually, specifically and practically, if you ask me, is pushed. We get longer time frame buyers in the market. They're scooping up everything they can on the bid from all the locals, from all of the pea shooters like us. And then eventually all those pea shooters get way too short. They all want to be flat at the end of the day. And if that's the case, they're going to turn buyer and they're going to run price higher because they get this big pool of short positioning and pow. So watch and see what happens today. I don't know what's going to happen today. However, when we do have delta divergence, we're relatively close to the highs in the S&Ps. We've got negative 6,600 delta. If this keeps getting more and more negative without breaking, then I would think that the probabilities of a move to the upside near the end of the day or at the end of the day is more likely. Think about it. The market order sellers, the people hitting the bids, aren't moving price lower. They're not moving price lower. You would say more aggressive sellers hitting the bids, price should be moving lower, but it's not. Why? What's happening here? This seems strange or unusual, and a lot of things seem strange and unusual to me. I'm a caveman. These markets frighten and confuse me. So, but if that's the case, then we're probably getting our direct time frame, our direct competitors, if you want to. They're probably getting shorter and shorter as the day goes on, and wondering why this thing isn't going to break. It's not breaking. It's not breaking. And once they figure out it's not going to, then they turn around and we get the run up at the end of the day. Again, not prediction, probability, nothing provable, hypothesis. And I've been dead wrong, even during delta divergences like this. Sometimes it's the sellers that end up winning, or they just don't give up and they end up winning. We'll see what happens at the end of the day. If we keep this delta divergence, I would say that there's probably a pretty decent probability, at least in the S&Ps, of a push to the upside at the end of the day. Again, no guarantees, no promises, hypothesis. Not predicting, hypothesis, probabilities. We also have a divergence in the NASDAQ. We got negative 12, almost 1,300 in delta. The NASDAQ is a much less liquid market. Is that equal to 7,000 negative delta in the S&Ps? I don't know. But that's the gist of price movement is whichever time frame is going to take the most heat, that's where price is going to go.
Perfect. Thanks, Hoag. Yeah. You know what they say, weak shorts fuel rallies and weak longs fuel breaks. We as retail traders, we are the market makers, so we are the weak longs and weak shorts. Keep that in mind, everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Mikhail also had a follow-up question. Mikhail says, Deanna talks a lot about single print TPOs.
Single
While you
prints.
had that chart up, yep. Can you please talk a little bit more about how those single prints work and their significance, if you could?
Okay. All right. Let me look for a minute here. Okay. All right. So gold. So this is the first hour and a half of gold right here. Well, the first hour, the initial balance. Okay. I'm going to split this so it looks a little more like a 30-minute chart. This is the first half hour, second half hour, third half hour. On the third half hour, after the initial balance, price left the initial balance, closed above it, and never returned to it. That's creating single TPOs. In other words, price balanced here, rejected this balance, moved higher, and is currently accepting price at higher levels or in a higher balance. These single TPOs indicate a change. There was a change in the marketplace. We based here, we left that, and now this is excess below price. When we see excess below price, that's it. At this moment, when price pushed higher and hasn't been able to take out those single TPOs, this was viewed, this area was rejected in price. It was rejected as too cheap. We already traded down here. How can this be too cheap? Well, look at where the market is now currently accepting price over time. So a move near that level or even closing out that level, because sometimes there'll be some stops here, could be a decent opportunity if given the opportunity for a continuation of reacceptance of higher pricing. Sometimes, of course, that doesn't work. When you take out all the single TPOs, that can be somewhat indicative of a potential change where this one is now being rejected and maybe we're going to head back down to or through the lower area, the lower distribution of time and volume. This is a little bit longer time frame. I have this chart going till 2:00 p.m. Central Time. This market actually closes at 12:30 Central Chicago time. But here's another kind of instance of that. Price ranged here. At one point, it left that and started to accept price at a higher level here. Following day, the market opens, checks into this area, rejects that, and then continues to push higher. Now, this at one point had single TPOs right here. Those single TPOs got taken out late in the day, and then the market actually ended up closing back up in the upper distribution of value. So this is one of those situations like you're probably going to see a bunch of stops when we close out those single TPOs because a lot of people use those as support levels. It's when you take out the stops when you're really going to be able to get good trade location for continuation to the upside. Now, another thing what I think you were talking about was in the S&Ps failed auction. Failed auction usually is also single TPOs. So this was Monday, right? Monday. Yes, this was Monday. So the opening range or the opening range is initially the high of the session. Okay. That says, all right, well, we're looking for shorts on the way down. We did leave single TPOs. No, we didn't. We did leave single TPOs from here to here. Okay. But this was still part of the initial balance. When we're still in the initial balance, it's kind of difficult to read single TPOs if you ask me. Okay. So the market came down here, extended below the initial balance, and then closed back inside the initial balance. These single TPOs are excess. This is a failed downside auction. Price looked lower, got too cheap. Sellers wouldn't sell it anymore. Buyers took over. That is a failed auction. Do we know it's a failed auction before we actually get to call it a failed auction? No, it is a potential failed auction. If it remains the low of the day, then it was a failed auction. The nice thing about it, though, is if you get back into the failed auction at some point during the session and we don't take out the low of the failed auction, it allows you to limit risk. You can find some pretty cheap trades against failed auctions. Well, we didn't get that opportunity, but the market did come take out the high of the opening range by the end of the session, and then it just ranged here the rest of the day. So single TPOs are areas of excess where price didn't spend a lot of time. Whether that price was rejected on an extreme or in the middle of a range, it's still excess. It's still saying price, we didn't like this level. Like, yesterday we opening range, we came up, we took out the high of the opening range. This was a degree of balance, a short-term balance. It's still in the initial balance, so it's not a really powerful move, but the market rejected this area. The market rejected price at this level, drove higher, and then began to balance higher. This pullback low here was the area I was looking for an opportunity in today's session to trade against to limit my risk. We didn't quite get there. I cannot believe, JD and everybody, that we still have an $11 range, an 11-point range in the S&Ps today. We haven't left value from yesterday. Crazy. It's almost like something big's coming up. So I hope that helps.
Rejection off the highs. Oh. Excellent. Thanks, Hoag. I think we got time for one more quick one. Andrea wants to know, outside of the profiles, what would you say are your most reliable indicators?
I've looked at all of the indicators. All the indicators they all are based in past information. Reliable. The most reliable indicator is the one that works in the moment. There's no indicator that's always going to work or never going to work. It's all in our ability to recognize the opportunities in and around those indicators. What do you call an indicator? Is a stochastic an indicator, RSI an indicator, ADX an indicator? What about moving averages? Are moving averages indicators? What about VWAP? VWAP is a very popular level. Is that an indicator? If I had to choose it as an indicator, which was my favorite right now, I would have to say probably VWAP. But I've looked at, stochastics and RSIs and ADX, and there have been times when I have found them useful. And there have been, lots of times when I didn't find them useful. The only thing I find useful in them is divergence. Like RSI puts in a lower high when price puts in a higher high. That's divergence. ADX, same thing. If there's a divergence, those tend to be the more powerful opportunities or the most powerful kind of setups, if you will. I hate using that word setups, but that's I guess that would be my answer for now.
And a fine answer it was, Hoag. With that, everybody, we are just about out of time. We have a little time for dad wisdom, but first, stick around. We have Andre Hoag is going to be here in the next segment for recapping with Rips, Andre Hoag and Rips, and then at 2 o'clock we have the Power Hour with the Big Three, Andre Dolby and the man in the middle, Rips, once again. Stick around for that. Maybe we'll see a little pulled pork this afternoon.
There you go.
Well, Hoag, we're going to give you a couple minutes to relax before the next session. You want to take us home with a little dad wisdom?
Yes, of course. Thank you. Here we go. If and when you start making real money, make sure you put some of it away, because nothing lasts forever. You'll need that money to survive some lean times. And probably one of the most important things he told me was, if you start making real money, you better put some of it away. Nothing lasts forever. He saw some of the best grain markets in the world and some of the worst grain markets in the world, and he was very good at not just wisdom, but being a good dad and keeping us all stable in an unstable world. Have a great rest of the day, everybody. We'll see you in just a couple of minutes again for the recapping with Rips. Looking forward to it.
We're back here with Recapping with Rips, the man in the middle, Rips himself. Everyone's been asking about him today. Well, here he is. We hand deliver him to you. We got John making a triumphant return back. Well, he was with us on Monday, but he's back here Thursday. So good to get the three amigos back together. How we doing, Rips?
Oh, man, what an exciting day of trade this has been.
We got to dig deep, bro.
Massive range here in the S&Ps. I don't know if you saw this. Johnny, how many points of range do we have here in the S&Ps today?
My God.
Regular trading hour session, 11 points. 11.
Oh, my. Well, hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen. This has been a wild day. My goodness gracious. I did end up finding one good trade on it. How about you folks? How you doing today, Andre?
Yeah, no trades today. Doing a little chat moderating this morning on the sidelines as far as being there's my boy Jim Carlton. I'm doing okay. Have not made a trade today. We're watching paint dry today, folks. You got to hang with us. We're all in this together, and we're going to be patient until something happens, man. I don't know. Let's hang in there. Let's see how this thing goes. Tell us about your trade, Rips.
Yeah, so I have this up on my screen right now. I should be sharing this into the group. There she is. Okay, so yeah, this is a trade here. I actually, I get a lot of questions about Rips. You trade your live. Why don't you trade some XFAs too? Well, I succumbed to the pressure today. I traded 3 of my XFAs, which is one of the benefits of trading on Topstep, by the way. You get the opportunity once you get pulled into a live account. If you're one of those top tier traders, which I guess Topstep deemed that true with the account that I was trading, I got pulled into the live account, but now I can still trade 3 XFAs alongside of that. So I have essentially 4 accounts that I can pull money out of here at Topstep, which is fantastic. So I traded 3 of my XFAs today, and it's just one trade here. We were looking for this, we had this liquidity up at the top, kept ping-ponging and hitting it and coming back down, ping-ponging, hitting it, coming back down. I said, you know what? History tends to repeat itself, and I saw a lot of weakness on the tape here. It ping-ponged, hit it, and came back down. I waited for some extreme failures. I was looking for the break of this structure. I was a little bit early. It had a little bounce. I took a little bit of heat, traded 3 contracts on each XFA. So it was basically a 9-contract trade to the short side, and we buried the hatchet right down here when we settled down at the lows. So I was watching the order flow for that, and that ended up making me a profit across all 3 of those XFAs collectively, about $4,000. So really, really happy about that trade. And that's it. One and done. Keep it simple today with this type of range. I mean, I could smell it coming a mile away this morning where I was cautioning my group. I took some trades in some combines this morning, had 2 losers, 1 winner, ended up with my combine negative $1,200. But, it was just one of those days where you could smell it a mile away. It was grinding, and then boom, they'd rip the rug from underneath you. And then you catch bids, grind, right back down. You look at the S&Ps, rinsey, washy, big wicks up and big wicks down, and just not the ideal trading session, not the ideal trading environment. So if you stayed hands off today, my goodness, you probably did pretty well today, because if you got your fingers in the pie, my gosh, it was really, really difficult to find a good trade. I'm happy that I got lucky enough to find a trade here. There's definitely a little bit of luck that I got that breakdown, but timing was everything on this trade. So there's a couple things that were happening during this trade. We had the 30-year bond auction that was on the deck. That was going to be at 1 p.m. And this 30-year bond auction was going to be a doozy. That's what we got this big wick to the top side with, this huge ripper. This was from basically 855 all the way back to 885. So a 30-handle ripper to the top side. So I had to be wary that, this 30-year bond auction could cause some volatility. But we did have Mr. Thomas Barkin, who was barking away and talking at the time. And he was saying some things that were not conducive with the Fed's mission of bringing inflation down. So that's what kind of gave the pressure to the downside on this trade. And like I said, 3 lots across each account. Technically, it's a 9-lot trade if you're looking at it one single account. And like I said, pulling out about $4,000 of that trade. And as I'm talking here, it looks like the markets are tooling to the downside here. Not exactly sure. It looks like Fed's Barkin is speaking again. What is going on here? My goodness. Any news on your guys here?
Doesn't believe market liquidity is growing scarce. I don't expect bank reserves to shrink back to pre-pandemic levels. I don't know why that would lead to a sell-off here. Oh, that was a couple minutes ago. He is bargain. I bought a 1 lot here in the S&Ps, just below VWAP at 50.10 half. I got VWAP at 50.11, so I figure it's going to be a range-bound trade. Screw it, I'll buy a 1 lot. Dip a toe in the water, even though I'm driving. Hey, Rips, real quick, what was the 30-year auction results here? Catch me up to speed.
So, I was just jamming out to my gym to get a nice little workout in before I came and saw this, but came and did the segment here. So I didn't really get the opportunity to go over the numbers, but I'm just reviewing them now. It was a 25 billion 30-year auction. It drew 4.36 versus 4.769. Prior bid to cover was 2.4 versus 2.24. So it looks like there's a little bit more participation. And this is a 30-year fixie. So this is in the tail end of things. And if we're looking at this, it looks like we had 82.6% were allotted at the high. So pretty high participation for a longer range bond auction, a longer, a bigger bond, I guess you could say, a longer length bond. We also had a 4 and 8 week bill auction. So the short term participation, I'm just getting these numbers here on my end. It looks like short term participation was not seeing those numbers on my end. If anybody has those, that'd be fantastic. But yeah, that was expected to stir some volatility, but obviously the market ended up rejecting that as we kind of tooled back up towards the highs and kind of came back lower there. So nothing really all that exciting, except for if you're trying to trade the momentum on this stuff, which, I wanted that one single trade, that beautiful fade to the downside there, got that fade. That was enough for me. And that's it for me to call it right there. I don't even know if I'll find a trade here in Power Hour, to be honest, or even these final 2 hours of trades. There's a question here in chat. What are those red and blue lines on my chart here? The blue line up top, this is the hourly high, and this is the hourly low. It's a great way for me to see kind of, when we're chopping sideways like this, it's really easy for me to see the nice range that we have here. And as we talked about at the top of the call here, we're in an 11-point range in the S&Ps, and the NASDAQ, obviously, it's a wider range. So yeah, just not really that exciting of a day. If you're a scalper, you could probably find some really nice opportunities today, but it's one of those days where for me, you have to spend a lot of mental capital if you want to be locked in for the entire day of trade. I was looking for one clear-cut direction trade, and that was one where we got a nice downside move. About 25 handles on that trade, 3 lots, $4,000, 3 lots per account.
Very nice, very nice, John. Okay, sorry, John, I got a question for you, John. Yeah, John, you've been away from the markets here for a couple days, and then you come into a day like this. I don't know if what's your mindset coming into a day like this? I don't know how close you're able to pay attention to the markets the last couple of days, if at all. So you come into a day like this. Obviously, it's slower. It's probably easier to get caught back up to speed. But what was your mindset coming back in? Because when I'm away from the markets for a couple of days, I'm always tentative to get back in there. So what was your mindset coming into a day like this, knowing you have a full day in the markets, not knowing what to expect, obviously seeing that S&Ps were making all-time highs while you're away from the market. So what's your approach when you're getting back to the markets?
Well, I mean, on a personal thing, I had something messed up happen, and
sure.
things are messed up outside of trading. They tend to mess things up inside of trading.
Yeah.
But like Rips, this morning when we opened inside range and inside value from yesterday, this is yesterday's profile.
Mm-hmm.
This is value high, value low. Mm-hmm. We have not moved outside of that. So in the opening call, I said, we're opening in range and value. I'm, even on my best day, I'm probably going to be hands off until at least the initial balance gives an opportunity. The opening range was too big to take on a day like today, so we didn't take that. We was really looking for the extremes to be set before looking for any good opportunities. And we're still inside value from yesterday on an 11 handle range. I haven't seen an 11 handle range since probably Christmas.
Yeah.
And I mean, this used to be a big range back in the day when it was just grinding to the upside. Not a lot of participation, just continually grinding to the upside. So, I mean, my plan today was to keep my hands on my butt until something changes, and nothing has changed. We're still inside value and range from yesterday.
Hoag, does this remind you at all of what we used to see in the S&P, a very, very tight range, not a lot of opportunities throughout the day? Did you see a lot of sessions like this back in the day?
Oh, for sure. I've got a bulletin from back in the early 80s. It was a 2-handle range.
Oh, my God.
Now,
sounds like a lot of opportunities there.
There was 20 ticks per range back then. We traded in nickels. So, right. I mean, there was, some scalping opportunity, but anybody that was looking for any bigger opportunities, you were a swing trader if you were doing that. If you're a scalper, you don't really care. You just want to buy the bid, sell the offer. I mean, the scalpers in the pit did basically what the algos do now. They work the offer, they work the bid. If they get filled on the bid, they work the offer. If they can't sell the offer, they sell the bid.
Essentially, you're making a market at that stage, right?
Right. And let me see if I can find this bulletin.
It's crazy.
It's kind of funny to see. Open interest, it was like, I don't know, I think there was like 35,000 contracts traded that day.
Wow.
We've come a long way, man.
Oh yeah.
I think it's also good to highlight, if you feel that trading doesn't give you very many opportunities, if you're feeling out of the pocket, just think about today, the amount of range that we have, the amount of opportunities that we have, not only in the S&Ps, but especially in the NQ. The opportunities that we have today are just tremendous. And I'm very, very thankful to grow up in the age of electronic trading. And, I never, obviously not old enough to have ever been in the pits or anything like that. But I always feel very, very grateful that we have the opportunities that we have. Like a day like yesterday, the amount of range that we had, the amount of volatility that we have, it's just a beautiful thing. And, if you're patient enough to wait for it, like I was today, to take this just one single trade on my XFAs, you can be very, very patient and the market will wait for you to set up. And, it's a lot better than I think that what other traders had to deal with in the past.
Yeah. A lot of traders, that were counting on volatility and movement, they didn't learn how to trade. And when days like this came, they just got chewed up. Got chewed up. Here's that
see this thing.
bulletin. Check this out.
I gotta see it.
All right. So
wow.
This is Friday, July the 20th, 1984. 1984. Ooh, that's kind of chilling. September S&Ps settlement price 150.75.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Buy it. I'll buy them.
45, almost 46,000 contracts traded that day.
I'll buy all 46,000. Holy shit!
So what were they paying per nickel? What was tick size is a nickel? What was each tick worth?
$25.
Wow. Okay, that's crazy.
So it was the price times 500.
Oh
wow,
that's pretty big then. Okay.
No, at one point they cut the they cut the contract in half. So then it was the price times 250, and then they took away the nickels. So then we started trading in dimes. Which, if the pit were still open, it would still be trading in dimes. But the multiplier was 250, whereas in the E-mini S&Ps, the multiplier is 50.
Right.
Hey, John, what's the thought process going into that? Why'd they go from nickels to dimes? What's the thought process there?
Well,
just bringing in more volume or something?
Yes.
Okay.
What they did was they doubled the commission costs for anybody that traded the S&Ps, because if you're using the S&Ps as a hedge, you're trading thousands and thousands of contracts. If normally you're moving 5 to 10,000 contracts in a day, now you have to move 10 to 20,000 contracts in a day.
Gotcha.
Now, of course, they spin it. Well, we want to give you more closely evened positions with the smaller contract size.
Of course,
right?
Yeah, yes. Liquidity.
Right. So that's how they spun. So look at the high and the low. 140, 152, 55 to 150, 30. Ooh.
Wow. I see what they were doing. Okay.
What a range.
Yeah.
So when you had the pits going at that time, did you find that there was specific hours where you had a heavier activity versus, there's just zombie hours for the majority of the day? Was there like a big power hour that was not technically in the same power hour that we have now?
It's always been like the first hour or two and then the last hour. Right. But the nice thing about the pit was a lot of the bigger Topstep traders, right? They were all up next to the brokers. So if you were to look at being a smaller trader, you're down in the middle of the pit. Let me see if I can find this. It might be easier if I just Google it here. Hang on a second. So you would have to, try and wave at the brokers, or you were further away. It was harder for them to hear you. And you would have to, most of the time they were just trading with the guys right in front of them, right? So then you would have to depend on the guys in front of them to split off part of that trade and send it down into the middle of the pit. It was much more difficult to get good trades if you weren't up next to the brokers. So I can show you here in a second.
Were people throwing elbows to get that spot? How was that?
Oh, how'd you acquire that?
Awesome.
John, tell them how'd you acquire that real estate at the Top Step?
Well, at that point I was a broker, so I had to be on the Top Step.
Yep.
Uh,
And anybody who kind of got in your way probably caught a nice elbow to the teeth, right?
Oh yeah, I mean there was always people fighting, and so this is the S&P pit. Let me.
Oh man, look at that party! Wow, look at that, man. I'm sure that smelled great.
You could smell the picture from
I could
here.
smell that picture, man.
Yeah, you probably could, right?
Cigars, booze.
Jack Daniels to it.
Yeah, cigars and booze, man. That's what that pit smells like.
And gas.
And gas, baby.
So all of these yellow coats here right around the outside of the pit were the ARB clerks. The ARB clerks were flashing the current bid and offer price that was going on in the pit to the folks that were on the phones. All right. So anybody that wasn't going to be executing trades on the floor had to go through a broker. These two brokers right here were the two that I started working for in the S&P pit. I'm not in this picture. I might be, but I can't find myself. But so this was just prior to the crash of 87. So these are the brokers. The bigger traders had their real estate right inside the broker. They were right up next to the brokers because it was easier for them to trade. If you were down here in the middle of the pit, you're, screaming and hollering to try and get attention to get trades from the brokers. We don't really want to trade with each other. We want to trade with the paper. So, the first hour, this is what the pit would look like. At 10 o'clock, 10:30, half these Top Step traders would be either at lunch, buying cigars, downstairs drinking, whatever it was. So that let some of the smaller traders get up next to the brokers. So while you weren't there in the power hour, you had better access to basically better real estate if the market was slow. And so that wasn't a bad time to be in the pit if you were a smaller local, if you weren't somebody that was right up next to the brokers. One of the best trades I ever made was it was 11:30. I was right at the top. I was looking at the profile. We were above value. Broker comes in, says, offer for one. So I offer one. He says, buy it. And he says, what's here? So I give him another offer. He buys it. I'm just standing there in the market, just kind of wafts my way for a little while. He says, half on one. I'm like, 1 at 70. He goes, buy it. So I end up with 5 contracts on. And that's 5 bigs. That's 25 minis, which minis didn't even exist then. Mm-hmm. So I just put my hands down. I said, I'm not going to get out of this trade, unless I get stopped out of it. I gave that same broker a stop for a 5 lot, and I stood there with my arms folded. And it took an hour and a half, and the market started breaking. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm freaking out because I got all this profit in this trade. And now I'm starting to think I better get out of it. Uh-huh. So I buy one from somebody, and the market continues to break. Everybody comes back in the pit. They push me back down in the middle of the freaking pit. And I buy another one from somebody. I'm just lifting the offer because at this point, the market's almost in a free fall. I buy another one. I flatten. I take the broker out of the order, and I run out of the pit like I can't even believe what just happened. I don't even remember how much money I made, but I was like,
amazing.
That's just freaking crazy. Just being in the right place at the right time, next to the right broker, and folding my hands. I just don't do anything.
Poker face the whole time, right?
Okay, buy one. But I mean, that's what the pit was like, and this was prior to 1987. So, if there was somebody here who wanted to trade from a broker over here, he might lunge towards that broker and say, buy him. Well, he's pushing everybody out of the way, pushing all the brokers out of the pit, pushing all the clerks out of the pit. You'd have this whole wave of people get pushed out of the pit and then run right back in. It was absolute. It was fun. It was brutal. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times.
That was amazing, dude. That was amazing.
There's a question here in chat. What did the different colors of jackets signify, Hoag?
Okay. The yellow were just clerks or runners, phone clerks. Okay. The red were the exchange distributed trading jackets for members. And if you wanted your own member, if you wanted your own jacket, you see green, you see purple, you see white, you see all these different colors. Those are just trades. Those are just jackets that traders got for themselves. It was different at the Board of Trade, though. The Board of Trade, if you were a member, you got a jacket that was the color of your clearing firm.
Yep.
So, but this Pico, this company that you had two jackets. They would wash one every week. So you had to turn in your old one. They'd give you the clean one on Monday. Turn in the dirty one on Friday. Get the clean one on Monday. A lot of people chose not to do that and would wear the same jacket and stink for like weeks at a time because maybe they thought it was lucky or whatever. Maybe it was a defense mechanism, kind of like a skunk.
Yep.
But wow.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Incredible, John.
Yes,
well,
this was the last bastion of true capitalism. In there, it's kill or be killed. 1 minute, you're up $1 million in soybeans. The next, your kids don't go to college. Fear, that's the other guy's problem.
I like that. Oh, John,
that is incredible right there.
Trading places.
Yes, it is. Where's Patak when you need them? Yeah. Those floors were the best, man. Some here, Mark Sam Simpson. Are all these traders gone now, John? I mean, I don't think they're all dead. I think they're still with us, but they moved on to different careers and such. But yeah, the floor is no longer. Is there any pits that are even that's trading still?
The Euro options pit is they've stuffed them all into a small closet somewhere in the environs of the Chicago Board of Trade building. But the floors as we knew it, I mean, the old whacker, those are now like office space. The grain floor, the original grain floor at the Board of Trade was turned into offices years ago. And then the second, the Mansfield room at the Board of Trade, I think it's still there, but it's just vacant. And then the big room at the Board of Trade is, I think, still there, but pretty much vacant. You know, that room at the Board of Trade, I think it was Pat Arbor that had that all put together, is so big you could take a 747 and spin it and never hit one of the edges of that room.
Yep.
And I think it's one of the largest single rooms with no center support in the world.
Oh, I never thought about that. Yeah, gotta be. Huh, I never thought about that. But yes, even as a little teenager, kid in his early 20s, clerking on there, it was eyes wide open, man. It was unlike anything you've ever seen before. The noises, the sounds, the amount of money flowing through these transactions, just the energy. It was like, oh my God, this is insane. This is insane. I want to be part of it. So that's kind of how I got into this whole thing. And seeing guys like John with all this experience and all these other traders, all these guys knew each other, trying to get in that club was super hard. You had to pay your dues, so to speak. It's first you get the opportunity, but then you had to bust your ass on there and show them that you can think on your feet. You're gonna try to get the best fills for some of your customers. You're gonna arb the right prices, and like you said, it was kill or be killed, John. I know it was a family business, but how was how did most people get the job on there? It's who you knew, right? It's not. How did you?
Well, my brother.
Get the job? What's Rick saying?
My brother Rick got me the job. I started as a runner at Stotler. My brother Rick is in the chat right now. He's saying one day it was buy anything you want, dear, and the next day it was take it back.
Yeah, right.
I was a local on the floor. I got a job as a proprietary trader, and that would be, you could call that a local. I funded myself for a while. I was a broker. Did a lot down there, but my dad was at the Board of Trade for 40 years.
Yep.
I didn't know what I was going to do. I was going to go to art school, and so my brother's like, just come, get a job at the Merck. So he got me a job as a Stotler, as a runner at Stotler. I think I made $98 a week net, which was my train pass for a month.
Yeah.
But it didn't take long until I figured it out, and I just kind of worked my way up, and it's been,
here we are.
It's been fun.
Here we are, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I was saying last week or the week before, I said I've never really truly interviewed for a job.
Me neither. You didn't have to down there. Your interview was prove it, kid. That was your interview. If you don't, it's been real. We'll see you. We'll see you later.
We like what you're doing. Come work with us.
Yeah, pretty much. It was wild. We're starting to get a little movement here in the NASDAQ. We just got below VWAP and settle. So it might be a good place to get long unless the sellers are going to keep coming in and push this sucker down. But like you said, we've been range bound. I bought a one lot in the S&Ps, just playing the range here. I could have gotten out for up 150. Decided to see if we can take it up a little higher.
What's your average, Andre? Are you in the 50 10s or 50?
I'm long from 10.5, 50, 10.5.
Oh, there you go.
Right here. Long from right here. So yeah,
if anybody wants to get on Andre's trade, there it is. Man. It's right there. Get those 10 halves.
Or you can short them, or you can fade me. I know there's people out there that want to do both. So yes, just a little trade. Playing the range bound trade. I'm actually not that great of a range bound. What's up, Johnny?
I mean, you've got delta divergence in the S&Ps today. It's
how short? Tell me
negative 8,100, almost negative 8,200 in delta.
Ooh,
so if we don't break,
my language.
If we don't break, there may be a nice community of shorter time frame, weaker hands, P shooters like me that are holding shorts going into that power hour. So
that gives me some confidence now. It gives me some confidence now, John. I appreciate that. Yes. It's something we keep track of throughout the day. Rips and Johnny here are the Delta gurus, if you will. I'm constantly asking what the count is. What's the count? Like John just said, it's minus 8,200 in the ES. So we know the short time. They're going to squeeze them. Short-term time frame traders, trying to say, they're going to be short, and by the end of the day, they're going to try to get flat, right, John? So in order for all those shorts to get flat, what do they have to do? They got to buy the market up. So I'm kind of waiting. I'm trying to fade them essentially, and let's call this a short squeeze. So we'll see if that plays out. But thanks for that info, John.
Yeah, the delta I have for the S&Ps, I got negative 7,200, and that's because mine resets at Globex. And then in the NASDAQ, I have negative 2,100 delta for that. I'm sure that yours is probably pretty close to that too, John.
Yeah, right next to it. It's not like everything rips. Nothing is an exact science here in trading.
Exactly right.
Right.
It's not. So yes. So on days like this, I can't believe this range. Why do we have any idea or any guesses as to why we are so sideways today? I mean, are we just in a hangover day because of all the action we've seen the last, 7-8 trading days? Is that what's your best guess on a day like today?
What I noticed off the open today was a very low participation in the options market. And usually, when we were seeing Meta moving like it was, when we're seeing Microsoft moving like it was, basically all of the components of the Magnificent Seven had lower than usual option volume. And we do have MOPEX that's going to be this coming week. So on the 16th, we do have monthly options expiration. So I don't know why there's such a lack of options activity today. And I'm just kind of confused by that. It's interesting to see off of a day where we have a big boom day like that the options activity was really low. And there was nobody selling puts. There was nobody selling calls. So I didn't see profit taking calls. I didn't see people really buying into puts or anything like that. So I don't know. It seemed a little bit like a lower volume session. And I don't know if folks are waiting for CPI next week. Perhaps that could probably be one of the big indicators. We don't have a lot of Fed speak anymore for the rest of the week. I think that it could be a mixture of those things. People are waiting for MOPEX next week. People are waiting for CPI next week. It could be a mixture of those things, but very low participation today, extremely low participation.
Yes, it is. Can you explain MOPEX, Rips? Please explain MOPEX when you referred to it, because we referred to it a couple of weeks ago, and I know we have some questions. I'm assuming we have questions in the chat as well. So explain MOPEX and how it affects us.
Sure. Every third Friday of every single month, those are when the monthly contracts expire. If you want to buy leaps, is what they're called. They're long expiration options, right? So they expire deep in the future. If you want to buy leaps, you can't buy weeklies. Weeklies are only offered for the next, about 3 months or so. If you want to buy contracts beyond that, you have to buy the monthly contracts. And all of those contracts are available to you as a trader. very deep out. So you can buy a year expiration. So you could buy, it's 2024 right now. You could buy the 2025 February contracts for a lot of different equity options, right? And so if you're looking to maybe do a long dated call on Microsoft, on NVIDIA, you would buy the leaps in those and you'd be accessing a monthly contract. You wouldn't be able to buy the forward dated weekly contracts. So they're important because a lot of liquidity is in those monthly contracts. Those monthly option expirations are all expiring on that one single day. So you'll have something like triple witching now, or quad witching is what it used to be called when we had single option expirations. But it's triple witching now, and that's when all of these expirations converge on one single day. So when we have the futures contracts, which are going to be expiring in March, it's going to be the third Friday of March. You pair that with the monthly equity options that are also expiring. It all kind of converges on that one single date. So there can easily be a huge squeeze of that day, a big drop on that day. Speaking of drops, we are kind of rolling over here.
Yeah, what happened here?
Yeah, not really sure. But yeah, it's just when there's a lot of volatility or there's a lot of liquidity of options that are expiring that day. And those dealers who are dealing those options have to do a lot to hedge those positions. So it can either create a very tight and sticky day, or it can create a very explosive day, either to the top side or the downside.
Like that. Okay. So that's that's coming up tomorrow, you said?
No, next, it's going to be on February 16th. So not this Friday, but the next one. The easiest way to remember it is it's the third Friday of every single month. That is monthly option expirations. And when we're talking about the futures, we're in the March contracts right now. So that's going to be on the third Friday of March when those are expiring. So next month.
Good stuff. Very good stuff. Yeah, we are starting to see some sellers here in the S&Ps. NASDAQ just went negative. Sellers are coming in. Pretty light volume. So I don't see any catalyst for this. Maybe just, as my boss would say, there's more sellers than buyers on a day like today, John.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what you tell me. Why are we breaking? Oh, more sellers than buyers, Andre.
We're right at the low value in the day session today. You know, I'm not doing anything. Although I might later if we do see a delta divergence opportunity. But yeah, there's nothing coming out tomorrow. I mean, our good friend Lori Logan speaks at 12:30 Central Time, Chicago time tomorrow. Baker Hughes
first name basis right there, Ms. Lori Logan. I love that.
I was going to say, ever since the Fed speaker started yesterday, starting around 11 or 10 o'clock Central time, it's been pretty much sideways ever since. So they put the kibosh on these markets. Hey, Rips, what kind of earnings are we looking at after the? What are we looking at after the bell?
So after the bell today, we do have three notable companies that are reporting. We have Affirm, which is the buy now, pay later. We have Pinterest, which is the social at all on my end. But I'm going to keep my hungry eyes at bay here. But yeah, so we have Pinterest reporting. We have Affirm, buy now, pay later, and Cloudflare. Cloudflare is important because it will kind of dictate, in the cloud space. They do a lot of security for websites. They do a lot of they prevent DDoS attacks on a lot of websites out there. Yes. I don't think it's that big of an earnings, but they used to be a great trader stock back in 2020 through 2023, or even before that, 2019. They used to be a really great trader stock, and now not so much. So really kind of slow on the earnings. We have Pepsi tomorrow, I believe, after the bell as well. And I think some big ones are going to be stepping in pretty soon here. We did have a lot of them in the prior weeks, but I think NVIDIA is right around the corner, if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh, your favorite. What deals? If you don't mind, I mean, how are we looking in the Mag 7? Anything popping at all? Are they trading sideways as well today?
Well, it's funny that you ask. This big roll that we're seeing in the NQ right now is really being dictated by this roll in NVIDIA. NVIDIA is coming down hot and heavy here. We were tooling up around the 700s, but now we have just broke those 700s, and we are crashing down here all the way down to $697.75. So huge roll, $2 now below.
Here come the buyers.
$700 here. So look out, the folks that really wanted NVIDIA up at 700 here. Yeah, I guess Nancy might have sold a little bit of her position there.
Oh, well done, Ribs. Well done.
Why is all I keep hearing and everything people are saying are song titles. Rips, you just said Hungry Eyes. you had Hungry Eyes. Mm-hmm. Somebody said earlier, don't go changing 16 candles, or which we were talking about 16 handles. Everything. I'm equating everything to music. I have to get back into it. That's it. That does it. Nice.
It's a sign, John. It's a sign.
Yeah, a sign from God.
We got
We're on a
Dolby.
mission from God.
We got Dolby Time. Shout out to Dolby Time. We'll be seeing him at Power Hour here later with my Rips and myself. Crude making new highs. Thanks for that update, Dolby. Crude new highs, 76.45 trading. Just a trend day. Looks like on the 5-minute here. It's just been a trend day to the upside.
I did also notice that we have Coach Dakota here in chat, as well as Isaac Rivera, two amazing rock stars. I think that Coach Dakota is on nearly a $70,000 upswing right now, and Isaac Rivera also on a huge upswing right now. And I'm trying to build a dream team with those two folks right now. And I think we're going to be talking about that further, potentially on an upcoming segment here on Topstep TV. So stay tuned for that. I'm juiced right now. I am so juiced for the Topstep Trading League. And I'm trying to build the best team out there. So if I could be so lucky to have Coach Dakota and Isaac Rivera on my team, I would be smitten.
Yeah.
Andre? Yes, sir.
Andre, you and I are going to be hanging out with Coach Dakota tomorrow at 11 o'clock, the Power Players segment.
Nice.
We need to get some sort of contract on him so that he is not on Rip's team.
We got to recruit him. We got to recruit him, John. We got to recruit hard.
I'm really looking forward to having an hour to talk to Coach Dakota because he's been doing really well. I'm excited about that segment tomorrow. I'm excited just to be here. Rips like you, I'm thankful to be here at all.
Absolutely, man.
I love it. It's always great to share the stage with you because you always bestow so much wisdom, and I love the stories about the pit. It's always a pleasure to be sharing the stage with you here. And I know that you folks are already on a team, but if I could pick a fifth for our team, I mean, you'd be it, Johnny.
Wait, hold on, Rips. He's ours. He's on our team, bro.
That's what I'm saying. I was actually bummed. I was texting MP about that. I said, wait, are you telling me that Hoag's not a free agent? He's like, he's ours. We got to lock him in.
We got him locked up. But yeah, so we're thinking.
Be careful what you ask for.
Yeah, Rips. I was talking to MP yesterday as well, and we're talking like to get you, Isaac, and the Coach Dakota on a fast markets. Just get a little preview of what's to come for Topstep Trading League and see how you three interact together. And I know the crowd or the audience would really like that. And we see you chop it up for a fast market session. So let's see if we can get that on the books here in the next few days or not, if that works for you guys. But yeah, I think that'd be really cool.
It would be amazing. And if we could do it tomorrow, that'd be even better on a Friday, no less. That would be exciting.
You said it, not me, man. So yeah, I think behind the scenes, we're trying to put something like that together. That will be a super exciting fast market. So be sure to tune in for that. See some of our all-star live funded traders chopping it up, talking shop, and hopefully, booking some dollars too, man.
Yeah, that's the goal here. I mean, these two traders, Coach Dakota and Isaac Rivera, have been putting up incredible numbers, and it's really not easy to do. It's super inspiring. And, I was even thinking about it when I was at my gym working out. I was just thinking, man, it would be so cool to have two rock stars like that laced up on my team. It would be freaking amazing.
It can be done. Yep, it can be done. That's basically what I'm getting. It can be done because, they're putting up huge numbers. I mean, there has been volatility last, like I said, 6-7 days. There has been opportunity. It doesn't mean it's easy, but there has been opportunity to capture. Days like today,
I think there should be some pari-mutuel betting allowed to see,
I like that.
Is going to win.
Maybe there'll be some kind of sports bets lines on.
I like that. Put odds on the teams, dude. We're gonna be in Vegas for this. That's a great idea. We'll have to. We'll need someone to make some odds for us. Yeah, like Shy City Locals or whatever, Sack Lunch Gang, whatever you guys settle on there. Yeah, Scout Mafia or whatever. Yeah, that would be sick.
We call it Sack Lunch.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So for sure,
Wedding crashers.
Yeah,
that's the one. Best line in the whole movie right there.
Yes. That would be so sick. So that's a really good idea. I know people would really like that. All right, so we dipped below VWAP there. I took a little heat on this position. Nothing crazy. It looks like we are in a range. So if you guys wanted to buy, there was your chance.
I like the line. I don't even know what is it? I don't even know what a grouse looks like. All right, I'm psyched. Let's go kill some freaking birds.
You motorboats, Daruma gets it. Sometimes I look at the chat and I read them out loud when I should just be reading them in my head, and I get I gotta stop that. Yes.
I do that a lot on my own stream where people try to throw a curveball at you. You have to stop yourself before you read the whole sentence. It can get pretty bad out there.
It's like, was Anchorman? He just read whatever's on the teleprompter. Like, that's essentially what I was doing right there. That's
you
essentially
stay classy, San Diego.
Stay classy, San Diego. So that's
and
essentially
go and
what that was.
yourself.
Oh, well done. You got a beat there? I like that, man. That's pretty good.
You got to keep it PG, of course, for the YouTube stream.
Keep it PG. Absolutely. We try our best here. But I like that, John. Let's put odds on these teams and see who's the king of the hill by the end of it.
So what would be your ideal team, Hoag? Do you have any players in mind that you're looking at?
What are you trying to do?
Just looking at the chat.
What are you trying to do, man?
I'm over here reading "Don't Kill Myself" books. Let's go. Warren Buffett, Nancy Pelosi.
Nancy Pelosi for sure.
Paul Pelosi. And any other Pelosi.
I love it. Any other member of Congress.
What about PTJ? Get him in there. He's an incredible futures trader.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
So good, man.
Coach
so
J.
good.
Obviously, right? PTJ, come on down.
Ken Griffin, he would be a good one too. Probably knows what's coming.
Yeah, Coach Vince. Take Coach Vince. I've had a lot of time talking to Coach Vince. Yeah, we get Dee and Anne Marie. That's right.
Absolutely. Now we're talking winners here.
How about you, Andre? Who would be your dream team?
Oh, man, I think the team you're putting together right now, man. I would recruit you three, man. I haven't seen how hot you guys have been lately. I see you guys' numbers, man. I want some of that, man. I'll just write. It's like the group project back in like high school and stuff, where like the three kids would do all the work, and you're like the fourth, and you still got the A but you didn't do anything. That would be me. You guys would do all the heavy lifting. I get the A because I'm in the guys group, but you guys did all the heavy lifting. That would be
That's
me.
how I feel right now about the potential of me having Coach Dakota, Isaac Rivera, and also anonymous trader. I just get to sit back and say, all right, gents, cut it loose. This is amazing.
Go get them. If you guys are thirsty, let me know. I'll get you a water. You tell me what you need.
I'm not even in the top 10. These folks are like all in the top 5 now. It's ridiculous. They are killers.
Yeah, but you were on the move, man. You were on the move. What? You were within the top 25 too. I mean,
I'm 25 as of today. Let's see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, you're just
fingers are crossed here.
Yeah, but you're new at this.
You're being modest, man. You're being modest for sure, dude. Stand there.
Yeah, I'm trying my best over here. The thing is that, I sacrifice a lot of my trading time because I mentor people throughout the day. And, I do a stream in the morning. I join you folks here on TopstepTV. So I sacrifice knowing that. But that's why I'm trying to assemble a team of dream team right here of these killers, because I know that on my own, I wouldn't be able to hold it up by any stretch of the imagination here.
Yeah, the idea of team trading, it's definitely an interesting concept. We tried it back in the firm I was at. We tried it to an extent where we'd have one person work the night shift and another guy work the day shift. Essentially, the night shift would get you in the position, and it was on the night shift to get you, or it was on the day shift to get you out of the position. That's not exactly what we're doing. We'll all be trading at the same time, same market, same time. But the idea of team trading it's interesting because if you screw it up, you have someone else to blame besides yourself. Or if someone screws it up, it's not you. You have someone else to blame and get mad at beside, and now you're flustered for the rest of the day. So, for instance, if they have me say I was long an offer in a spread, right? Well, you don't want to be long an offer in a spread. So now all day I'm working on trying to get out of that spread when the markets are moving, whatever. There's opportunity that's being, there's opportunity cost that's happening because you can't focus on getting profits. All you're focused on is like not losing money. So it was it was interesting. And it didn't last very long, to be honest with you, because of that exact fact.
You're long the offer in a spread and there's like 5,000 in front of you.
You got it, John. You got it, John. Hours and hours and hours.
What
just
am
right now,
I
I'm
doing?
pissing my buddy Dan. He's still my good friend. I stood up in his wedding, Dan, and I would just I'm like, Dan, look what you got us into. Everyone else around us is making money. And here I am trying to get a leg out of a damn offer in a stupid spread that we shouldn't even be in the first place. So that lasted a couple months, but lesson learned. It was interesting. I think the team trading league that we're going to do, everyone's trading their own account, which would be interesting. Then it'll be interesting to see the dynamics amongst the teammates. Someone's not pulling their weight. Someone's actually doing really well. Are they going to get mad at their teammates or give them a kick in the ass or a pep talk, things like that. So I think there's a lot of drama can ensue.
The one thing that I'm really banking on, and this is why I've chosen, not only are these people just amazing, but Isaac Rivera is a killer during New York hours. As far as what I've seen, he's a killer during New York hours. And then you have Coach Dakota, who's just this, he trades during slow markets. That's his segment. If you haven't checked this out, go over to the TopStep Discord. He runs a class every single evening called Slow Markets. Amazing opportunity to learn from Coach Dakota, who, again, I think he's number 2 on the leaderboards. And you can go into the TopStep Discord for free and take his courses, take his classes. It's an amazing opportunity, and I think that everybody out there should be taking advantage of it. If somebody can link the TopStep Discord here in chat, that would be amazing. But yeah, he trades during these slow times, and one of the reasons why, besides the fact that he's a stone cold killer, one of the reasons why I want to have him on my squad is because he's trading during times when I'm just nestled up to my pillow and just taking a nice snooze, and he's going to be out there trading, banking for our team here.
Like, you're a good teammate already. Look at you. You're recruiting. You suddenly recruit very well, Rips. I see what you're doing there, man. I see what you're doing.
Call me Jerry Jones. I'm trying to build the dream team over here.
I like that, man. I like that. But yeah, it should be a lot of fun.
What's the cost of Dakota's class? It's actually, hold on, let me check. Free $99 right now for lifetime.
Wow. Yeah, man.
Anybody know what we're having for lunch in Vegas?
Ooh, good question.
What do you got? What do you got, John?
Sack lunch.
You got to bring the sound machine with you, Rips, if possible. We got to bring that sucker and have someone hitting that thing.
I can't leave home without it. I mean, come on. There's no way. That's the first thing going in my suitcase, obviously.
I love it, man. Oh, God. Well, you know what? I'm not going to lie. This recapping with Rips has not been as painful as I thought it was going to be, with the market doing absolutely nothing. You guys are awesome, man. Yeah, this still went by fast. Yeah, we still bring the heat here on Topstep TV. I hope it's been a good episode so far. From what I can tell, it has been. Here we go, Isaac.
You're feeling better, Andre.
I am feeling better.
Isaac Rivera here in chat says, I'm fast markets. Rips is power hour. Coach Dakota is slow markets. We have the court covered. I love it.
We're in trouble.
95, 96 Chicago Bulls over here.
We are in trouble. Hey, guys, we just pinned to the top of the chat here quick form to send you the link to the Trustpilot reviews. If you guys can do that, be so kind, put your reviews in. We're not begging for the 5 stars. If there's something we need to improve on, please tell us what we need to improve on. But we really like your guys' feedback. And help us out, man. We really appreciate it. We've seen some of the reviews in there earlier this week, and you guys have been really kind and very supportive. So please pin to the top of the chat, click on the link. Markets are slow right now, so there is time to do it. And we really appreciate your support here at Topstep TV. I do a good job there, Tim.
How we built Topstep is from your suggestions, and we really appreciate all of the good and bad things, especially the good things. But we take all that very seriously, and we appreciate everybody taking the time to do that in the Trustpilot. So we appreciate that.
Yes, we do.
That's one of the things that you really won't find with other funding companies too, which is why I absolutely love working with Topstep now. It's just a blessing, because Topstep is one of those companies that they listen to the community, and the 1 step, 1 rule thing came from the ideas of the community here. And I think that it's much better now than it used to be, and it's going to continue to improve. People now talking about all these new different ideas that are coming out, and I think we're going to see some potential things on the horizon this year that could be changing. So keep your peepers peeled. Topstep might have some cool new things coming right around the corner here.
Keep your what peeled? What'd you say?
Peepers, your peepers. Come on.
I love it. Hey, John, Matthew Chuck Herstrom has a question. Did you know Andre and MP before Topstep? Yes and no.
No, yes, sort of. I don't know. One of my customers on the floor at the Merc, Brian, was, I guess, one of Michael's roommates, and they were talking about just the very beginning of Topstep.
Really? And I didn't know that.
And Brian told Michael, "There's a guy on the floor, Hoag. He would be perfect for this." Brian told me about it. Then the exchanges combined, and we ended up on the same trading floor together. And that's when Brian introduced me to Michael and Eddie. And I just, I love the idea from the beginning. I'm like, people aren't going to be able to get a job on the trading floor as a runner and work their way up and find, learn from professional traders. That was going to be gone. And I thought this was such a great idea. So I just kept hanging around, getting to know Michael, getting to know Eddie. And then, as it started to grow, Michael was like, can you take phone calls for a couple hours? I actually started working for lunch. I'd take a couple of phone calls for him a couple hours a day, and he'd buy me lunch. And then wasn't too long and it started to grow, and they decided, you know what, let's do this, and that's when I went full time and been there ever since. Love it.
Yep. And Hoagland and I met through TopStep through Michael. He pointed out there's John Hoagland. He's jumping on TopStep. Yeah, keep an eye. He's gonna be huge for us. So we met through TopStep, but John, Eddie, and Michael knew each other on the floor before TopStep. I'll say. Well, Eddie and Michael knew each other before TopStep. I want to say, right, John?
I'm sorry, I missed that. What?
What were you doing? What were you doing back there, John?
I was trying to get the dog up here to say hi.
Is your oh god, Dolby? All right, what this joke, man? Dolby time. Anyways, we're running low on time here. Yes, Eddie and Michael did know each other before TopStep. They were yes. two brothers in arms there. You should have seen it. Michael was running around with his hair on fire on the floor, running a company, getting it off the ground. Pretty cool. And look where we are now. Now we got a TV channel on YouTube.
Yep.
So anyway, yep. All right, so guys. So we got Power Hour coming up next. Dolby, myself, Rips. John, you are the man, dude. Welcome back. It's good to have you back. Things are starting to feel a little bit more normal around here now that you're back.
Good to be back. Thanks.
Yeah, man. Leave us with
Are you going to be joining us on Fast Markets tomorrow? I think the people want to know.
Ooh.
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow morning.
Oh, yeah. I might pop in. I'm not on the schedule, but you never know. I might pop in at any moment.
I think the people
always love having you in Fast Markets, especially on Fridays. We get a little frisky on Fridays.
Yes, we do. We never know what's going to happen. Isaac Rivera, no, I'm still in that trade. I'm working an offer at 14 in the order. It's going to play the range. Getting close, though. All right, well, that
good there, Andre.
Yeah.
It's worth more than that, Andre. It's worth more than that, Andre.
I'm not. Dude, it's a range trade, man. I'm not going to say that we're going to break out of the range. But with that said, well, maybe I'll roll it into Power Hour. Screw it. We'll roll it into Power Hour and see what happens. I'll give you a little bit of tease and we'll watch what happens. I'll pull in the order now, John.
I have a tendency to kill things just by saying them, so you're probably
not today. All right, we'll be back in a few minutes. We got Power Hour coming up next. Dolby, myself, Rips. Hoag was back in the house. Hell yeah, give it up for Hoag. Good to see you, man. And catch you guys tomorrow with Hoag.
Have fun.
back, everybody. Power Hour. You know what it is. The three amigos, the three horsemen. You got Dolby, the main man, Rips in the middle, and myself. We just got close to making new highs in the S&Ps here. Dolby, welcome to Power Hour. How you doing today, my man?
Doing wonderful. It sounds like y'all had a lot of fun the last hour, and I'm looking to partake in some of this excitement that's going on. Y'all are saying NASDAQ hasn't been doing much today. I beg to differ. I think we can find some opportunity in Power Hour as we usually do.
Yes, sir, man. I love it. I love it. Where are you today, Dolby? It looks like you have a new location. Tell us where you're at.
Just, jet setting around Colorado. So I'm in the Aspen office today. So I did a little bit of cleanup, set up a couple computers for MP, and tried playing with one of our fancy cameras. That I did not get that to work. However, I think Casey's going to come and fix this in a couple of weeks so y'all can have a beautiful shot of Aspen Mountain and some of the people who are currently skiing down there. A high-risk endeavor that I do not partake in. So good luck to everybody who's going down a hill at 30 miles an hour.
Yes. It's quite a view out there. Well, thank you for joining us. Dolby, say hi to Rips, man. This is the dream team that everyone has been waiting for.
Rips, hello. How are we doing? I know you're putting
Dolby,
together an
it's so
excellent
good to
team.
see you again here on Power Hour. I am excited. I think that we need to get 15 lots in some position here. It's not going to be me who's taking them, of course, because by golly, I'd never be that crazy. But you, on the other hand,
let's get it.
We can do 15 easy. I'm feeling it.
Hey, the man says let's do it easy. I love it. Coming in with the gusto and Power Hour, amazing.
Yeah. Oh, good.
Yeah.
So
we need to up the energy. Let's do it.
Speaking of Andre, you're still in that position in the S&Ps, right?
I am indeed. It's looking good. I am long from 10 half, 50, 10 half in the S&Ps. Broke below VWAP, and it was just kind of hanging out. And sure, now we caught a bid to the upside. We'll see where it goes. I was looking to get out to play the upper end of this range, but a little birdie told me there's more money left in this trade. So
is that little birdie named Birdie Hoagland by hand?
Yes, you said it. So I think he might be right. I mean, at the end of the day, we just get these zombie rallies. So, and we also have a cumulative delta at 8,000 minus 8,000. So that's what we're gonna be watching going into this close. We're gonna see if we can squeeze these shorts a little bit more to the upside, which is half the reason why I'm long. And see if we can ride this sucker. I think we said in group coaching, weak shorts take the market. What is JD said something? Weak shorts fuel rally or something along those lines. So if that minus 8,000 are those are indeed weak shorts, they will fuel this rally to the upside. So let's see how that plays out. No forcing trades today. I see the Nasdaq's catching a little bit of a bid as well. Dip below settlement there for a split second there during recapping with Rips, and it's just been up and away ever since. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on this trade and let it play out.
Yeah, is this your first winning trade, Andre?
Oh, here we go again, man. Dude, were you with us yesterday? Were you with us the day before, Dolby? And who's my dad? Let's just get all the jokes out of the way right now. Who's my dad? Oh, thank you. Leave me alone. Thank you for that meme. Leave me alone. Oh, just couldn't help himself, man. Who's my? Well done. Well played, sir. Well played. All right. Get that out of the way. Dolby liked that joke. Look at Dolby. He can't contain himself. He's loving it. Well done. Rips is loving it too. All right, you laugh it up, everybody. But sometimes it does feel like it can be your only first trade in a long time. So yes, it's nice to get the monkey off my back and put a couple back-to-back winning days going. But it's been a minute.
Andre, your son's in chat here. Richard Harris says, "Leave my dad alone." I can't believe your son graces with his presence here. Unbelievable.
Oh, this joke's taken on a life of its own. That's for damn sure. It's
if we get 65,000 subs, I think Andre will do a 23andMe.
Deal, and we'll put it to Maury Povich, and we'll find out who the dad really is.
We need a special guest, Maury Povich, in the building here.
You are not the father, so yes, we can definitely. 65,000. Dolby, we're 100 subs away from that. I just took a look.
We better order that kit then.
Oh man,
sooner than we thought.
Noah Wood, I feel bad for him too, man. I really do, man. Good to see you, man. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate it, dude. As long as you're watching, I'm happy. You can fade me, get with me, but as long as you're watching, only thing I care about, dog. You just keep watching and give us those likes, man. Only thing I care about. But yeah, we're coming up with new highs here. Closing in on highs at 50.17 the S&Ps. The NASDAQ taking a bid. a little bit to the upside. What do
The
you think,
level that
Rips?
I'm watching here on the NQ here, by the way, is this 73 level. If we do break above that level, we do have more potential upside. We are kind of just painting this liquidity between 34 and 3/4 all the way up here to 73. Wish I would have taken that trade in Power Hour. I wasn't prescient enough to see that like Andre was over here. Everybody wants to talk smack here and chat about you, Andre, but I think you took the best trade in the last 2 hours here. I don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, they'll love me or hate me as long as they're watching. It's the only thing I care about. So far so good. You never know what's going to happen. Who knows? We're always subject to headline risk, and which makes things tricky. Adobe obviously switches over from crude oil. Now he comes into the NASDAQ party. And we're going to trade it up, see if there's something. I mean, Rips, what do you got in Delta for NASDAQ?
NASDAQ's showing me negative 2,100 in the Delta, and the S&Ps are showing me negative 6,700 here. So, and my Delta resets at 6 p.m. Eastern time, so it's a little bit different from Hoag's, which resets at the either 8:30 Chicago time or maybe even a little bit before that. But yeah, that's what I'm showing right here, which is nice to see. And for your position here, there is a potential that we can start to squeeze up and over these 16s in the S&Ps and potentially start squeezing all the way up to these 19s, where there's a little bit of liquidity resting to the top side here.
There is. Okay, break through these 16s. We're at 16 right now, so let's see if we can pop through there and maybe squeeze some of these shorts that are coming in. We'll fuel this rally to the upside. We've been seeing it all week. People come in, try to sell the highs, what they think are the highs, get stopped out. We grind up higher. We'll consolidate sideways, come in, all the shorts come in and try to call the tops. And sure, they get squeezed higher and higher and higher. So I learned the hard way. I was one of those guys. I was one of those traders trying to call the tops, get short, waiting for it to, come down a little bit. Never did. And I'd puke it higher to fuel the rally. So eventually, if you can't beat them, join them, essentially. So now I'm going to join them.
Yeah, I like this. And we're in that sort of infinite bid market. And while you're talking, I actually just took a one contract long position there in the NQ. My average is 870 even. So we'll see if I can join the fun with you here, Andre.
Yeah. We'll see. Dolby, they want you to go pulled pork. They want you to go pulled pork today.
I mean, if I can find a good entry, I will. I got 3 single lot orders, buys stacked. Right below this 1 minute range. So we're going to work 63.50, 61 1/4, and 58 3/4. We're going to see if we can average down as this rejects up here, and hopefully we find buyers and do a little stop run of this kind of range, this little range that we've had since 10:30. So we'll see if we get filled. I mean, yesterday it took me about 30 minutes to get filled on a similar order that was further away from market. I did end up getting filled on that, just ended up closing it for like $100 in profit. It's a really, really good call and a really cool trade. We just didn't have enough time in the day for it to come to fruition. But I was really proud of that trade, even though it only got us $100. But it was a cool idea. We trusted ourselves and executed the plan, and it worked. So that was good. I was happy with it.
Awesome. Yeah, and you also the market kind of teleported on you for a split second there when whatever just freaked out to the downside. Rips, you're a pro NASDAQ trader. How do you deal with that, man? Because Dolby has some great entries, and Dolby, explain to him what happened if Rips wasn't watching, because I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I want to say you got screwed, but I mean you got screwed.
Yeah, I mean, I had a kind of a similar setup to what I have now. So basically, just 3 buy limits below market, and took up a ton of volatility really, really fast, and then just essentially shot down and stopped me out to the tick live on 3 lots and then ran right back up again. It's kind of surprising to see just because of the time of day. It seems like that kind of volume just came out of nowhere and just shot down and just ate up some stops. Unfortunately.
What time was this at, Dolby? Because that's a big thing. If you're talking, this is in Power Hour, I'm assuming, correct?
Yeah, this was in Power Hour, and it was like before MOC too. So it's really confusing as to why that happened. I wonder if I could actually.
There's I think there was some Fed speakers towards the close there yesterday. I wasn't paying attention to Power Hour. I jumped into chat to cheer you guys on, but I wasn't exactly watching the order flow. So I don't really recall yesterday's session and what exactly had happened, but there's some warning times that you want to be very, very careful, especially in the NAS. It comes at the bottom of the hour. It comes at 10 minutes to close, 5 minutes to close, 2 minutes to close, 1 minute to close. Those are kind of your cautionary time zones when you're trading the close in the final hour in NQ. So if it was around that time, we get that early MOC at the bottom of the hour. We get the late MOC with 10 minutes to close. We get machines that are turning on those late order matching algorithms that are coming in 5 minutes to close. And then 2 and 1 minute to close. It's like the panic of, hey, if you didn't get filled, let's get filled right about now.
Right. Yeah. So
I am going 3 contracts here. Dolby, what was the upper end of your layer cake to get filled?
I 64 and a half. Or sorry, 63 and a half. So just below this 1 minute range that we have, and I know my VWAP is incorrect, but it basically looks like it's floating right above the 1 minute VWAP right now, which is proven to be
what's the price
for quite a bit of my VWAP on the 1 minute.
No, of your highest piece of your layer cake. What's your first fill at? 63. Okay. Maybe we can pump those rookie numbers up a little bit. Let's try like 73, 83. Let's get in there, because I noticed there's 3 people on the show right now, and only 2 of them have a position on. That's what I noticed. I don't know. I'm not a mathematician here, but
it's power hour, baby.
Pure pressuring me into a mediocre trade.
Mediocre. I got 3 lots on right now, and we're almost up 200 big smackers here, Dolby.
Wow. Yeah, what was your entry? I'm sure it was a lot better than mine was.
68 3/4.
I think we're all good now, right? All the entries should be good by now.
68 3/4. That's pretty mediocre.
Any entry is a good entry on this, Dolby. You just have to believe in yourself.
You just got to believe in NASDAQ just ripping to the highs. That's all you have to believe in.
I mean, look at Andre over here. He's as cool as a cucumber that's getting pickled, and he's got his entries at 50-10 or 50. What was it? 50-10 quarters, 50-10 halves.
And half.
Oh my goodness, it's at 50-16 right now. My goodness, what a trade!
Come on, guys. Yeah, man. I told you guys. No, I'm kidding. It just looked like the market's just going sideways, so we'll see. But yeah, I don't know. We still have room to the upside in the NASDAQ, I'd say. Just looking at the charts, you guys know it better than I do. But I don't know, 880s maybe. I don't know what kind of target you looking at here, Rips. I think there's still more room. If we're just going to zombie rally, I don't know. 880s look like they could be in play.
Yeah, I want 882. That's the point of control of basically from this morning until now. 882 has some nice liquidity that's been resting up there on that nice little volume shelf. So if we can get up to that area, I'll probably peel off some contracts there. I just want to see this holding right now, basically above 860. My stop right now is at 58 3/4. So I'm willing to take some heat on this trade. I believe in this one. And I think Dolby should believe in it as well.
Yeah, I'm going to work a 15. Oh, actually, I'm going to work a 15 at 63 1/4.
Whoa. Right, slow down. Nobody said anything about 15 contracts. My goodness.
Old pork, baby. Chet did. Dolby time. You are a favorite in the chat. That's for damn sure.
Hey, Dolby. I was wondering, are you streaming from like the inside of an empty racquetball court right now? Like, what is going on? Is there a single soft object in that room? You're like in a cathedral.
Oh yeah. Oh, we got a couch. Over here. Ignore the couch and the camera, but it's totally normal office.
Whoa! Oh my god!
Are you working some kind of casting job up there that you haven't told us about?
You have a side account. Oh my god!
Dude, you can't let.
I feel like I've seen that couch somewhere before.
Ignore the couch and the camera. Oh my god!
Cannot let 42 push-ups go to waste, guys.
Dolby on fire today, man. Bringing his A game.
I mean, you give this guy a couch and a camera, and the rest is history.
Yeah, he's gonna make some profits in the NASDAQ. Oh my god! Yeah, we did say you guys have several different types of income streams, so you got to do what you got to do.
Diversify.
We need that parental advisory sticker back on the screen.
Please throw that up there. This is not the risk disclosure we were talking about, but things get weird sometimes on Power Hour.
Oh my goodness!
Oh god! All right. So what's up, guys? How's the day going today? Oh my god! Wow. Yeah, pulled pork has a Jesus. All right. Just a quick. I did it again. I just read the teleprompter.
Just go right to it.
Yeah. But we are starting to see a little bit of a longer bias in NASDAQ. 64%. Nothing too heavy. Yes, 50-50. Like we said, we got what do we got? Sorry, Rips, what did you say the earnings were after the bell today? Your favorite company, Pinterest. And what are the other?
Pinterest, that's my wife's favorite company. Affirm, Buy Now, Pay Later, and then Cloudflare is one that's reporting. Those are the only 3 notables I see, and they're not even that great. It is what it is. Affirm has just not been also great. Pinterest has been, I think, leaking a little bit, and then Cloudflare, not that important. It's not the tail end of this week is not all that important. We did have Uber that reported yesterday in the pre-market alongside of Alibaba, which was important. After the close yesterday, we had PayPal, Disney, which were great, but not so great on their earnings. They didn't do so well. But this is not the week of earnings that we've seen in the past, where we had the majority of the S&P 500 that was reporting, last week or the week prior to that.
The Super Bowl of trading last week. It kind of lived up to the hype. I haven't taken a peek at the calendar next week, but I do know we got the inflation numbers coming out next week, if I'm not mistaken, Dolby. Dolby or Rips for that matter. What are you guys takes? What are we looking for? Anything in inflation that's going to tip the hand of the Fed one way or another? Does it look like they're going to stick this soft landing?
Based on the Fed heads and the speakers that we've seen lately, it's kind of a mixed bag. We have hawks that are saying dovish things from time to time. We have doves that are saying hawkish things. I mean, mostly everybody's sort of leaning hawkish right now. I think that there is a chance that we could potentially see something stir up. We have CPI next week. It should be interesting to see how that reacts, what happens with the markets and how participants are reacting to that. But there's nothing really that's sticking out to me that says that anything is deterring from the path that we're currently on right now. And that is a path that leads to another march of holding the rates of where they are right now. And the markets are pricing that in effectively. So if CPI comes along and there's some numbers that can shake things up a little bit, we may see that. But outside of that, I think that everybody as far as market participants are considered, as far as they're concerned, rather, it's just looking like another March pause here.
Yeah, how hot would the print have to come in for it to change any of the Fed funds futures outlook? We're talking anything over 2%. Would that really shake things up? I don't know that. I think they're kind of set on the dot plot unless something comes in way out of line.
I think Dolby's getting filled like a madman over here. I'm going to join you in another contract while you're getting filled here.
Yeah.
I like those
Dolby.
spells.
So I split up my 15. And I set it up as to 5 3-lot buys, and we're just going to stack those buys down to about 58 3/4.
To answer your question though, Andre, we did see the employment numbers come out today, and they were in line, which is something that we haven't really seen much of lately. So that was kind of a good thing. That's why I think the markets are kind of catching a little bit of a bid today, even though the S&Ps were kind of wonky. But I think that's why we caught a little bit of a bid today, was because the employment figures were in line. And I think Thomas Barkin mentioned that a couple times today in his multiple speaking engagements. So, yeah, it could spell some good things for the market. But I think that we need to see more in order to start talking about a potential of bringing the rate cuts back to March. I just don't think it's going to happen. By the way, great entries there, Dolby. Fantastic entries. I did some ads there down at those lows, and now we are coming back up into the profit here. So very, very prescient entries there. Beautiful.
Dolby time. Silent assassin over there. Dolby always clapping. Hey, Dolby, they're really appreciating the beard today, by the way.
The beard, I'm getting it shaved today. Actually, I'm going to get a haircut.
Are you?
Shit's out of control, right? Yeah, my shit's out of control. It's terrible.
You got the mountain man look.
Well, I know. It's like Aspen chic. Either you wear Gucci or you look like a homeless person who has $1 billion. There's like no in between.
There is no in between in that town, man. Yeah. So, all right, everyone's long here. A bunch of bulls on these equities, S&Ps and NASDAQ. We'll see if we can maybe squeeze these shorts. Hoag has updated me. We got negative 7,900.
Wow, here we go. Hello. Now, see, look, Dolby gets in. Here we go. We're going straight to the moon. I hope you brought your lunar boots, Dolby, because here we go. My goodness.
Squeeze. I did. My feet are sweating, baby. I'm going to pull those other 12. I'm going to go to break even on this. We're looking.
I just covered 2 into the offer there. This is what a trade there, Dolby. Thank you so much for that one. Without your confidence, I wouldn't have added into that pullback there. So good on you. That's what I'm talking about. That's team play right there.
I'll get out. Yes, take some profits. I'll take that trade.
Pulling back, so I want this to keep on going. But this is where Rips. I need to get some coaching. Is because I'm a crude oil guy and I want to sit in my trades for 20 minutes, and this is not a good trade to sit in.
So I covered some lots there. It was a 5-lot position. I covered the majority of that. I'm just running with 1 lot here to see if we can break out of the hourly high. The big target on this one is going to be 882 evens to the top side. That's basically where the point of control is today. But I was happy to peel off my ads there because it was a 5-contract position, and you never know what happens in power hour, especially when we have the 3 amigos here. So we'll have to see if this will tool up all the way up to 882. That's the big target for the top side I'm looking at here.
Your level's weak. We're going to 92s, I think.
I like the enthusiasm.
Yeah, this is what Danny's trades told me, man. Just believe in yourself and send it. So that's what we're going to do.
Yep.
I think that's what the folks called couch confidence there. Casting couch confidence.
Oh, wow. Wow. Oh, my God. Yeah, I'm out, John. I'm out. It all stops it off.
What'd you take a fill at there?
I sold at 17. I was $300 for. But yeah, it looks like we have some liquidity upside. Might be some resistance here. We might keep going with the squeeze though. But I was happy with it.
81s.
Yeah, I was happy with it. We're gonna move the spotlight to you guys and let these Nasdaq guys make their money.
What? You don't want any more attention, Andre?
I don't want any more attention.
So let me get this straight. I just want to confirm on this, Andre. That was a winning trade, correct?
$300. Yes.
Hey,
one lot.
One of many.
One lot in a shit market today. I'll take it while streaming a show. I'll take it.
So where are the haters now? Because I profitable trade by Andre. Where are the haters now? Come on.
Well, one of them's talking shit to me in the Slack right now. Actually, you know who you are. You know who you are. He was. You may have been on. Recapping with Rips about an hour ago. He's talking shit to me. Like,
they're busy kicking their dogs or something.
Yeah, I love you, John. I love you, John. Yes, there were some haters in the chat, but. Yes, I am out. I'll take it. I got to drive this segment. And we got 300 lot at 50.18, another 400 at 50.19. It's going to take a lot of energy to get through that in a zombie rally. I could be wrong, but it could be a good time to get short, maybe reverse. But I'll take it.
You never know. Yeah, you just never know.
Like that.
I have a question and a little bit of a request too. I did miss this Yellen video that everybody's been talking about. People were talking about it on my stream this morning.
So
For everybody who hasn't seen that, could we bring that into the stream perhaps?
I don't want it to get stale. We're going to post it separately. Okay. I want to get the views on it.
Oh,
okay. I'll have to wait for the posting then. But everybody was saying really good things about this Yellen video.
Jack is guarding his baby, man. This is Jack's baby. He doesn't want to give it up anymore. It's pretty good.
Babies, Dolby time. This is your trade. This is your baby. This thing is going right up to the top side here.
Look at you.
Hold it. Hands up. Hands up. Don't have to touch it. Let the market do
What's your position size right now? How many contracts?
Six.
Holy smokes. Jeez Louise.
Let's go. Welcome to a power hour.
Almost took no risk on that. I think we actually took maybe 1 or 2 ticks of risk. It was essentially a perfect entry. So
wow. I expect nothing less here, Dolby.
All right. We're getting updates.
I'm waiting for my draft letter from one of these teams. Otherwise, this is going to be team pulled pork and everyone's going to be my enemy. Well,
we were asking this on the last segment. Who is your dream team, Dolby? Who would be your absolute dream team?
I think it's just me, myself, and I, and no one else.
Well, there's 3 people. Who are the other 2? It's teams of 5.
I'll take about 2. I'll take Roy Jenkins in chat and TraderTainment.
Oh my goodness.
All right, I'm pulling off 3 here.
Nice. I like how you're feathering out of that trade. That's nice.
Yeah. Hopefully that actually did reduce my size. I think it did. Let's look. No, it didn't. I don't know what it did. I'm really confused.
Did it add to your position?
No, it didn't add, but it didnn't sell.
Heard the fill.
Right? Oh, I'm on micros. So now I'm short some micros.
Oh,
let's turn around.
I'm about to get stopped out here on my remaining 1 lot.
I'm just flattening everything. That sucks. All right, we're up 386. That's not ideal.
I guess selling 17s wasn't such a bad idea, chat.
Yeah, I mean, I like all those trades there, Dolby.
Everyone's got an opinion, but yes,
that sucks. That sucks though.
So what happened there, Dolby? Right. Recap it. Are you flat or what's your position?
I had to get flat because I messed up my orders, which is really annoying. So I had the micro NASDAQ up, but I was trading E-mini NASDAQ, so then my orders didn't register, which is why they didn't appear on the chart. Now it's probably going to run in my favor, which is fine, but it happens. So that is annoying. That is very annoying. But let's sync the charts, everybody. Sync the charts.
Yes. Oh shoot, Dolby. We got
a B.
All right. Are you guys flat? Are you guys managing trades right now? I don't want to bother you guys if you guys are managing trades.
I mean, I'm letting this one play out here. I still have 1 lot long from 864 halves, so I'm just letting this thing work.
Well, Johnny here is telling me that there's still, it's S&Ps, but it's minus 7,400 in Delta. I don't know what it is in NQ. I imagine it's negative as well, Rips. but it could be fueling this rally here.
Yeah, negative 2,100 delta is what I see on the NASI, and negative 5,800 on the S&P. So it's cleaning up a little bit there on the S&Ps. But yeah, I see this thing can potentially break through 50.19 to the top side here.
Yeah,
I am
nice, Justin Turner.
Not
Holding
happy.
for 50. Nice job. Nice job.
Yeah,
Yeah,
50.07. Very nice there, Justin Turner.
Might be seeing like the shorts might be getting squeezed a little bit more here. We got about 30 minutes going into the close. Yeah, we got some liquidity up here. All right, let's get creative, baby.
Well, now that
Are you thinking
now
about
that I flattened
adding
my
some
lawn,
more here, Dolby?
No,
Yeah,
I
this thing's
flattened
ripping
everything.
now. We just
now
broke
I'm
through a
just
very
out,
key
dude.
level here. S&Ps are starting to get a little perky here.
Percocito.
Oh, the good news is I made $17 on my.
Here comes the NAS here. Oh my!
Oh my!
Here we go.
We're getting
Here we
up
go.
towards that 82 target now, folks. Anybody else out there that got long and strong in the Nasdaq alongside Dolby and myself here?
Oh, boys, let's go. Hell yes. Hell yes. Power hour, baby.
Nice big pop of liquidity here to the top side. We're looking for that 873 level to hold. So we'll see if we have continuation now through this area. See if we can get this final lot to get us paid. Look at that. A lot of W's in chat. Love to see it. Anytime the chat lights up with W's, it puts a smile on my face.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Bro, if I could just come on Power Hour and place like a normal trade and have it work out without like some bullshit happening, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. But apparently, I just have to pay my dues.
You're trading well, Dolby. You're great for good entries.
I really am, dude.
You really are. I'm not bullshitting. You really are.
I was adding when you were entering. I was taking your ads as a signal to be adding your entries as an ad for my position. And I mean, this trade has netted me, I think, about $600 here. So thank you for that, Dolby.
Oh, yeah, no, just send me some money on my own.
Checks in the mail.
Yeah. That's a tip. Yeah, Freddie, I
do you think it's altitude sickness? JP thinks that could be the case. Altitude sickness for being in Aspen.
No, I think it's me just being an idiot and fat fingering my trades. It's primarily.
Well, we are seeing some of these shorts getting squeezed. S&Ps were up to minus 7,400 short. Now we're at minus 6,400 short. There's 1,000 that unwound their position there. I mean, they're fueling the rally to the upside. We'll see what the remaining 6,400 here are going to do in the last 30 minutes of Power Hour. But yeah, John, that cumulative delta trade has been kind of working out lately.
We should have some fireworks here right now, bottom of the hour.
Hit us
liquidity
when you see
coming
the
in.
number. Yep.
Waiting for the MOC to come across.
I still want to get long.
Yeah, I think it's probably the right recipe here.
So let's stack some singles on the way down. We'll do like a total of 5 and see if we can get a stop run out of this 1 minute range and then push back up again.
Yeah, you never, to get a little serious here for a moment, you never really want to fault yourself if you have tech issues on a trade. I've had plenty of tech issues in my career that have cost me a ton of money. And one thing I really wrestled with from time to time early on in my career was, you'd have a tech problem cost you money or not allow you to fill on a trade, or something would happen. Your internet would go out, something would happen. Yeah. And I would have a trouble making the distinction between whether it was my fault or whether it was, a tech problem. And, you're losing money or you're not hitting a trade and the trade would have went hugely in your favor. It's okay. It's going to happen from time to time. We're not perfect out there. You can fat finger orders. You can click the wrong buttons. You can be on the wrong chart, like be on the micros instead of the minis. It's going to happen. So don't fault yourself for that. And it's not that big of a deal. It's definitely something that will get to you and play with your emotions a little bit, but do the best you can if you ever have tech issues and try to fight through it.
Yeah. That's just great general advice for all traders too. It's like, just, be kind to yourself, especially learn your platform. If you have a practice account, place a bunch of trades in your practice accounts. You're not, practicing your platform and your actual trading combine. That's why Topstep gives you a practice account, so you don't have to make those mistakes. Take your time, learn your platform, get into an like an OCO trade or a bracket order and, close half the order and see what happens to the other contracts. See if you can get back in. How are you going to handle that trade? If you do end up flattening one accidentally, it's all good stuff to know, because you don't want to do it on the fly, because you're going to be, crapping your pants if you have some size on.
Exactly right. It's very true.
I still like longs though. I really think we really can get this pushed down and hopefully get a stop run. I am worried though that we might end up stretching down to like 60 or like below 60 to get a bunch of people stopped out and for a push to the upside.
Sure.
But we'll play this tighter 1 minute range and see if we can get filled on the way down on a couple.
Early MOC, I am hearing across the board about 600 million to the buy side here.
It's bigger than previous. It's gonna that number. We assume that number will grow as we get closer to 250 Central Time, right, Rips?
Yeah, it should swell up. Pretty much that's when we're going to get the final MOC then, and we'll get a check on market internals around that time as well.
You see that again? That was buy side, 600 million buy side?
600 million buy side, which is super light. Super light.
Okay, nice.
Yes. Yes, Carl Hungus.
Come on down. You still got one, Rips?
Yeah, I still have one that's long from 864 halves. And my stop is at 864 and 3/4. So basically break even stop on this.
Oh, nice. What's your average hold time for some of these NASDAQ trades? It seems like you catch a runner and get flat pretty quick. So for your first wave of exits, like what's your average hold time? Because it seems like it's like 5 to 10 minutes, like at most.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, when we're trading, there's certain areas of the market, certain times in the market where I'll have longer hold times. But generally speaking, I like to be pretty quick in and out of positions. So, you'll often see me adding into a position, then flipping off a portion of that position in if we have the move to my favor. So I kind of look at the positions as a two-part. I have a core part of my position, and then I have an active part of my position. So I'll be adding to the active part in order to flip it off to the top side. And if we're doing a long position, if I'm shorting it, I can add aggressively. And then if we have a dip to the downside, I can tool that out. And, it's just a different way of trading. There's times when I'm not looking to do that, when I'm looking to just hold the core position. Like I traded on my XFAs today. I had 3 contracts per XFA, a total of a 9-lot position. And that one was looking for a clean fade, a clean breakdown when we had some news out earlier, right before that 30-year bond auction. So there's, it's all different. I'm very adaptive when I'm trading, and I generally overall, my overarching is probably shorter time position, but I've traded, I have trades that I'll hold overnight from Globex 6 p.m. until the next morning, 6 a.m. Or even later. So it just really depends. It depends on the structure of the market. If we're having a trend, I try to capture as long of a trend as I possibly can if it presents itself.
Okay, a couple questions in the chat. Sorry, a couple questions.
I got long at 68, just so y'all know.
Very nice.
Oh, very nice. Nice entry. Nice pullback. Quick question in the chat here for probably Rips. Where do you get your MOC info, and what is MOC?
Market on close. So it's all of the orders. There's a type of order that you can put in with your broker. It's called market on close. It'll get you the fill at the closing price of any equity, anything that you want it on. So if you wanted the MOC on Apple, it's going to give you the closing price at however many shares that you're buying or selling, whatever you want. It locks you in at that price. And that's advantage. It's advantageous for some traders out there who want to trade like that, for big institutions. And it's calculated because there's a cutoff time on when you can put in these MOC orders. So market on close. There's also moo orders, like a cow, MOO, market on open. And it's the opposite of on market on close. So the opening print, the opening price, you're locked in on that for whatever size that you want to do.
Thank you for that. Well, we got a minute before the real fireworks hit us here in the next 10 minutes or so. James, I know we saw some people asking about top quiz winners. If we got a second, let's put those up. And show the people who won and see if there's any inappropriate names in there.
Yeah. My favorite time of the day.
I have a note about this too.
Oh, great. What
I was in Excel hell for more time than I care to admit because I had to correct that answer about Ciroc being a French vodka, but I did it. So just know that. Know I did it for you.
What do we got? Rhino Tech pills, Jesus Christ. Jesus. Oh my God.
I listed Bob the Builder twice. We'll figure that out.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you did.
I'm along to.
I like 500 lot pulled pork there. Very nice.
Lot pulled pork. Yep.
Solid.
Nicki Minaj, Nick Gatsby. Okay. All right. Congratulations. Jesus loves you. How about that? Yeah.
Yeah, Queen Barb's herself. Play a stock quiz.
Well done. Congratulations. Check your email. But thanks for that, guys.
So as I always do, I want to give an update for everybody on the market internals. The NYSE volume is at 461 million shares, which is 7% above its 1-month average. Advancers are leading decliners by 1.4 to 1. The NASDAQ volume is at 4.77 billion shares. That's 13% above its 1-month average. And advancers are leading decliners by 1.7 to 1. And the VIX is flat at 12.89.
Thank you for that. So volume was lighter than normal, Rips?
No, it was up there. It's above its 1 month average on both the NYSE and the NASDAQ today, but slightly. It's not, on big days, you're going to have it 70% or 60% above its 1 month average.
It's such a sideways trade. The volume's still above average. Interesting.
Yeah, and advancers are leading decliners today, and I think again that was because what we saw in the employment numbers this morning. When we got that hit on the numbers, I immediately went long this morning, and I was able to capture I think a few points to the top side there.
Yeah, it's taking a sneak peek at what we got tomorrow. We have a Fed speaker and pretty light on the data, so I don't know what the market has in store per se. Might be another zombie rally, might be another sideways trade. Obviously, we're always waiting for new information to hit the market. These markets, especially crude, been very sensitive to the headlines coming out of the Middle East, so we'll keep an eye on that. Here at TopstepTV, we'll always keep you updated. But yeah, it looks like another light day of trading tomorrow. So capital preservation, if you are up money, let's keep it that way. We are not turning a winning week into a losing week by any means. That will not happen. It's not a good feeling going into that Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday, knowing that you did that. So capital preservation, we're going to trade defensively. It might not be the most fun thing to do, but that's what you got to do. You got to stack weeks. It turns into months. It turns into years. And before you know it, you have a career in this thing. So it's kind of the attitude and the motivation that strategy we have here as being traders.
And Dolby, I think you might be giving some folks some PTSD in chat here because they're hearing the order filled sound. Just so you know. I did just get filled on my stop there. So total profit of about, let's see here. Looks like $497 on that trade overall.
Nice trade. Someone's getting filled.
I'm all in on my 5 lot now. So we're averaged in at 64 and a quarter.
Yeah, I do think that if the price action in the NASDAQ does catch down here, by catch I say, you want to see bids basically 60 to 64 here. But I am seeing some pretty aggressive sell sides coming through. But again, I think that this is kind of going to be docile until we see the later MOC coming out in about, looks like 10 minutes from now.
Okay, you heard it here.
Cash flow in chat asking, do I use NinjaTrader? Yes, NinjaTrader is my platform of choice. I used to use it all the time back when I first started trading futures. I originally first traded my very first future on Thinkorswim, and then I flipped over to NinjaTrader. It's been a long-standing platform for quite some time, and I just think that it's pretty bare bones. You can do a lot of add-ons for it. There's a lot of community-supported add-ons for it, and it's not for everybody, but it's my pick of poison for sure.
Rips. All right, so, we're going to be encouraging people to transition over to TopstepX. And obviously there's a lot of, when traders who are stuck in their ways, and we're all, creatures of habit, when switching over from one platform to the other, what kind of advice would you have for people? Because I know, full disclosure, I'm switching over to TopstepX. I've been testing it with practice accounts and combines. I haven't gone live with it yet. And, there's a learning curve there. And sometimes you get frustrated with your new trading platform, and sometimes you're like, why am I going over this? But it's better in the long run. But, for those that are going to be switching over to TopstepX or a new trading platform in general, what kind of advice or tips would you give to them?
Well, I think that especially if you're a newer trader out there, I think that you should give each different platform a try. You want to find what works best for your style of trading. I like the speed of NinjaTrader personally because I am a momentum trader. I like the speed that you can accomplish things. I've never traded on Quant Tower, but I've heard really, really good things about it. I tried executing on Bookmap before. Didn't really find a liking to it. When I traded equities, I traded on Dash Trader Pro, which is very similar to NinjaTrader. So, you get in where you fit in and you find what works for you. So if you are a newer trader out there and you haven't tried other platforms, it's worth a spin. Open up a combine and get access to one of these platforms and give it a shot. Because you might find out that your favorite platform, you've never even used it before. Maybe you've never used Quant Tower before. You start using it, you say, wow, this is great. It has all these beautiful features that I didn't even know existed. Maybe you try TopstepX and you realize, wow, this is the exact platform that I was looking for. TopstepX is going to be working on mobile. It's going to be working on Mac, PC. So, it's really dependent on the type of person you are and the type of trades that you're taking. I think TopstepX is an amazing platform for a couple different reasons. Number one, we have the support of the community behind it, meaning that if the community is suggesting that certain features should be added to it, the Topstep team is looking at adding those features to it. I know that the RIP shot clock might be making an appearance into TopstepX, which is really, really cool to hear. Yeah. And, the community is everything for something like this. So if you have suggestions for what you're looking for in TopStep X, voice those opinions, and the TopStep team is actively listening to that stuff. So that's the one benefit I think that sets TopStep X apart from other platforms out there, is the fact that it's very much community supported. They're looking to mold it around community support, and that's something you won't find at any other prop firms out there.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Dolby, how are we looking over there?
Oh, we're taking some heat, but I want to add more longs. I honestly think what's going to end up happening is that we're going to get a stop run of 58 and probably like 58 and a half, and then probably sweep back up again. This kind of happened similar to yesterday. Unfortunately, I do think my stop is going to be too tight, and I'm probably going to get ticked on this, but we'll see what happens.
Yes, we will.
We will see what happens.
Yeah, power hours lately have not, they've been sort of power hour minus the power part. It's been really just hour, you know? It's just been the final hour of trade with not so much power behind it.
And that's okay. We can't always guarantee it. We'll take what the market gives us. But yes, last week we saw some fireworks. This week seems like the fireworks, aside from today, the fireworks have been in the morning. It's interesting how that dynamic changes from day to day and week to week. But today's just been a complete sideways trade, which is okay. It's easy to get chopped up in something like this. And, tomorrow there's no guarantee that's going to get any better. Although I did hear John say in group coaching that he feels like something big might be on the way when you get the sideways trade like that. So keep an eye out for that. We'll always be ready here. But, we constantly see the S&Ps making new all-time highs. Today, 58, 50, 18, 25. That might not be the all-time high. We might have hit in 20s yesterday. But we're damn near at the all-time highs. So these are historic days. And as you guys saw yesterday, the CEO, Mr. Boss himself, bought the all-time highs yesterday, 5,000s, bought it 50 times, and rode that sucker to the upside. I don't think we've seen 5,000 since, which is pretty wild to think of. We got close today, but we have not seen it since. So if you guys saw that in fast markets, I was talking to him. He's got the itch to keep trading some bigger size now after that trade. So for better or worse, by golly, he's going to do it. He's going to do it. Adobe, I'm sure you were there with him, so I'm sure he's pretty jazzed about how that trade unfolded.
But you think he was thrilled with it? A little bit of nerves, trying to flatten it, but he got it. I mean, that was a dub. I don't know what to say. I mean, that was a great winning trade.
Yes,
yeah, rumor has it the only reason that the S&P went over 5,000 was because of MP.
He was the paper. He was the paper that pushed that sucker higher.
Here's our stop run.
Yeah, you saw this.
Yeah, I'd be looking for a bounce on this. I might potentially take another trade on this. I'm just looking. I'd be looking for a bounce sort of around VWAP there at 54. So if this does tool down all the way to 54, I might try a one lot. But, I'm pretty fatigued. I've been going for about 12 hours straight here. So I'm definitely, my mental capital is spent.
Yeah. Okay. So when you say that, you are self-aware enough to know that, yes, you are getting a little tired. You're getting fatigued here. So that just means hands off, slam a Red Bull. What do you do?
Well, I always like to push it to the limit. In the words of Rick Ross, push it to the limit is definitely something that I shoot for. But, over the years, you start to realize that when you have spent all of your mental capital for the day, you end up being a pretty garbage trader by the end of the day. So you really want to be really on guard of how much mental capital you're spending, and pushing it to the limit can be good at some times when the market is offering you great opportunities. But more often than not, when you've spent your mental capital for the day and you are feeling a little bit tired, maybe skipping that Red Bull and just calling it a day is probably the best medicine for you.
Well said. Well said. Hey, just wanted
What's your go-to energy drink? What's your go-to energy drink?
There's no question about that. It's Celsius all the way. By the way, open for sponsorships if anybody from Celsius is watching.
Wow. Rips
must
be like a NASCAR.
No joke.
The NASCAR driver just wants to wear all the company logos on his shirt. No problem, man. I'm with you, dude. I'm with you. Hey, real quick, I want to touch on
Celsius also has 200 milligrams of caffeine, so it is just like liquid crack.
Hey, real quick, guys. I want to, John Jones in the chat here said, today was completely sideways. It was the best episode on TST so far because of Anne-Marie and Marcus Stalker D and Hoag all being on there together. Agree, man. He also said kind words about myself and Eddie in the chat. Appreciate that. But yes, if you guys didn't see fast markets this morning, it was Hoag, Anne-Marie, and D all in fast markets, chopping it up, making some money. Yes, I agree. That's it. This morning was awesome. You only get that on TopstepTV. We bring all the best different combinations of traders. Like we got a Rips and we got a Danny trade. Some of you love them, some of you hate them, but whatever. We bring in all our traders and wait till you see this dream team that hopefully we put together tomorrow for, fast markets tomorrow. You think, hey, Rips, you think it's going to happen?
I mean, I hope so. I really do. And I hope that all of this tug of war today comes to a head tomorrow so that we have some big fireworks here. I mean, maybe we'll see it in this final 10 minutes. I'm not expecting it, but I am very excited about tomorrow's trade, the potential that's on the table there. I might even trade my live account on stream if I'm feeling frisky enough.
Yo, all right, let's push it to the limit, like Ross said, man. I love it.
Ricky Rose, the boss of Miami.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. All right, Rip. So tell us what happens with these liquidity injections at 50 and 55.
Yeah, so we're talking about, the late MOC print, basically. These market on close orders, these need to be matched. So this is the counterparties of those trades. They need to be matched, and this is why we have this big shift in liquidity because, they'll be stubborn. These algorithms get stubborn. They don't want to fill at a certain price. So they just kind of pull liquidity, and it's kind of this rush and this grab where, if somebody wants it cheap, they're going to be pulling on that bid side liquidity. It's going to be going down to that level. Suddenly somebody's going to be buying it. Now the offer's thin up, and it races back up the other way. And sometimes it'll be single directional instead of omnidirectional. So it's very, very volatile. There's a lot of order matching going on, and it's due to the MOC. It's the final 10. This is where basically it's like, we have to fill these orders. Somebody's got to do it. And so the liquidity is pushed and pulled from certain areas. And that's essentially what causes all of this volatility in these final 10 minutes.
Sure. All right, Dolby, you called the stop run there. So you got that going, and are we going to see a push to the upside?
Long 10. We're
okay,
long 10
here we go.
right now.
Pulled pork, dog. I like
long
it.
10, 61.25.
Wow, okay. 10 contracts. You're not messing around.
Yeah, shit's starting to get serious, boys. So let's see if we can push up here. We have a 1 minute downtrend that we're trying to break. If we can start getting some higher highs and higher lows on the 1 minute, I think we might be in really good shape. So let's see what happens here. I can't even.
Yeah, this is the bounce that we're looking for, and I said I might take it, but I just hesitated for far too long, and you can see right there that was right at those 54s. What a bounce! And now we're tooling up 65 here, so 11 points on that bounce. Nice trade there, Dolby. Way to go.
Well, I still want more. So let's see if it keeps on going higher. It's going to get, oh my God, fucking NASDAQ, dude.
Whoa, easy there. Family show.
Oh, it happens here.
How do you guys trade this, though? Why do you not have that response? It was just up a minute, and then it comes straight back down.
Nope.
How do you not driven insane by this product?
I know. No, here come the sellers.
All right, we are 1 minute, 30 seconds out from the final 10 here. This is where it's going to get whippy and wild. So bring your party shorts. Let's see what's happening here.
Yeah. It's real raw motion here on Power Hour. I've definitely had the same thoughts, similar thoughts that Dolby has. And
we're still gonna average. We're still gonna average down. Oh
15 seconds. Here it comes.
NASDAQ. Oh my God, we're out for negative 1420.
You can always, instead of calling it the NASDAQ, you can just call it the NAS.
Oh, I like that.
Might as well.
All right, here we are. Final 10 minutes. A lot of order matching going on. This is where it gets a little bit kooky. So orders are coming in here. We see some liquidity providers jumping in and out of the order book here. It is coming back up above the 860s here. Dolby, are you in a position at all? Talk to us.
Dolby time.
Negative 1420. I got stop run exactly what I was thinking was going to happen. Now we're moving to the upside exactly as I thought it would.
Did you jump back in?
I hate you, NASDAQ. No, gosh.
Oh, you see that? You see that, man?
God, I just got stop run so hard, and I called it like half an hour ago too. Damn, it sucks. God.
Raw emotion here in Power Hour, folks.
Oh, man, this is why trading.
Look at it go.
Look at that crap,
Look at it go. Chat, you see this? You see what's going on, chat?
Man, that's
2
days in a row, Dolby.
I'm going to try a long here, actually, as we are squeezing up to the north side here. I am taking this long here. I want to see this tool up all the way through 75 here. I'm just trying for a quick little scalp here up through 75. Just watching these orders coming in. I'm going to move my stop actually pretty tight in this one. Let's see if we can get above these 70s here.
So lame, dude. 2 days in a row. You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, we might get stopped out here for about a $15 loss, $20 loss here. Let's see here. Can we get back above this area? Watching. Yeah, stopped out. So it took a $50 loss on that one. Was trying for that perk up into the 75s. There kept a very tight stop looking for that scalp to the top side there.
That's cute. That's a cute loss there. Is that 50 bucks? It's adorable. Adorable loss.
Same team.
NASDAQ,
come on. Same team here.
Oh, what a bummer. What
Yeah.
a bummer. Yeah, I mean, this is like one of those situations where, I had a really solid position on earlier in the day, but because of like a little fat finger platform thing, it ended up getting me up like 300. But then my next trade ended up being down, 14. So, one little negative result turned into a next negative result. So I probably could have been done had I just hung on to some of that stuff. But this NASDAQ just moves so fast. I have to get much better.
Dude.
Yeah, I got to get better at taking profits. I'm not trading.
If you really want to play the wildest MOC, you can play the quarter end rebalancing MOC. That is probably the most wild MOC you'll ever play. So you wait for the end of the quarter end rebalancing comes in, and then that MOC, those final 10 minutes in the futures market, in trading SPX options and trading any of the equity futures, it's one of the most wild sessions. So Dolby, I would love to share the stage with you if we have a quarter end rebalancing MOC we could trade together. I'd love that.
That sounds great. What time does that happen at 2:00 or 1:50?
Quarter end
Late
rebalance
March.
is going to be at 2:50. It's going to be at the end of the March. Yeah, exactly right.
All right, yeah, it sounds great. I'll be here.
Jack came in March.
I'm here. Jack already knows when it is. I love that.
Yeah, he does. Jack was not amused by that at all. Minus 7,500 ES short delta right now. And we are not going that much lower. We'll see if the squeeze play is on to the upside.
Yeah, just watching here. This is we're probably going to get some more liquidity injection in about what is that? A minute and a half here, 90 seconds. So hold on to your butts. This could get again very wild here.
Yes, it can.
Omnidirectional. We talked about this before the MOC came in. Omnidirectional because we have so much order matching here, and it's stubborn. It's stubborn order matching. They're just not going to fill at certain areas until the price comes down to that area, and then all of a sudden that liquidity shows up, and then they're yanking it away from that area of liquidity. So it makes for this very, very jostling and just jumpy type of trade here.
Yes, it is. All right, starting to get late here. We got 6 minutes left. Oh,
I'm looking to add longs. I want to add longs. I'm going to stack a set of 5 singles right below the lows. So we'll do like between 48s and 52s. We're going to try to work 5 and see if we can follow through another stop run.
Okay. All right, it's getting tense.
Try
here,
to make
guys.
something happen.
Yeah, it's getting tense.
That's how we like it.
My 7,500. My 7,500 delta S&Ps. We got 5 minutes left, and this market ain't really going. Oh, there's some sellers. Damn.
Yeah, there's the sellers coming in. We have about 15 seconds now until the final 5 minutes here. We should see a large liquidity injection. It is looking pretty loose to the downside here.
Short's growing.
Let's see if we have any kind of bounce here. Okay, so here we go. Final 5 minutes straight up. What was your fill there, Dolby?
I'm long 4 at 50-50.
50-50. About the same odds that we get on this trade here, feels like.
Yeah, probably about. So, yeah, my best bet is probably trying to get back to break even on the day if this really runs up. So we'll see what happens here.
Here we go. Buyers in that
But really good entry. I mean, once again, chat, this is good. This is good entry stuff.
Yeah, it is.
I'm trying a long here. I'm late on my entry, but I'm trying that same long, looking for this to break up into the 70s here.
Buyers coming in S&Ps. We bounced right off VWAP in the S&Ps. Probably should have taken a long. Sitting here scanning around, reading the chat and stuff, distracted with that VWAP play. Boy, that holds true, man. All roads lead to VWAP, as our buddy George in the chat said yesterday, and he wasn't playing. So long's got to burn.
30 minute looks really good for the longs, in my opinion. Like we just did a little stop run on that range that we had, so we should hopefully head up to the upside after that. But we'll see. NASDAQ is insane. Right? I still don't know how you people trade this product.
That's that crazy.
It's so fast.
With a lot of patience and tenacity.
And cojones.
I mean, Rips. Well, I need Rips' help. Hold up. So, Rips, I'm long 4 right now at 50-50.
Oh my.
I mean, are you starting to peel? Yeah, my entry's really good. Are you starting to peel some stuff off? If you were me?
Well, I'm looking for a slight little pullback, and then I want to see this burst up through the 60s. I want to try to get an ad through the 60s and flip that around 65. So I'm trying to time this appropriately here. I only have 1 lot on right now. I'm taking $70 a heat. No big deal. My stop's only down to 51 here. So if you have any kind of bid solidifying, again, I'm looking for an ad to flip around 60, 65 here.
Okay. All right, we're going to hold. So
adding right there for this burst above 60s now. I'm seeing some big bid side, some bid to cover coming in here. So looking for this to tool up to 65s. And watching this right around 63. And they're letting off the gas a little bit here. And I'm going to peel off one there into the offer if I can get a fill. And there's a player at 63 that's not letting me get filled just yet.
All right. I'm at one. I'm at one.
Here we go.
So now we're
this is the difficulty of playing this type of trade. You're looking for these orders to match, and when it stalls out like that, it can have a harsh reversal.
Less than 3 minutes, guys.
Damn, dude. I need more time.
I know.
Let's see if we can have anything solidify at these 55s. I might go a third lot trying to flip this back above 60 here.
Okay.
Let's see. Adding into that for a third lot, looking for this to encroach back above 60. I want to peel off a lot if we just perk right above those 60s here.
Yeah, 6250 on the 1 minute has provided some resistance in the last 3 or 4 1 minute candles. So we'd love to get above that if we could.
Yeah, it's not as powerful as an MOC that I would have liked to see. It's not as powerful as these draws back up to the top side. So it's actually pretty slow for a end of day type of trade here. This is pretty contained, which means we're probably going to have one big monster move in the final minute here.
We got speaking of that, we have less than 2 minutes, guys.
That's what I think.
90 seconds, almost 90 seconds.
Yep, it looks about right. About 90 seconds here until the market closes. I'm looking for this little pop right above 60s to peel off.
Oh, wow, that's funny. My time is wrong on this computer. It says 153 on this computer. It says 158 on my laptop.
I'm seeing 58, 40 seconds.
Oh, we don't need these. I'm going to go to break even on this. Probably get stopped out, but let's see if we catch some upside.
Yeah, there's some liquidity resting at 59 evens, and I think that they want to get swiped here, seeing if they're going to thin out the book to this player. It could be multiple people here.
It's definitely to the downside, but NASDAQ,
hold on, wait for it here.
It moves so fast. Yeah, I know. What's the
wait for it. This is the final minute now. There we go. Filled there.
Trade shapes.
And filled and out. Sweet. There we go. Nice recovery there.
Beautiful.
Nice.
Hell yes.
Smooth
rally
on that one.
Who's on the move to the upside?
40. Yeah, that was huge on the S&Ps there. Big burst up to the top side.
Sold a second at 62 with you.
Boom, there we go.
I'm going to hold the rest and see if we can get some upside.
New highs S&Ps. 19's trade. 19's
smokes,
trade.
there it is. Yep, there's that ripper to the top side. So this is what I was talking about when we're talking about a very stubborn order book. This is what you see. They're just waiting to the last minute here.
Wow.
50-20s in the S&Ps. Wowzers.
That's what we call a stacked lunch.
Sir.
I'm going to hold this. I don't think we can get it. Yeah, it's coming back.
Yeah, very tough. There we go. Ding, 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 ding.
Well done, boys. That was fun.
Right,
great trade.
We're done.
Joby, thanks for joining us. Rips, dude, as always, that was a beautiful train there. Wait till last second here on Power Hour. Hell yeah. Well done, boys. I think we all made a couple of bucks there. Eddie, take us away, man.
All right, my friends. Yes. Power Hour. Very well done, guys. A lot of tradertainment and a lot of fun watching that happen. It's a good thing to end a day with a good smile. But hey, talking about tomorrow, tomorrow's going to be Friday, and yes, we're going to have Rips back early. We're going to sort of merge opening call and fast markets. We'll have Rips, Hoag, Andre MP, and Dolby's going to join us for fast markets. Also, we do have shoulder tap with Mick and Hoag. Power players, we got Coach Dakota. Yes, we've been waiting for Coach Dakota. We'll be talking to him. Hoag and Andre. We got the TopQuiz with Bonnie, fan favorite here. Group coaching with Robert. Robert's going to take over that Friday group coaching. And also, we're going to have Strategy Lab with Hoag and Anne-Marie. And to end the day with Power Hour, we've got Andre, Dolby, and Isaac. So that's going to happen. And tomorrow is, if you're looking for some excitement in the eco calendar, it's going to be a holiday, Chinese holiday, Chinese New Year, Singapore, early close at 12, Hong Kong, Chinese New Year, early close at 12, and South Korea, the Korean New Year. As far as numbers go, we're not seeing anything until noon, U.S. Baker rig count, unless they want to slide some feds in there. Right now, I'm not seeing any. But anyway, thank you very much for being with us here at Top Step Trader. I hope you enjoyed the day. For you bell to bellers, and of course for those that have just joined early this afternoon, we'll be back here tomorrow. So stay healthy, get some rest, and let's end the week on a good note. I'm Eddie Horn, TopstepTV. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care.